Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became the Divine Nine? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Adoption Center. Inko looked at the name on the adoption papers, smiling in satisfaction as she read it over. She looked at the black-haired boy crying behind the glass and failed to hold back her own tears. I trust you've made a decision, Miss Midoriya? The nurse asked. Inko sniffled. Yes. She pointed to the boy. He's perfect. She handed back the papers. Excellent choice. I'm sure he'll have a wonderful quirk. The nurse looked over the papers. I see you've changed his name. Yes. I've always wanted a son named Izuku. That sounds beautiful. Inko returned home with Izuku in her arms. I'm home with a surprise. So do I, Hisashi chuckled, walking into view with a young boy following him. Meet Tamura. Tamura said nothing, looking at Inko shyly. He was trying to hide his hands, tugging on the three-fingered gloves he was wearing to make sure they were secure. Inko giggled. Hello, Tamura, meet your brother, Izuku. Hisashi grinned. I see we were both successful. Shall I break out the good wine? I'd say this moment is special enough for it. 4 years later, Izuku replayed the video of All Might's debut. Haha. Fear not, citizens. Hope has arrived. He copied. Because I am here. Izuku laughed. Izuku, it's time for your quirk assessment, Inko said. Coming, mother. Izuku ran to the car, happy that he can stop watching the video for now. Inko strapped Izuku into his seat, got in herself, and then started driving. If you don't like the video, why do you watch it so much? Because everyone can quote it word for word, Izuku explained. It would be weird if I couldn't. People do worship that man, Inko sighed before returning her focus to the road. She eventually pulled up at a hospital and led Izuku inside. The first thing Kyudai did was take an X-ray of Izuku's foot. He examined the image before grinning at the two Midoriyas. Well, Miss Midoriya, it seems your son will develop a quirk. That's wonderful news, doctor. Inko smiled. I know he has a bright future ahead of him. Oh, absolutely. The brightest. The next day, Izuku walked up to Katsuki. Kaken, I have a quirk. All right, then let's see this wee quirk, Deku, Katsuki said. I don't know what it is. Katsuki raised an eyebrow. Then how do you know you have one, Deku? Because the doctor man said I have one. Whatever, it better come in soon so you can be my sidekick. Izuku rolled his eyes. Well, if my quirk is stronger, will you be my sidekick? We both know my quirk is the strongest, Deku. I'm going to be stronger than All Might. Izuku cringed slightly. We'll see. That night, Izuku bowed before Hisashi. Father, my quirk hasn't manifested yet. Tamura perked his head up from his homework. Maybe it would be better to not have a quirk. He took off a glove and touched a pencil with all 5 fingers. The pencil turned to dust. See? Hisashi looked to Izuku. Izuku, there are many ways to activate a quirk. You would do well testing out as many methods of quirk activation as you can. I can already see that you have a different activation method to both of your biological parents. Perhaps you should ask your classmates how they activate their quirks. Yes, father. The next day, Katsuki punched another child, using his quirk to make his punch more powerful. A hero should not attack people, Kaken. Izuku shook his head. Heroes fight villains, Deku. Katsuki countered. That's what I'm doing. How is he a villain? Sparks ignited from Katsuki's hands. You're really starting to annoy me, Deku. He turned and punched Izuku, again using his explosions to increase the power. I guess you get to play the villain next. He smirked. Izuku wiped the blood off his face. What if my quirk is like brothers? Izuku thought. I just have to grab him with 5 fingers, a real villain would be gone, and I can play it off as an accident. He stood and faced Katsuki. I'm not the villain here, Kaken. Katsuki's expression turned furious. How dare you? He ran forward, hands sparking. Izuku ran forward as well. He ducked under Kaken's right hook and grabbed his arm. Get off of me, Deku. He tried to create an explosion strong enough to throw Izuku off, but the explosion was weaker than usual. What? But I'm still sweaty. He tried to throw an explosive left hook at Izuku, but his hand only sparked. What the hell? Katsuki tried to ignite all his sweat at once. This time nothing happened at all. Katsuki passed out. Bakugo! A teacher yelled, noticing Katsuki falling. Izuku, what happened? Izuku looked at Katsuki's unconscious body. I don't know. I touched him and he fell asleep. Is it my quirk? Father said because he's not B-Bile, not my real dad, I wouldn't get his quirk. But he can give quirks, so did I get his? I should wait until I'm home to see if I have Kaken's quirk. Okay, I'll make sure to suggest your parents see a quirk counselor. She kneeled before Katsuki. Bakugo, can you hear me? I'm going to check your vitals, okay? She squeezed his shoulders. Katsuki groaned. She slowly opened his eyes. He quickly tried to use his quirk, releasing his held breath when he saw sparks. I'm fine. Deku's weak quirk is nothing compared to me. Izuku thought, maybe I didn't completely steal his quirk? Or maybe my version of father's quirk is slightly different. I still need to take you to the school, nurse, the teacher said. Fine, Katsuki mumbled. He looked to Izuku. You can be my sidekick. That night. Father! Izuku ran up to Hisashi before catching himself and bowing. Sorry, father. It's all right, Izuku. I'm not busy, and you're clearly excited about something. Have you been able to activate your quirk? It's like yours. Hisashi looked at Izuku with intrigue. Really? How's that? I touched Kaken and his quirk stopped working, then he fell asleep. Ah, I see. Hisashi smirked. Well, you don't have all for one. How do you know, father? Firstly, it's impossible for you to have a quirk like mine, as I'm the only one with a quirk like mine. Secondly, I know what your quirk is. But if you have one for all, can you use explosion? Oh yeah. Izuku raised his arm, mimicking what Katsuki did. It's not working. I could use forced quirk activation if you're not using the correct activation method, but I don't have to because you don't have explosion. Izuku looked down. So, I don't have your quirk. Hisashi grinned. Don't worry, with the quirk you do have, and your other skills, you're likely to grow into a worthy successor. Even faster than Tamir. I have no doubts that if I can only give away all for one to one person, you will get it. Izuku's eyes lit up. Really? His face then saddened. But then what about brother? I'm working on making copies of all for one, but if that fails, one of you will get my quirks, and the other will get my empire. Does that sound fair? Izuku smiled again. Yes. He moved faster than even Hisashi could perceive, hugging him. You melt my frozen heart, Izuku. 3 years later, Izuku came home covered in burns and bruises. Another day of trying to stop Kaken from hurting innocent kids. He made sure the burns were hidden under his long sleeve as he made his way to the bathroom to grab ointment. As Izuku was in the bathroom, Inko knocked on the door. Izuku, dear. Your father wants to see you. Izuku quickly finished up and made his way to Hisashi's office. He bowed before Hisashi. You summoned me, father? Hisashi looked at Izuku with concern. Yes, Izuku. You have been coming home every day with burns dash. You may speak soon, Izuku. I have 2 gifts for you to help with your situation. Please don't kill Kaken. Hisashi failed to hold back a laugh. No. As fun as that sounds, changing the world is best done from the shadows. Therefore, the first gift I have for you is an invisible quirk I came upon recently. This quirk will not save you from the torment, but it will help you overcome it in time. Hisashi touched his palm to Izuku's head, red and black smoke flowed out of him and into Izuku, transferring a quirk. This quirk allows you to record what you see and hear. Thank you, father. What is the second gift? I have made significant progress on a project I was working on. You may come in, Kurogyri. Black smoke entered the room, glowing yellow eyes focused on Izuku and Hisashi. Of course, master. Izuku, this is Kurogyri. He's the current most successful specimen in Project Nomu. Project Nomu, father? Izuku asked. A project focused on increasing the number of quirks that can be implanted into one being. Humans can only have so many quirks before it overloads the brain. Kurogyri has one quirk that is a combination of 3 other quirks that still prove to be too strong for his brain, but didn't leave him completely brain dead. The accident did that. Kurogyri has the power to teleport himself and anybody who enters the smoke that envelopes his body. Hisashi grinned at Izuku. Izuku, I plan for you to eventually take over Project Nomu, and from now on will train you to do so. In return, whilst Kurogyri is to be Tamura's bodyguard, you may summon him if you need a quick escape at any time. Thank you again, father. I hope to make you proud. Every day from then on, most of Izuku's time awake at home would be spent studying homework, studying Nomu, or using his new quirk to train how to fight Katsuki. Another 3 years later, when school ended, Izuku called Kurogyri. Hey, Kurogyri. Kind of bleeding. Kaken beat me up bad today. Kurogyri responded, I'm sorry, young Master Izuku, but I am currently occupied with helping your father. I can make it up to you tonight. Izuku sighed. Okay, see you tonight, Kurogyri. Bye. Goodbye, young master. Izuku walked home, taking alternate routes to make sure he doesn't run into Katsuki. Once he got home, he took a shower to wash the blood off before bandaging himself. He decided he couldn't train thanks to his injuries, and his father was doing something with Kurogyri, so it would be best for him to study. He grabbed his textbooks and began reading. Eventually, Izuku heard a knock on the door. Young Master Izuku, the master wishes to see everybody. Izuku got up from his desk and opened the door. Coming. Izuku made his way to Hisashi's office, followed by Kurogyri. Tamura and Inko were already waiting at the door to be let in. Anybody know what's going on? Kurogyri grabbed the door handle. Please prepare yourselves, the master is in a poor state. He opened the door to let everybody in. Inside lay Hisashi, with Kyudai standing next to him. Several life support machines were attached to Hisashi, and he was barely visible under a surgery blanket. Izuku, Inko, and Tamura ran over to him. Please do not remove the blanket, Kyudai warned. It's not a pretty sight. What happened? Inko asked. He was an AF-. All Might. Hisashi groaned. Finally a one-for-all user got the better of me. However, I did manage to give him major injuries. And with the help of Kurogyri, I faked my death. Inko's eyes began to tear up. Hisashi, what is going to happen to you? The number of quirks I can hold has been reduced, and All Might has destroyed the top half of my face, meaning I need to use several quirks to make up for it. I will need life support systems attached to me at all times. Because of that, my fading into the background has been accelerated. His hands moved out from under the blanket. My sons, it's time for the two of you to take my place. Tamura and Izuku took Hisashi's hands, Tamura making sure he's using his 3-fingered gloves. Tamura, I want you to destroy All Might once and for all. In return, I grant you my empire. I know you have the potential to be a great leader of the underworld. Of course, Master. Tamura choked through his ears. I am honored to be the next Demon King. And Izuku, place my palm to your head. Izuku's, Inko's, and Tamura's eyes widened. Izuku did as instructed. Izuku, I want you to take over Project Nomu and destroy you. In return, I grant you a copy of All for One. Black and red smoke flowed out of Hisashi's hand and into Izuku. This copy is weaker than the original. But I know you have the expertise to use any tool and achieve any goal. Thank you, father. Izuku collapsed as he failed to hold back his tears. Inko, please take care of Izuku. He is my light in the world, but I cannot guarantee his protection anymore. You didn't have to ask, Inko said. I will always protect him. Speaking of which, Tamura, Kurogyri will stick by your side from now on. Yes, master, Tamura thanked. The next year, Izuku looked over his notes. So, there are 2 factors that limit how much quirk can be inserted into one being. Of course, there is the number of quirks, where the average person can store 2 to 3 quirks. But there is also the accumulative strength of the quirks, where a single quirk might prove too strong. My copy of All for One allows me to store 9 quirks and 9 times as much quirk strength as I would have. To achieve the goals set by Father, I should base the quirks I get off the UA staff. If I cannot increase the number of quirks I can store, I might be able to copy, combine, and modify quirks like Father can. 3 years later, as Izuku was making his way to school, the path was blocked by a villain with a gigantification quirk. Let's get this over with. His spirits were lifted once Kamui Woods arrived on the scene. He should be able to end this quickly. Then, the villain came crashing to the ground as Mount Lady used Canyon Cannon, crashing into the ground after the villain. What a horrible move. There are bystanders here. Aldera Junior High. So, as third-year students, it's time to start thinking seriously about what you want to do with your lives, Izuku's homeroom teacher said. I could hand out some career aptitude tests, but why bother? He threw the stack of papers away. I know you all want to go to the hero track. The class cheered, except for Izuku and Katsuki. Yes, you've all got some very impressive quirks. But no power usage allowed at school. Get a hold of yourselves. Hey Teach, Katsuki said. Don't bunch me in with this bunch of losers. I'm the real deal, but these guys will be lucky to end up as sidekicks to some busted D-lister. The class erupted into anger. You've got impressive test results, the teacher responded. Maybe you will get into UA University. The anger of the class turned into shock as they realized Katsuki was aiming for the highest-ranking university in Japan. It's the only place worthy of me, Katsuki said, jumping onto his desk. I aced all the mock tests. I'm the only one at this school who stands a chance at getting in. I'll end up more popular than All Might himself, and be the richest hero of all time. People all across the world will know who I am. And it all starts with UA University. What noble ambition, Izuku thought. Oh yeah, Midoriya, the teacher said. Don't you want to go to UA too? Yeah, Izuku mumbled. I don't want to, the insight will be useful. Izuku was blasted back by an explosion from Katsuki. Deku, why would UA want a quirk like yours? The power to make those you touch weaker. Listen well, I'm the only one from this crappy school who's going to get into UA. Don't you dare ruin my first step to glory. That afternoon, still in the classroom, Izuku was about to place one of his notebooks into his bag before it was grabbed by Katsuki. Well now, I don't know what you think you're doing, Deku, Katsuki said. But we're not done. One of Katsuki's friends read the notebook. Hero Analysis for the Future, number 13? Who takes notes on how to be a hero? Katsuki blew up the notebook, then threw it out the window. Most first-ranked heroes show potential early on. People look at them and just know they're destined for greatness. When I'm the only student from this garbage junior high to get into UA, people will start talking about me like that. They'll realize I'm legit, the next big thing. That's not ego talking, I just know I'm good. He placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder, smoke pouring out from the burning fabric. Here's a little word of advice, nerd, don't even think of applying or else. He smirked before walking off, stopping at the door to say one last thing. You know, if you really want to get into UA, there might be another way. Just pray you get a quirk in your next life, then take a swan dive off the roof of the building. That he laughed as he exited the room. How heroic, Izuku thought. Threatening your peers, assault and battery, then telling them to kill themselves. On the way home, Izuku grabbed his notebook and then decided to walk home to get some fresh air and clear his mind. He eventually made his way to a tunnel where he heard a noise behind him, sliding metal followed by flowing liquid. He turned around to see the sludge villain staring down at him menacingly. You'll make the perfect skin suit for me to hide in, kid, the sludge villain grinned. No. Izuku quickly grabbed the villain's eye. What the hell? The villain writhed but quickly found it harder to move until he fell asleep. Izuku emptied a bottle, placed the eye inside, and then put the bottle in his bag. I'll take this as insurance. He then heard another metallic crash. Have no fear, you're safe, All Might said, before noticing the sludge villain was already unconscious. You have got to be kidding me. Let me guess, despite this clearly being self-defense, This was still public quirk usage, and therefore I'm about to be arrested. All Might. All Might grinned. Well, young citizen, I see you have already taken care of this villain. He laughed heartily. Whilst I must admonish you for using your quirk in public, this was clearly self-defense. He grabbed 2 empty soft drink bottles. I'll be apprehending this villain now. Maybe he's not completely awful. Izuku watched All Might pour the sludge into the bottles. All Might, you say anybody can be a hero. What about somebody with a weak quirk like mine? What about somebody without a quirk at all? All Might looked over to Izuku. My boy, I'm afraid some things just aren't possible without power. However, you were capable of defeating this villain that was even giving me a hard time, so I'm sure your quirk is much stronger than you give it credit for. He posed. Tell you what, would you like an autograph to show to any kids telling you that your quirk is weak? No thanks, All Might. Izuku started walking off. Was it something I said? All Might pondered. So All Might gives false hope? Whilst I don't disagree that one would need power to be a hero, many heroes have shown that skill can make up for power, and All Might is the one preaching that anybody can be a hero. Izuku walked for several minutes before he heard an explosion. When out, he noticed smoke and followed the source to find a crowd at the entrance to an alleyway. The crowd murmured about how the sludge villain was the cause of the ruckus, that he must have somehow escaped All Might, and now had taken a middle schooler hostage. Are you kidding me? He just caught the villain and somehow it got away. And it has a hostage. Where the hell even is he? He looked around, trying to spot All Might. At one point he thought he saw All Might, but it was a scrawny old man with similar features. He heard the heroes saying they couldn't fight the villain, and Backdraft said that he was too busy dealing with the flames to fight. Aren't you supposed to be a firefighter? Prioritize the source of the fire, the villain. Wait, how is a villain with a sludge quirk making fire? Izuku looked through the crowd to see what was causing the fire. He noticed dirty blonde hair, followed by scared red eyes. Before Izuku could think, he was racing over the crowd, past the heroes, and throwing his bag at the sludge villain, making it wince in pain. No, not you. The sludge villain cried out before Izuku tried to grab its remaining eye. The villain lunged at Izuku, moving its eye as far away as possible. Why the hell are you here, Deku? Katsuki asked. I don't know. Izuku responded, trying to dodge the sludge. I guess I still see hope for you. The sludge villain threw Kawasaki away and went to grab Izuku with his entire body. But the attack was stopped by a fist. I really am pathetic, All Might said. Pros are always risking their lives. That's the true test of a hero. He swung his arm back and punched forward whilst yelling, Detroit Smash. As everybody stood in shock, it started raining. Afterwards, the heroes admonished Izuku for running into the fight whilst Katsuki was praised. How am I the one in the wrong here? Later that evening, when Izuku was almost home. Deku! Katsuki yelled out, running up to Izuku. He panted before continuing. Listen, I would never ask for a weakling like you to help me. Don't think you can look down on me. Huh, got that? I was fine by myself. I didn't need you, or your weak quirk. You didn't help me. You did nothing, don't forget it. He turned around and stomped off. I don't owe you anything. Seriously? Izuku thought before turning around. I am here. All Might yelled, sliding in front of Izuku. Izuku screamed. All Might. Young man, I am here to apologize. Apologize? If it weren't for you running into that fight, I would have been a worthless bystander watching from the crowd. But I didn't see him in the crowd. You told me your power was weak. From what I saw, I'm guessing that's mainly the activation method. So, when I saw a weak boy with barely any power risking his life to save another, it inspired me to act too. Okay? There are stories about every hero, how they became great. Most have one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they had a chance to think, almost on their own. And today, that's what happened to you, my boy. Izuku stared at All Might in shocked silence, trying to process what was happening. Young man, you too can become a hero. He laughed heartily. I deem you worthy of my power. My quirk is yours to inherit. Listen well, young man. This is your choice. Do you want to accept my awesome power or not? Yes. He's just going to give me one for all? This power is a sacred torch that was passed on to me by someone else. All Might posed. The true name of my power is one for all. One person improves the power and then hands it off to another. It continues to grow as it's passed along. It's that cultivated power that allows me to save those who are in need of a hero. The truth behind my strength. Izuku stood up. Yes, I'll inherit it. That night, Izuku collapsed onto his bed, still processing what happened that evening. 2 days later, Dagobah Beach. All Might started, young Deku. Izuku interrupted. Izuku, All Might restarted. Your body is far from ready for my power. Your limbs would explode if you tried. Luckily for you, you have 3 years and 10 months to train up those tiny muscles. I have also created a strict diet for you. Once you have cleared this beach, your body will be ready. At that point, we can work on your mastery of the quirk. Sounds good. All Might, how much of the beach do I have to clear? The beach, the whole beach. Izuku looked around. Are you kidding me? Sorry kid, this quirk is serious. Izuku thought, I guess my work in the Noma lab is on hiatus. Izuku spent the next 10 months working as hard as possible to get the workout over as quickly as possible. At several points, he looked over to see All Might was more concerned with impressing fans, especially girls, than making sure his protege was okay. After 10 months, on the morning before the next UA entrance exam, All Might made his way to Dagobah Beach with 2 lanyards in hand. He was stopped in his tracks when he noticed Izuku standing atop a pile of garbage, screaming at the sunrise. Kid, you've cleaned outside the zones I created? There's not a speck of trash left on this beach. You've completely exceeded my expectations. Holy stinking super crap. All Might, I did it. Izuku, my boy. In less than a year, you've proven yourself worthy both morally and physically to inherit my power. All that's left is the mental training of learning how to use it. All Might patted Izuku's back. Now, for your reward, Izuku Midoriya dash. He plucked one of his hairs. Somebody told me this once. There is a difference between being lucky and deserving. One's an accident, the other a reward. Never get the two confused. Take that to heart, young man. This gift, you've earned it with your own valiant efforts. Eat this. Huh. To inherit my power, my DNA has to mix into yours, that's how it works. He can't grab my hand to transfer it? Izuku grabbed the strand of hair. He then walked to the water and scooped up some salt water to help the hair go down. I don't know which was worse, the salt water, or the hair. He then remembered seeing what All Might brought. Wait, All Might, what's with the lanyards? All Might realized why he was there. Oh right. Young Midoriya, today is the UA entrance exam. Nizu said that we could attend as guests. All Might held out the lanyards which had the UA logo on them. Wait, UA? I'm not ready to be seen there. Oh, I kinda wanted to change my appearance once I started going to UA. Well, it's still winter. Which makes it kind of weird that you're only wearing pants. So, why not just put on a hoodie? I know the teachers will be respectful of your self-confidence issues. Maybe. But this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you, young Midoriya. The exams start at 9:30, but that's just the written exam. We have time for us both to get changed. An hour later, at the entrance to UA, All Might was about to show his lanyard to Hound Dog, but Hound Dog interrupted. You're joking, right? Hound Dog asked. Because I don't like jokes, he growled. You're All Might, of course you're allowed inside. Well, he could be a villain with an illusion quirk, Izuku thought before showing his own lanyard. He and All Might were led inside. They were then loaded onto a bus with the rest of the UA staff. Izuku tightened his hoodie and sat next to All Might, who sat in the middle seat at the back, making the back of the bus lower down, but not tip it over. F dash, F dash, F dash, F dash, F dash. Izuku sweated. All Might whispered, you really need to work on that self-confidence. All Might, why are you in your buff form? Nizu whispered as the bus started moving. I don't know how to reveal my secret, All Might admitted, whispering back. Nizu sighed. Fine. He looked over to Izuku. Greetings, All Mights +1. Whom do I have the honor of meeting? I Izuku, Izuku said under his voice. Ooh, he's shy, Midnight purred. I like that. Izuku cringed. He wished he could send an emergency call to Kurogiri. Don't mind her, Izuku, Nizu said. If All Might sees the worth in you, I can't wait to see you in 3 years. 3 years? Eraserhead asked. All Might, I fail to see the rationality in bringing a kid who's just starting out at high school to see the practical exams, even if he'll be taking the recommendation exams when it's his turn. He'll be easier to be around than her, Izuku thought. But it's still weird. I want to know why this kid is your protege, a gruff voice demanded. What makes this small, timid boy worthy of your tutoring? The owner of the voice looked back, his red facial hair less recognized without flames, but his voice gave him away. I forgot Endeavor's here too. Ooh, yes, tell us your quirk, little listener. Present Mike asked. But I can drain the energy of others. He averted his gaze, trying to keep his face as hidden as possible. And he recently found out he can use that stored-up energy in devastating ways. All Might lied. Once I found out, I realized that his circumstances were similar to mine, as I was a late bloomer with a dangerously powerful quirk as well. So, I've taken him under my wing to train him to harness his power. I see, 13 said. It is very wise to make sure future heroes know how to utilize their quirks safely. Izuku thought, this is going to be a long day. The next week, Izuku stood in front of All Might. He threw his fist forward with as much force as he could muster. The punching bag he attacked flew back but soon returned to its original position. Are you sure there's not a special technique to this? I'm not feeling anything. All Might looked down. Honestly, my boy, I never had any trouble with One for All. It's like the quirk itself would follow my will. Is the quirk sentient? All for One hungers to steal. Maybe One for All is similar, desiring to only be used for heroism? That night, Izuku bowed before Hisashi. Father, I come to you seeking guidance. But first, I must admit something to you. Hisashi looked at Izuku. Go on, Izuku. I have One for All, Izuku admitted. I know I should have told you, but I wanted to show you instead of telling you. Are you mad? Izuku, Hisashi started. He seemed to be shaking. Izuku flinched. Hisashi grinned. How could I be mad if you have One for All? You've achieved what I've been trying to do for over a century. Honestly, I'm trying to hold back my laughter for my own health. That is a fair point. But are you really not mad that I lied? Izuku, 3 may hold a secret if 2 of them are dead. The less you let others know, the more likely you are to succeed. I understand, Father. Now, what did you wish to ask of me, my son? I can't seem to get One for All to work, Father. I was wondering if it might be like All for One. I see. One for All is a combination of 2 quirks. Its power is held in a stockpile quirk, and its ability to be transferred comes from the other, my brother's quirk. Perhaps my brother's quirk is fighting your ability to use it in some way. If that is the case, then the solution would be to separate my brother's quirk from stockpile. However, although I am sure you've been working on learning how to manipulate quirks, separating One for All's quirks will take far more practice. Entering One for All would also take time. For now, how about I grant you a quirk? You can think of it as a consolation for not being able to use One for All. Perhaps a similar power-up quirk. If I may, Father? May I be granted Air Cannon instead? It would still appear to be mimicking One for All somewhat, but I have another plan for it as well. Hisashi paused. Very well, I trust you know what you're doing, my son. Hisashi raised his hand, grasped Izuku's face, and transferred Air Cannon. Thank you, Father. That's 2 out of 9 quirks. The next week, Izuku stood before All Might again, punching bag in front. I've made progress, All Might. I can summon some of One for All's power. That's excellent to hear, my boy. All Might grinned. Can you demonstrate? Izuku took a deep breath. He pulled his arm back before shooting it forward. A gust of wind blasted the punching bag back, but also knocked Izuku back. How was that? Impressive. But you need to work on your stance, you need to brace yourself against the force if you don't want to be knocked back like that. Then we'd better start training. That's the spirit, my boy. That night, after Izuku went to sleep, he opened his eyes to find himself on a gray platform inside a black void. Izuku was restrained by black smoke. In front of him were 8 people sitting on thrones, 6 men, 1 woman, and what appeared to be another man, however he was made out gold light. Izuku Midoriya, Yoichi said, you have allied yourself with my brother. As the users of One for All, we cannot allow you to use this quirk for evil. Your brother? Does that mean you're Yoichi? Yoichi raised an eyebrow. My brother told you about me? Why wouldn't me father tell me about my uncle? Yoichi paused. The past users looked between each other. Nana spoke up. Uncle? Are you telling us you are actually All for One son? Those aren't just titles you're using to refer to each other. Yeah, I'm actually his son. Regardless, whatever your relation to All for One, you are still allied with him and therefore you have no right to use this quirk. This quirk was given willingly to me by All Might. And shouldn't you be trying to redeem me instead of antagonizing me? All Might made a mistake. He was not aware of all the facts. And you have clearly been trained in deceptive tactics. Tell me how I've been deceptive. By not revealing information that would be detrimental to me to reveal? Last time I checked, somebody revealing having relationship with my father to All Might is the quickest way. To receive a Detroit smash to the face. Besides, my goals are purely altruistic and progressivistic. Lie all you like. We'll make sure One for All ends up in good hands. Izuku raised an eyebrow, pondering how the vestiges could force him to transfer One for All. So, if I ever mix my DNA with another person's, even if by accident, you can transfer One for All? He's good, Daigoro whispered. That's correct, and said. We can prevent you from using One for All, and we can force you to transfer it. Wow. Holding my personal relationships hostage? My first kiss could result in you destroying humanity's future. What? Daigoro asked, confused. No. We'll wait until a hero steps up to fight you and transfer One for All through blood. Why would we give One for All to anyone who loves you? Izuku squinted at Daigoro. Kind of a dickish thing to say. Next time, don't tell the big bad our plan, and said to Daigoro. Well, I can't have some self-righteous, narrow-minded, persecutory delusional ghosts. One for All is legally and rightfully mine, therefore I am within my right to take it back. And with One for All, I'll just have to play it safe until I find a way around you stealing it from me. Good luck, Hikage said. You're fighting 7 experts. Izuku snapped his fingers and a gust of wind blew the smoke off him, resulting in him flashing the vestiges. Daigoro attacked as Yoichi, Kudo, Hikage, and Nana went backed off. Bruce started powering up Fa Gene. N created a smoke cloud to obscure the field. Izuku clapped, repelling smoke cloud and black whip. The pink smoke and black energy tendrils flew back at the vestiges, covering their vision. When the smoke cleared, Izuku was missing. Where'd he go? Daigoro asked. The vestiges looked around until Nana pointed above them. He's up there. Air cannon probably won't work forever. These guys have fought father before, and some of them held up for some time. We're in my mind, but I don't seem to be able to use my imagination to summon anything. And I might not have limits to how many times I can use my quirks in here as I'm not using my actual body, but I don't think I can use more than 1 quirk at once, and the same is true for them. But I might be able to take advantage of us being in my mind another way? Izuku noted his target's position in relation to him. He threw both hands down, creating an enormous blast of air that blew everything back. The vestiges shielded themselves and when they regained their stances, they looked around. They each saw the all of the vestiges and Izuku back in their original positions, repeating their earlier conversation. What? They asked, hearing the others asking the same questions, but not from the vestiges in the thrones. It's an illusion, Hikage said. Then where's the villain? Daigoro asked, coating himself in as much black whip as he could to create a defensive cocoon. Then the recording faded, and Izuku was standing with his hand against the golden figure. I assume this is All Might. The figure collapsed. Thank you for your cooperation, Izuku said before disappearing. Did we just lose? Dagoro asked. Izuku woke up the next morning. He raised his hand and focused. Black and red lighting crackled around it. A lesser one for all, and a lesser all for one, together. It would be unwise to try and combine them before I perfect that ability, so I'll keep them separate for now. That day, the Midoriyas partied. The next week, Izuku walked up to All Might. Guess what? He raised his hand and black lightning enveloped it. I'm really getting the hang of one for all now. That's great, my boy. All Might declared, before his face turned sour. I think it's about time I show you something. Izuku tilted his head. What's that, All Might? I'm starting to feel my power fading. Because I took one for all from that skinny All Might in my mind? All Might deflated. Izuku had seen the skinny form already, but the sudden change was still enough to shock Izuku. What the hell? All Might raised his shirt, revealing his scar. Pretty gross, right? All Might then discussed his side of the fight against Hisashi. So you see, my boy, All Might sighed. You have inherited my fight. Why would you wait this long to warn me? The next year. Master Izuku, somebody wishes to speak with you, Kurojiiri said. Izuku looked up from his notes. Send them in. Out of Kurojiiri's smoke walked a man with long white hair. You're the doctor? Nine asked. You could say that, Izuku responded. I'm more of a quirk researcher. I assume you've come here for power. Naturally, Nine responded. In a perfect society, the strong shall rule over the weak, and I plan to create that society. But I'm held back by a sickness. I was told you could help me. Izuku slowly closed his book. I see. Well, if what's killing you matches my expertise, then I might be able to cure you. However, the procedure will be experimental. I already live in constant pain, and I'm willing to make sacrifices to achieve my goals. All right, then sigh here. Izuku pulled out a contract and pointed at a space for a signature. We can begin. Straight away. I just need to use my quirk. I see. Nine signed the document. I'm sure you'll find high stature in my society. As soon as Nine signed the document, Izuku grabbed his face. Black and red lighting surrounded them as Nine fell asleep. The next day, Nine arrived back into Izuku's office. How are you feeling? Izuku asked. I can actually breathe, Nine grinned. What did you do? I knew by the fact that you were sent to me that your problem comes from your quirk. Luckily for you, I have the power to take quirks. Nine paused. You dash. No, I didn't. If I had taken your quirk, I might just get sick. I took part of your quirk. You weakened me. Your quirk was too strong for your body. I've given you a future. You were informed that there were risks. You signed the contract. Nine swung at Izuku. Izuku held up a finger. However, if what you want is power, I can also grant quirks. Izuku pulled out a second contract. This is the Nomu project. By signing this document, you agree to allow me to grant you quirks, enough quirks to make you more powerful than you ever were. I can include a regeneration quirk to prevent any physical sicknesses due to the quirks, as well as a physically defensive and a physically offensive quirk to turn you into a tank. Why didn't you just give me the regeneration quirk to begin with? Because it will take me time to get access to one. And if you came to me, then you probably didn't have the time to spare. Nine looked at the contract before signing it. The next year, Izuku, wearing a suit and mask to hide his identity, entered Jiren's office. Jiren looked up, igniting a cigarette. To what honor do I owe the Dark Prince's presence? Izuku rolled his eyes. I'm looking for a particularly rare type of quirk. I desire a quirk that can clone people. How long would that take? Jiren laughed. No time at all. I already know somebody that fits the bill. Excellent. I would like to meet them. Jiren's smile faded. Whether or not I accept is purely dependent on what you're planning on doing with him. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Are you concerned about something? I happen to care for this man. I don't know what you do with half the people I send to you, but the half that come back were usually missing their quirks. I wouldn't even be telling you about him if it weren't for that no longer being the case. I formally promise I will send the man back to you, with his quirk. Jiren looked into Izuku's navy blue eyes, looking for any hint of deception. Fine. Izuku held his hand out for a shake. Pleasure doing business with you. That night, Izuku opened his door to Twice. Welcome to my lab. Happy to be here. What do you want? Twice said. I wish to use my quirk on you. You won't be harmed and will be paid. Sounds good. No way. Izuku slowly blinked and held his hand out, which Twice shook before Izuku slid his hand out of Twice's grasp and grabbed Twice's face. What the hell? This is KY. After a moment, Izuku drew his hand back. Thank you. He handed a stack of notes to Twice. You may leave. Alright, see you later. Thanks for the money, sucker. Twice left, counting the notes. Izuku sighed. What a character. That's 3 out of 9 quirks. 1 year later. It was the middle of January. In a couple months Katsuki would be going to UA, so he should be happy as F-. But despite this final month being so important, Izuku wasn't in class. Clearly, Izuku thought he was better than Katsuki, not only thinking he could get into UA, but that he could skip final lessons right before it. Katsuki was going to teach Izuku a lesson. Unknown to Katsuki, Izuku wasn't at school because All Might was bringing him to UA. The recommendation exam was a month before the entrance exam so that those that failed the recommendation exam still had a chance. Izuku was currently in his bathroom, applying a final layer of dye to his hair, working the dye throughout the section. He looked in the mirror. The light green dye plus my natural dark hair color has resulted in dark green, like mother's. And I didn't apply it to the roots, so underneath the green is my natural black. He then washed his hands and opened a case containing contacts. He picked up 2 dark green ones and placed them over his navy blue eyes. Now I look like mother's biological son. Izuku then looked at a family portrait which showed Hisashi's civilian form. He noticed freckles. Izuku grabbed a permanent marker and applied freckles to his face to match. Perfect. Izuku walked out of the bathroom where Inko and All Might were waiting, trying to hold his laughter at the #1 hero being in the same room as a notorious criminal and not knowing it. How do I look? He spun around before posing. Inko's eyes lit up and All Might grinned widely. Izuku, my boy. All Might said. You look like a completely different person, just like your mother. Inko failed to hold back tears at seeing her son looking so much like her. I'm sorry. I don't want it to seem like you'd be more of my son if I made you. It's just. I know, ma. I feel the same. All Might then stood up. Well, if we leave now, we can still get lunch before we have to be at UA. Okay, Izuku said as he hugged his crying mother. He then went to leave with All Might waving back. Bye, Mum. At the UA gates, All Might and Izuku split up. All Might went straight inside whilst Izuku had to stay at the main entrance to stick a piece of paper that read 50 to his shirt. Izuku made his way towards the main entrance until he tripped on a rock. He was about to blast the ground when wind suddenly rushed around him, slowing him down. He reached down and upright himself. Whoa, you almost ate it there. Inesa shouted before patting Izuku on the back. Thanks. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. You've got a pretty cool quirk. I'm sure you'll make a great hero with it. Inesa grinned widely. Thanks, man. I say the same, but I haven't seen your quirk yet. He laughed heartily. Let's go inside. He wrapped his arm around Izuku and the two walked into UA. After the written exam, the recommendation examinees were placed into groups of 6. Izuku and Inesa were in the same group, as well as Juzo Hananuki. Rock on. The written part of the recommendation exam is over. Present Mike yelled. The practical's next. And then finally, the interview. You'll go 6 at a time for the practical. Get stepping when your number's called. The exam will be a 6-kilometer race. But it's an obstacle course, so you can't just run straight through it. Use your quirks to reach the finish. Izuku looked to Inesa, who was already grinning widely back at him. It was obvious to both that they were going to have a personal race. The two of them walked up to the start line and prepared to fly as fast as they could. 1 for all, 10% air cannon, weather manipulation, Wind. A slight greenish glow flashed behind his contacts as black lightning arced around his body. He and Inesa nodded to each other. They then heard the final buzzer, telling them to start, and they shot forward, leaving the other 4 contestants far behind. They flew over obstacles as if they were never there. Inesa stayed in the air as Izuku let himself touch walls occasionally so he could boost himself. It was clear that Whirlwind could control air better than Izuku's multiple quirks, but One for All allowed Izuku to keep up. Eventually, there was a single obstacle before the finish line. Shall we give it out all for this last leg? Hell yes. Let's show them what we can do. Inesa shot forward. Izuku crouched into a wall. One for All, 33%. He shot forward faster than the human eye could perceive, flying past Inesa. Wowza! Number 50 finishes first by a hair. Present Mike announced. And it's 3 minutes faster than the average time. Izuku tucked himself in to land safely, rolling to a stop before checking himself off and returning. To Inesa, who was waiting to congratulate Izuku and give him a fist bump. Wow. You did amazing, man. Me. You were incredible. You're so freaking fast. How are you so good at air manipulation? Oh, that's more of a side effect of my quirk. I can drain and store energy, that's what the lightning is. The air current thing is like how All Might can change the weather with a single punch. He's actually the one who trained and recommended me, after all. Inesa's eyes lit up in admiration. That's so awesome. I wonder if my quirk has any hidden effects I can unlock. Well, how about reversing what I do? I can manipulate air by manipulating energy. You should be able to say, summon lightning by creating static in the air. Inesa froze before slamming his head into the floor. Thank you for your wisdom, Sensei. I promise to become a worthy friend, ally, and rival to you. You already are. Izuku chuckled. I can't wait for us to go to UA together. Inesa cried, but not from the pain of his bleeding head, only happiness. The examinees were then split up so they could be interviewed. Izuku walked into a room, inside which were Nizu, Recovery Girl, Lunch Rush, 13, Hound Dog, Eraserhead, Present Mike, Cementos, Midnight, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Power Loader, Vlad King, and Endeavor. Name, Eraserhead asked. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk, Vlad King asked next. Energy absorption. What kinds of energy can you absorb? Endeavor inquired. Quirk energy, which is stored in my body. I can then release it, creating static electricity in the process, as well as enhancing my physical ability. And what of your apparent control over air? Nizu asked. I picked that up after observing and training with All Might. His punches can control air, and I'm basically doing the same thing on a smaller scale. Have you shown the extent of your abilities today? Midnight asked. Izuku held back a cringe. I estimate that the most energy I can store currently is about 1/3 of what I will be able to eventually. The staff members murmured amongst themselves. Your results are certainly impressive, Midoriya, Nizu said. That will be all. The next day, Izuku blocked the explosive right hook from Katsuki with his left arm. What the hell was that for? Izuku protested. You're a-hole, thinking you're better than me. Katsuki yelled. What are you talking about? You think you're so good that you can skip class during the final month of school and still get into UA? I don't have time for this, and I'd rather see Katsuki's surprised face when he first sees me and you not here. I'm not going to the entrance exam, so leave me alone. Katsuki smirked. Good, you've learnt your place. 1 week later, Izuku received a letter from UA. Once he brought it to his desk, Izuku tore open the envelope and a small metallic disc fell out. A hologram appeared, showing Nizu. Izuku Midoriya, I am Nizu, principal of Ultra Academy University. You got very impressive results at the recommendation exam. You placed first in both the written exam and the practical, and your scores from the staff were certainly notable. Even Endeavor gave you a 5 which, with the exception of one examinee this year, is the highest he ever gives. Nizu held his paw out. Izuku Midoriya. Welcome to your hero academia. 2nd week of April, Monday. Izuku finished redoing his hair, applied his contacts, and headed off for UA. His belongings had already been moved into the dormitories, so he didn't need to bring anything. Meanwhile, Eraserhead was trying to solve the hardest choice of his life. Normally, the recommendation students are split between 1A and 1B. However, between every recommendation student needing erasure to be kept in check and Endeavor not allowing his son to be placed in 1B, Niza decided to place all 4 under Eraserhead. That, along with the top 3 students from the entrance exam being in his class, meant the 7 biggest problem children were now his problem. That led to his current predicament. In one hand he had instant coffee, in the other he had sake. He eventually decided to invent a new drink, Aizawa's Coffee Surprise. Izuku made his way through the halls of UA until he found an oversized door. I wonder if I'm finally in a different class than Kaken. He opened the door. Take your feet off of that desk now. Tenya ordered Katsuki. Huh? Katsuki grinned. It's the first day and you're already disrespecting this academy by scuffing school property, you cretin. You're kidding me, right? Your old school put a stick up your butt, or were you born with it? Let's start over. Tenya put his hand on his chest. I'm Tenya Ida from the semi-private academy. Semi-huh? So you must think you're better than me. I'm going to have fun tearing you a new one. You would threaten me? Your own classmate? Are you sure you're in the right place? I think I like him, Izuku thought. Inesa suddenly appeared in front of Izuku. Hell yeah, we're in the same class. The bickering stopped as Katsuki heard Inesa and glared at Izuku. Izuku then noticed a brunette he couldn't help but find cute walking towards the classroom, followed by a strange yellow object. Izuku noticed the movement of the object seemed like a crawling human. I wonder what happens if I kick that, he teased. The object suddenly halted before standing up and opening itself to reveal Eraserhead. Do not kick my sleeping bag. He's my teacher. Izuku thought as he realized it was Eraserhead in the sleeping bag. It took 8 seconds for you all to shut up, Eraserhead said. That's not going to work. Time is precious. Rational students would understand that. He looked to the class. Hello, I'm Shota Aizawa, your teacher. He then pulled a sports uniform out of his sleeping bag. Alright, let's get to it. Put these on and head outside. What? A quirk assessment test. The class asked. So, Eraserhead wants to know more about our quirks. Both entrance exams mostly focus on physical prowess, but there's more than just physicality when it comes to being a hero. Makes sense that Eraserhead would understand that, since his quirk isn't physical. But orientation, we're gonna miss it, Achiko said. If you really want to make the big leads, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies. Eraserhead declared. Here at UA, we're not tethered to traditions. That means I get to run my class however I see fit. You've been taking standardized tests most of your lives. But you never got to use your quirks in physical exams before. Izuku thought. The country's still trying to pretend we're all equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. One day the Ministry of Education will learn that. Wait, so this is just a physical exam? That means this is worse than the entrance exams because at least they included written tests. If Eraserhead took this test, would he have been allowed to erase the quirks of the others to turn it back into a standardized test? Bakugo, you managed to get the most points on the entrance exam. What was your farthest distance throw with a softball when you were in junior high? 67 meters, I think, Katsuki replied. Try doing it with your quirk. He handed Katsuki a softball as Katsuki walked to the pitch. Anything goes, just stay in the circle. Katsuki didn't act. Go on, you're wasting our time. Katsuki stretched. All right, you asked for it. He threw the ball, propelling it with an explosion. Die. All of you need to know your maximum capabilities. It's the most rational way of working out your potential as a pro hero. He held up his device, which read 705.2M. I want to go. Mina clapped. That looks like fun. This is what I'm talking about. Sarah agreed. Using our quirks as much as we want. This will be awesome. Inesa cheered. So this looks fun, huh? Eraserhead asked. You have 3 years here to become a hero. You think it's all going to be games and playtime? Idiots, today you'll compete in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last has none and will be expelled immediately. Interesting. Izuku thought as the rest of the class gasped in shock. Like I said, I get to decide how this class is run. Understand? If that's a problem, you can return home right now. You can't send one of us home. Achiko objected. Even if it wasn't the first day, that isn't fair. Oh, and you think natural disasters are? Eraserhead asked. Or power-hungry villains, Or catastrophic accidents that wipe out whole cities? The world is full of unfairness. It's a hero's job to try to combat that unfairness. If you want to be a pro, you're going to have to push yourself to the brink. For the next 3 years, UA will throw one terrible hardship after another at you. So go beyond, plus ultra style. Show me it's no mistake that you're here. Now then, we're just wasting time by talking. Let the games begin. The first test was the 50-meter dash. Inasa took first place, whereas Izuku, in choosing not to use any quirks, placed in the middle to lower tiers with 6.02 seconds. The second test was the grip strength test. Neither Inasa nor Izuku placed particularly well, but didn't do bad either. The third test was the standing long jump. Inasa passed, but Izuku didn't. Test 4 was repeated side steps. Inasa placed high, whilst Izuku had trouble keeping up. Then came the ball throw. Inasa placed second as he let the softball be carried by the trade winds. The ball soared through China and eventually landed with a score of almost 5,000 kilometers when it hit the Himalayas. When it was Izuku's turn, Tenya spoke to himself. If he doesn't shape up soon, he'll be the one going home. Huh. Katsuki responded. Of course he is. His quirk is useless. What? Inasa asked. His quirk is amazing. I saw it myself when he beat me in an obstacle race. Tenya and Achiko gasped. Tenya looked at Izuku. Then why hasn't he used it? Inasa suggested. Is there a reason he would want to come last? Tenya thought before his eyes lit up. Because that's what a hero would do. He wants to come last to save somebody else whose quirk isn't suited for physical tests. To give them a chance. Tears streamed from Inasa's face as Tenya and Achiko looked at Izuku with admiration. Katsuki just clicked his tongue. I'm kind of just playing with Eraserhead, daring him to expel All Might's recommendation student. It will tank UA's perception when they find out. But if people think the reason why I'm not trying is to be heroic, that'll just help. As Izuku was about to throw the ball, Eraserhead's capture scarf engulfed him. This is completely irrational. Someone like you should not be allowed to enroll at this school. If you can't take this seriously, then you're not worthy of becoming a hero. When somebody unworthy becomes a hero because of your leniency, will you be there to save them from their own misfortune? If you don't use the full power of your quirk for this throw, I'll expel the entire class. He released Izuku. The class gasped and looked at Izuku. Izuku looked at the softball. I guess I have no choice. One for all. 33% air cannon, weather manipulation, wind. Black lightning started forming around his body as the wind picked up around him. He threw the ball and it too landed in the Himalayas. Eraserhead smirked as his device read 4,991.0 kilometers. Katsuki looked at Izuku in shock. What the hell was that? Since when could his quirk do that? Has he been hiding a useful part of his quirk that entire time? Explosions erupted from his hands. He sprinted forward. Hey, Deku, you DMNBSTRD. Tell me how you did that, or you're dead. Izuku braced himself until Katsuki was caught by Eraserhead's capture scarf. Stand down. Eraserhead ordered. It would be wise to avoid making me use my quirk so much. It give me serious dry eye. He released Katsuki. You're wasting my time now. Whoever's next can step up. In the end, Inasa placed first and Izuku placed near the bottom. Toru started crying as she saw herself in last place. And I was lying, Eraserhead said. No one's going home. He smiled. That was just a rational deception to make sure you gave it your all in the tests. Eraserhead then looked at Izuku. Izuku realized what that meant. The ball throw threat was real. As Izuku was exiting heading to the dorms, Inesa flew in front of him. Inesa slammed his head into the ground. I truly admire your heroic heart. You were willing to give up your life at UA for your fellow students. Inesa hugged Izuku. Absolutely. Ijiro cheered as he, Mina and Tenya made their way over to Inesa and Izuku. That was totally manly. He fist-pumped the air. Mina smirked. I know I'd be thanking you if you had kept me from getting last place. She winked. Agreed, Tenya said. You have truly proven yourself a better student and hero than I. I commend you. The three of them started walking together. I was a bit concerned by Mr. Aizawa's approach to class. But I trust the school's judgment. UA is the top program. Even so, lying is downright immoral. Hey! Achiko called out to... Wait up, you five. Oh, you're the Infinity Girl, Tenya said. You proved yourself better than me. Inesa bowed to Achiko. You're amazing. I'm Achiko Uraraka. Achiko introduced herself. Let's see. Tenya Ida, Inesa Yorashi, Mina Ishido, Ijiro Kirishima, and Deku Midoriya. Deku? Izuku spat in shock. Yeah, isn't that what Bakugo called you? Izuku started, trying to keep calm as his shock from a cute girl referring to him by an insult was giving him mixed emotions. My name is actually Izuku. Deku is what Kaken calls me to make fun of me. It's short for Dekunabu. That's unsportsmanlike, Tenya said. Totes uncool, Mina agreed. So unmanly, Ijiro thirded. Izuku is a cool name, Inesa said. Oh, I didn't realize that, Achiko apologized. I'm sorry. Oh, but you know what? I like Deku. It could make a great hero name. It sounds like Dekairu. Plus, I think it sounds kinda cute. Deku it is. Izuku blurted out before he registered what he was saying. Just like that. Tenya asked. Weren't you saying that it was an insult? Izuku froze as Mina grinned evilly. The next day. I am here. All Might shouted as he leaned through the 1A doorway. Coming through the door like a hero. The class started murmuring about how All Might was going to teach them. All Might stood at the podium. Welcome to the most important class of your lives. Think of it as Heroing 101. Here you will learn the basics of being a pro, and what it means to fight in the name of good. He reached behind himself. Let's get into it. Today's lesson dash. He turned back around revealing a card that read, Battle? We'll pull no punches. Are you kidding me? The first lesson is real combat. Izuku thought. What is wrong with this school? They headed down to ground beta, changed, then walked out to where All Might was waiting. Izuku's costume was black with gold highlights and green gloves and boots. It had a regal design, including a crown with cross on top. Izuku expected Inesa to come up to him, but it seemed he was too busy complimenting everybody's costumes one by one. But then he heard Achiko call out to him. Hey Deku! What's up, Uraraka? Izuku asked, trying not to let his eyes wander over her as he noticed how tight her costume was. I love your costume. She rubbed the back of her head. I should have been more specific about what I wanted. This bodysuit is skin tight. Not really my style. Well, there's no shame in changing it if you'd prefer something else. I based my design off a Black King piece from chess, Izuku explained. Midoriya. Inesa yelled, waving as he walked over. Awesome costume. Not so bad yourself, Izuku responded. Totally manly. Ijiro said as he too walked over, putting his hand up for a high five. Izuku high-fived him. I feel like yours could have more defenses against the elements. Well, my quirks destroys my clothes so. Understandable. All Might cleared his throat. Now that you're ready, it's time for combat training. Tenya raised his hand. Sir, this is the fake city from our entrance exam. Does that mean that we'll be conducting urban battles again? Not quite. All Might raised 2 fingers. I'm going to move you 2 steps ahead. Most of the villain fights you see on the news take place outside. However, statistically speaking, most run-ins with the most dastardly evildoers take place indoors. Think about it, backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs. Truly intelligent villains stay hidden in the shadows. For this training exercise, you'll be split into teams of good guys and bad guys and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. Isn't this a little advanced? Sue asked. The best training is what you get on the battlefield. But remember, you can't just punch a robot this time, you're dealing with actual people now. So, will you be the one deciding who wins? Momo asked. How much can we hurt the other team? Bakugo. Do we need to worry about the losers getting expelled like earlier? Ochako asked. Will you be pairing us up based on chance or comparative skill? Tenya asked. Is this Cape Trace chic? Yuga asked. All Might gritted his teeth. Iz wasn't finished talking. He mumbled. Listen up. He pulled out notes. The situation is this. The villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must try to foil their plans. To do that, the good guys either have to capture the evildoers or recover the weapon. Likewise, the bad guys succeed if they recover their payload or capture the heroes. He held up a ballot box. Time's limited, and we'll choose allies by drawing lots. Isn't there a better way? Tenya asked. You're not always going to be teamed up with people you've worked well with before, Izuku explained. It's useful to be able to adapt to who you're working with. Yes, I see, Tenya agreed. Life is a seemingly random series of events. He bowed. Excuse my rudeness. No sweat. All Might forgave. Let's draw. Team A was Izuku and Ochako. Team B was Mizo and Shoto. Team C was Inesa and Momo. Team D was Katsuki and Tenya. Team E was Mina and Yuga. Team F was Koji and Rikido. Team G was Denki and Kyoka. Team H was Fumikage and Tsu. Team I was Mashireo and Toru. Team J was Ijiro and Hanta. Wow! Ochako cheered. What are the chances? We're a team. Sounds good to me, Izuku agreed. I declare that the first teams to fight will be. All Might drew from 2 ballot boxes, one labeled Villain and the other Hero. These guys. He held up a black ball labeled D and a white ball labeled. So, we're meeting already, Kakin? All right. All Might announced. Let's begin the indoor combat training. Team A and Team D, your time starts now. Ochako made Izuku and herself float as Izuku directed them to an open window. And just like that we're in. Careful, Izuku warned. There's a lot of blind spots. The two of them walked for some time before Katsuki flew above them. Izuku waved his arm and shot Katsuki back. Run! He and Ochako ran away from Katsuki. Deku! Katsuki roared. I won't hurt you so bad they'll have to end the fight, just close. He ran after Izuku. As Ochako continued running, green sparks ignited around Izuku before he spun on his heel, jumped into a handstand before springing over Katsuki, grabbed Katsuki's attempted right hook between his legs, flipped back down, and slammed Katsuki onto the floor. Always starting with a right hook. He continued running in the opposite direction to Ochako. Whoa, what type of move was that? Whatever it was super manly. Ijiro grinned. Katsuki flew after Izuku. Think you can take me alone? Whenever Izuku got to a fork, he took a turn, trying to minimize Katsuki's view of him. Do you think it better to go after the king than the queen, Rook? Katsuki's face contorted into an even more primal rage than normal. Did you just suggest your partner is better than me, Deku? He shot a blast down the hall he was in, close enough for Izuku to feel the heat. Get back here, Deku. While Katsuki was busy tracking down Izuku and Izuku was evading Katsuki, Ochako managed to find Tenya and the fake nuclear bomb. While Tenya was monologuing, Ochako radioed Izuku and informed him of her location. When Izuku realized that she was in the room above him, he said, "Get ready for my signal, you'll know it when you see it." Soon after, Izuku heard a clicking noise and turned to see Katsuki glaring at him. I'm all loaded up. Katsuki grinned. Why aren't you using your fancy quirk? Don't tell me you're underestimating me, Deku. What if I was? Izuku asked. What if I didn't think you were worth my effort? Katsuki's grin turned sour before returning. Since you're such a stalker, you've probably realized how my quirk, explosion, works. I excrete nitroglycerin like sweat from my pores and can make it blow up. Imagine what I could do if I had a lot of it. He pulled back the pin of his grenade-like gauntlet. That's right, these gauntlets aren't just for show. They've been storing up my sweat inside for one monster blast. The barrel of the gauntlet lit up as he prepared to fire. Young Bakugo, don't do it. All Might yelled over the intercom. You'll kill him. He'll be fine as long as he dodges. Katsuki declared as he pulled the pin. An enormous blast shot towards Izuku, who sparked green before punching upwards. One for all, 33%, air cannon, weather manipulation, wind. Izuku spoke through the smoke. Earlier I made it seem like I was calling Uraraka the queen. As cute as that would be, I don't yet know if she's powerful enough for the title. She played the bishop I sent to keep your knight and king busy. I played then king by keeping you distracted, but I was also the queen in this match. When the dust settled, Katsuki didn't see Izuku in front of him. He looked up to find an enormous crater. He flew up just as Achiko touched the nuke. No. The weapon. Tenya screamed. The hero team wins. All Might yelled. Izuku pulled out bandages from his costume. If anybody has any injuries, I can apply first aid. Katsuki looked at his shaking hand. My attack. Deku predicted it. Somehow he used it to win the exercise. In one shot. His breathing picked up. Does that mean that if this battle was real, that if we didn't hold back at all, that the would beat me with his quirk? All Might put his hand on Katsuki's shoulder. Young Bakugo, cool your jets. Let's go review your work. Whether you win or lose, you can always take something away from an experience like this. As long as you're open to learn. Well, despite the result. All Might began. The MVP of this exercise is young Ida. Shouldn't it be one of the heroes instead, since they're the winners? Tsu asked. Valid question, All Might responded. Why didn't I choose one of those two? Who has a guess? Momo raised her hand. Sir, I can tell you why. Ida embraced this challenge. He was the only one who truly adapted to his assigned role. I'll explain. Bakugo's judgment was clouded by a personal grudge against Midoriya. Launching a large-scale attack indoors was a risky move. It could have been disastrous. Similarly, Midoriya's plan was also poorly thought out. Considering the damage to the building, he could have set off the weapon, not smart. As Momo continued, Izuku countered in his thoughts. Kaken was the one who made the explosion. I merely redirected it, and I used my secret quirks to make the explosion only go straight up, nowhere near the bomb or any other participant in the battle. I also treated this as a real battle, but you didn't hear my chess comparisons. During the battle between Team C as the heroes and Team G as the villains, a combination of Momo's barricades and Inase's air manipulation created a barricade impenetrable to Denki and Kyoka. The next day, Izuku checked his burner phone, which had a message from Kurogiri. At first glance, it would seem to be a long-winded message from a father to his son, congratulating said son on getting into UA. But when Izuku altered the hue, saturation, and luminosity of the message, certain words were highlighted. The highlighted words read, First hit on Ultra Academy after class schedule. He slid the phone into a seemingly innocuous pile of All Might merchandise and headed to class. Decent work on yesterday's combat training, you guys, Eraserhead addressed the class. I saw the video feeds and went over each of your team's results. He spent the next few minutes lecturing the students on what they did wrong. Let's get down to business. Our first task will decide your future. He paused to further stress out the students. You all need to choose a class representative. The class sighed before rumbling with shouts of various students saying they should be the class representative. Silence, everybody please. Tenya commanded, raising his hand high. The class representative's duty is to lead others. That's not something just anybody can do. You must first have the trust of every student in the classroom. Therefore, the most logical way to fill this role is democratically. We will hold an election to choose our leader. Do whatever you want, Eraserhead mumbled as he zipped up his sleeping bag. Just decide before my nap's over. He fell asleep. After everybody cast their votes, the results were written onto the chalkboard. In the end, Izuku had 3 points and Momo had everybody else had 1 or 0 points. Okay, you idiots! Katsuki yelled. Who voted for him? Eraserhead called Izuku and Momo to the front of the class. Alright, the class rep is Midoriya, and the deputy is Yaoyorozu. Class representative of 1A? Izuku thought. What a high position they've placed me in. The kind that can break spirits. The cafeteria. Izuku sat with Achiko, Tenya, and Inasa. They chatted about various topics before an alarm rang throughout the building. Warning! The robot announcer called over the loudspeaker. All students please evacuate the building in an orderly fashion. The students started clamoring to escape the building, all of them running for the sky bridge. Why the hell is the escape exit through a sky bridge? Izuku thought. Shouldn't we be headed for an exit in the building we're currently in? He looked out the windows of the sky bridge to see a group of reporters trying to get further into the campus. That'll be the distraction. Both sides would be better off if the students acted orderly. Can't have any students screaming to the staff room. He looked to Achiko. Yurika, this chaos is dangerous. Can you make me float? Achiko looked to Izuku before nodding in determination and reaching out to slap his hand. You got this. Izuku floated up above the crowd before using air cannon to launch himself to the other side of the skybridge. Everybody calm down. There is no danger. It's just the media. Currently, the only threat to anybody is from everybody getting squished. Stay still and only move forward when there is room. That night, Izuku was transported to the villain's bar. Have you decided when you're going to show the League to the world? We have, Tamura sneered. Tomorrow your class is going to the USJ, a location in UA far from everything else. All Might will be there. We'll give a grand spectacle by taking out the symbol of peace during our premiere whilst also sowing fear into UA's future heroes. I see, Izuku paused, his finger to his chin. Well, since it's my class, I expect you to find a way to make it seem like I've been neutralized. As long as you fulfill your end of our deal, Tamura responded. Of course, Izuku chuckled, bowing sarcastically. I'm a man of my word. You may have my finest Nomu. If you play your cards right, he'll be an all-might killer, therefore I expect him back in one piece. The next day, Izuku had placed a red armband on himself, claiming it was for denoting himself and class representative. Tenya made sure to praise Izuku for taking the role seriously. Izuku and Momo then made sure the entire class had boarded the bus before sitting down themselves so they could go to the US. There's something I've been wanting to say, Tsu said before looking to Izuku. About you, actually. What's up, Azui? Izuku asked. Call me Tsu, Tsu replied before asking her question. That power of yours, isn't it a lot like All Might's? Yeah, he thought so as well, Izuku explained. You see, my quirk works by storing the energy of other people to weaken them. Until recently it seemed pretty weak. Black sparks flickered round his body. But then I found out that I could expel that energy to strengthen myself. So, I mimic All Might to hone my strength. Mimicking All Might is an understatement. Inasa shouted. You told me he was your mentor. The bus filled with cries of astonishment. Wait, All Might was teaching you before you? Ajiro asked. You must have been pretty manly to get him to do that. He says it's something about seeing himself in me and like I said, our quirks being similar. They loaded off the bus and were given a briefing by 13. Eraserhead paused the briefing halfway to ask why All Might was missing, to which 13 hinted that he had used up his 3 hours. All Might isn't here? That's going to turn this into a battle of attrition for 1A until he does. Then it will be a fight between an All Might who's run out of time and the remaining students and teachers versus Tamura and the Nomu. When 13 finished her speech, electricity crackled through the lights of the USJ, making them turn off. Then clouds started moving inwards above the USJ complex. Finally, the central fountain started spurting as a warp gate opened in front of it. Out of the warp gate climbed Tamura. Stay together and don't move. Eraserhead ordered. 13, protect the students. What is that thing? Ijiro asked as several other villains climbed out of the warp gate. Wait, has the training started already? I thought we were rescuing people. Stay back. Eraserhead reiterated, putting his goggles on. This is real. Those are villains. The only real heroes I see are 13 and Eraserhead, Kurogyari informed Shigaraki. Perplexing. According to the schedule we retrieved from UA, All Might should be here as well. So, you scumbags used the press as a cover and sneaked onto campus, Eraserhead responded. Where is he? Tamura asked. I went through the trouble of bringing so many friends who are eager to meet him. They want All Might, the great symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. Maybe if I kill a few students, he'll come out to play. Eraserhead's scarf flew outwards as his quirk activated. Real villains? Ajiro asked. How could so many get into a UA facility? Yeah, 13, Momo questioned. Why didn't any alarms go off? Good question. 13 failed to answer. I'm not sure. Is the entire campus under attack? Shoto asked. Or is this their only target? Inasa gasped. We have to help the other classes. Probably not, Shoto continued. If the alarms haven't been triggered, then one of these villains must have a quirk that's masking their presence here. They carefully chose this isolated facility as an entry point at a time when a class was being taught. They're fools for trespassing here, but they've thought this out. Whatever their plan, they must have a concrete objective in mind. But what is it? 13, get them out of here, Eraserhead ordered once more. And alert the main campus. Actually, if they've got the ability to block our sensors, then they might be jamming our regular communications too. Kaminari, try using your quirk to contact the school. So, Eraserhead's going to fight them all? I have to know if his courage isn't misplaced. Izuku stayed back to watch. Eraserhead let down the main staircase and erased the quirks of the front 3 villains before wrapping them in his capture scarf. Eraserhead then shot for the next closest group. His range and the instantaneousness of his quirk are clearly an obstacle if I am to raise my own to his level. Izuku thought as he noticed the sound of water spilling next to him. A heteromorphic villain attacked Eraserhead, who countered with a punch to the face before wrapping the villain up. How annoying, Tamura complained. The worst thing about a pro is when they live up to all their hype. Izuku then joined the rest of the students in running away until Kurogyari appeared before them, seemingly having slid under their feet to cut them off. There is no escape for you, Kurogyari stated. It's a pleasure to meet you. We are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello. And besides, isn't this ice place for All Might, the symbol of peace to take his last breath? I believe he was supposed to be here today, and yet I see no sign of him. There must have been some sort of change in plans we could not have foreseen. He stretched out his gaseous form. Ah, well, I suppose in the end it doesn't matter. I still have a role to play. 13 was about to SCK in the gas when Katsuki and Ijiro ran in to punch it. As Katsuki created an explosion, the smoke obscured everybody's vision. You live up to your school's reputation, Kurogyari said through the smoke. But you should be more careful, children. Otherwise, somebody might get hurt. You two get out of the way, 13 ordered. Right now. I'll scatter you across this facility, Kurogyari shouted as he spread his gaseous form throughout the students. To meet my comrades and your deaths. Izuku fell through the warp gate and his eyes widened at what he saw below him. Tamura was grinning up at him as Izuku was falling down, directly upon the Nomu. Eraserhead stopped fighting for a second to grit his teeth at Izuku's predicament. Izuku braced as a punch from the Nomu sent him flying back and into the waters nearby. Sheet! Eraserhead exclaimed at not being able to prevent the attack on his student. That defiantly broke something. Definitely broke my left arm and several ribs. I'm winded too. He looked round, only to see a villain with a shark mutation quirk swimming for him. Izuku flicked at the villain, creating a shock wave that knocked the villain out. As the villain sunk, Izuku thought, sharks drown if they stop swimming. Would it be considered murder if I don't rescue him? Inasa was about to make his retreat alongside the other students when he was engulfed in black smoke before he could even gasp. He was about to use his quirk to disperse the smoke when it was replaced with water. I've been bested. He looked around to see various villains with water-based quirks swimming around him. This isn't good. He reached up to try and pull down on the air above him, but couldn't seem to find anything. I must not be upright. I know. It's about midday. I'll direct my quirk towards the light. As he found the lightest water, he directed his arm in its direction, but he paused when he noticed it getting brighter. He braced himself as a villain with an anglerfish mutation bit into his arm. He punched the villain in the nose before pulling it around into a headlock. These guys are villains. They're not going to stop just because they might hurt their friend. As another villain swam in to attack Inesa from behind, Tsu landed on its head and wrapped her tongue around him before jumping out of the water and placing him onto a nearby rescue boat. Thanks for the help. Inesa cheered as Tsu climbed up the side of the boat, holding onto his bleeding arm and gasping for breath. This is turning out to be a terrible day of class. Have no fear. Inesa countered. We're the top first-year students in all of Japan. And we've got Eraserhead. He forces his opponents to fight quirkless. I'll fly us all out of here right now. He raised his bleeding arm into a salute, blood covering his face. You should probably tend to your arm first. I'll fly us all out of here right after I bandage my arm. He ripped the sleeves off of his uniform and wrapped them around his arm, slowing down the bleeding enough that it's no more serious than his typical head bleeds. Hold on to me. Tsu wrapped her tongue around Inesa as he began flying. And what about the villains in the water? As Inesa kept himself afloat with his bandaged arm, he directed the other one day and created a tornado that SC'd up the water along with the villains. He kept it spinning until they were all unconscious from dizziness. I guess we passed the shipwreck zone, Tsu said. We should head for the main exit and create an evacuation zone. Eraserhead is fighting alone. We need to help him. Inesa flew them over the central plaza, high enough that they shouldn't get spotted by villains focused on Eraserhead. As the two students reached the central plaza, Tamura managed to grab Eraserhead's arm when he blinked, causing the skin to flake off, revealing the muscle underneath. I've found you. Tell it's your hair. When it stops, it means you've stopped using your quirk. You're having to blink more often. Don't push yourself too hard now, you might just fall apart. Wouldn't that be a shame? Eraserhead punched Tamura and jumped backwards. He destroyed my elbow. He dodged the attacks of multiple other villains. That annoying quirk of yours isn't suited for drawn-out fights against big groups, is it? Tamura asked. Don't you think you're a little out of your element here, Eraserhead? You're much better at working stealthily. You're known for surprise attacks, not fighting head-to-head. But despite knowing that, you didn't hesitate to jump into the middle of this fight. To put your students at ease. Eraserhead dodged another villain's attack before wrapping it in his scarf and using it to block another villain's blow, whom he then knocked out as well. Hey, look at you. You're still standing. You really are so cool. Tamura smirked. Oh, by the way, Hero Dash. Eraserhead noticed a shadow and turned around to see the Nomu standing twice his height behind him. I'm not the final boss. The Nomu reached for Eraserhead's face and squeezed, blood splattering along with Eraserhead's goggles. Tsu held her hands to her mouth and Inesa grimaced at the sight of the Nomu repeatedly smashing Eraserhead's face into the cement. Both of them were too in shock to make any moves. What do you think of him, Eraserhead? Tamura asked when the Nomu stopped smashing his face. He's the bioengineered anti-symbol of peace. But you can call him Nomu. The Nomu screeched like a predator claiming its kill. I'm positive I erased his quirk. Eraserhead thought. That means he's super strong even without powers. The Nomu pulled Eraserhead's head up. I think he's as strong as All Might. The Nomu smashed his face into the ground, making a crater. Kurogyri Aproda next to Tamura. Tamura Shigaraki. Kurogyri, Tamura responded. Did you manage to kill 13? The rescue hero is out of commission. But there were students I was unable to disperse and one of them got outside of the facility. Huh. Tamura began scratching his face. Kurogyri, why you fool. If you weren't our warp gate, I'd tear apart every last atom in your body. He then stopped scratching. There's no way we can win if dozens of pros show up to stop us. It's game over, back to the title screen. And I was looking forward to finishing this day. Damn it. Let's go home. He then paused. Oh. Before we leave, let's make sure the symbol of peace is broken. Let's wreck his pride. No lift. Shigaraki jumped and flew straight up towards Inesa and Tsu, his hands poised to grab their faces. Let's make this hurt. As Tamura was about to grab the students' faces, he was hit by another villain with a shark mutation quirk which sent him flying back down to the ground. What? He was caught by the Nomu. Izuku was floating in the shipwreck zone, the water around him turning red. His expression and his crude gesture told Tamura he was in trouble. Right after Tamura stood back up, the main doors of the facility flew off. All Might stood at the top of the staircase, his face scowled in rage. Looks like our game's getting a continue, Tamura smirked. Before anybody could blink, All Might managed to punch out every remaining minor villain and pick up Eraserhead. I'm sorry, Aizawa. I should have been here. In a second flash, he grabbed Izuku, resting each man in either arm. The shockwave of his movement made the hand over Tamura's face fall off. Get back to the entrance and take Aizawa with you. He doesn't have much time. He pointed up to Inesa and Tsu. That goes for you two as well. Sparks ignited around Izuku as he picked up Eraserhead and headed back up the staircase. All Might's going over his limit. Meanwhile, Nomu has barely shown what he's capable of. No. Tamura complained. It wasn't supposed to go this way. He's still fast, father. Somehow he managed to hit me. He picked up the hand and let it grasp his face. Of course a government hero relies on violence. I wasn't prepared, I couldn't, to even see him when he moved. But he's not as fast as I thought he would be, he's not as fast as he used to be. Tamura grinned evilly. I guess it's true after all. All Might really is getting weaker. When the students were a safe distance away, All Might shot forward. Carolina. Nomu, Tamura ordered, making the Nomu stand in front of him. Smash. All Might swiped, creating an X-shaped shockwave that caused the Nomu to stumble back. The Nomu tried to grab All Might. So, my attacks only have so much of an effect on you? All Might ducked and sucker punched the Nomu in the stomach, making his stumble further. Let's try this. He punched the Nomu in the side of the face, knocking its face back, followed by the other side. The Nomu squealed and tried to grab him. Doesn't even matter where I punch you, does it? That's because Nomu here has shock absorption, All Might, Tamura explained. The only way you're going to hurt him is to slowly gauge out his flesh. Of course, I don't think he'll sit back and let you do that. You finally met your match. All Might dodged a swipe and ran around the Nomu. Thanks for telling me how to beat him. He grabbed the Nomu from behind. All I have to do is wear it down, then it's on to you. He suplexed it, creating a dust cloud that knocked Tamura back. As the students who were watching cheered, their cries of joy turned to surprise and fear as thunder erupted above them, none of them noticing the storm that had been brewing. That's a bad sign, Tsu said. For the villains, maybe. Inesa cheered. We've won. As the dust settled, the Nomu were shrouded in warp gate. The Nomu was grabbing All Might's abdomen and squeezing his scar. What kind of cheap move was that? All Might asked. Nice, you were trying to bury him in the concrete so he couldn't move around anymore, Tamura noticed. Sorry, that won't work. Nomu's as strong as you are, that won't stop him. Tamura looked to Kurogyri, laughing. Nice work, Kurogyri. We've got him just where we want him. He can't move, no matter how fast he is. He looked back to All Might and the Nomu. Strike. A thunderous clap shattered the glass dome of the USA as a massive bolt of lightning struck down, hitting All Might and the Nomu. Arg! All Might screamed in pain. Kurogyri, Tamura ordered. Finish him. Normally I wouldn't want blood and viscera flooding the insides of my warp gate. But I'll make an exception for a hero as great as you. Once Noms pulled your body halfway through, I'll squeeze the gate shut. I'm going to enjoy tearing you to pieces. Izuku looked back at All Might and the Nomu. All Might's restrained and severely injured from both the lightning and his scars being reopened. Inesa and I are strong enough to be of some help, We might even be able to save All Might if we were both working at 100%. But we're both injured students and have been tasked with brining back Tsu and Hizawa. Looks like you've won, Tamura, and I have my excuses. An explosion hit Kurogiri as Katsuki attacked him from behind. Die! He grabbed Kurogiri's armor and pinned him to the ground. A famed course. Ice spread around the central plaza, reaching Nomu and freezing half of it. One of your poorly trained thugs told me you're here because you think you can kill All Might, Shoto stated. All Might opened the hands of the weakened Nomu and jumped out of its reach, landing next to Shoto. Rarg! Ijiro growled as he swung for Tamura but missed as Tamura dodged. Damn it, that was going to look cool. Guess I found your body that time, you smoky bastard. Katsuki smirked. The symbol of peace will not be defeated by delinquents like you, Shoto stated. Kurogiri, how could you let this brat get the best of you? Tamura asked. You've gotten us into a real jam here. Ha! Katsuki exclaimed. You got careless, you dumb villain. It wasn't hard to figure you out. Only certain parts of you turn into that smoky warp gate. You use that mist to hide your actual body as a kind of distraction thinking that makes you safe. That's why we missed. But if you didn't have a body, you wouldn't be wearing this neck armor, right? You're not immune to physical attacks if they're well aimed. Kurogiri tried to raise his head, only for Katsuki to create miniature explosions. Don't move. You try anything funny and I'll blow your butt up so bad that they'll be piecing you back together for weeks. Oh, that doesn't sound very heroic. Ijiro countered. That's what I've been saying. Izuku thought. They escape uninjured and captured my two strongest men, Tamura said. Kids these days really are amazing. They make the League of Villains look like amateurs. Can't have that. He looked the Nomu. Nomu. The Nomu screeched as it bent its way through the warp gate, snapping off its frozen flesh, and it stood upright. Stay back, everybody. All Might ordered. The Nomu quickly regrew its missing limbs. Its charred flew healed itself afterwards. What is this? I thought you said his power was shock absorption. I didn't say that was his only quirk, Tamura smirked maniacally. He also has super regeneration and weather manipulation. Nomu has been modified to take you on, even at 100% of your power. He's basically a highly efficient punching bag that hits back. First we need to free our method of escape. Get him, Nomu. The Nomu shot forward, striking at Katsuki. A cloud of dust exploded, a line in the concrete formed as the Nomu stood above Kurogiri. Katsuki was next to Shoto and Ijiro as they realized the one who took the blow was All Might. All Might caught his breath. These are students and you didn't hold back? I don't have much choice, Tamura said. He was threatening my companion. Besides, these students are no angels. You think you can be as violent as you want if you say it's for the sake of others. Well, you know what? That pisses me off. Why do people get to de-ice that some violent acts are heroic and others are villainous? Casting judgment as to what's good and what's evil? You think you're the symbol of peace? You're just another government-sponsored instrument of violence, and violence always breeds more violence. I'll make sure the world understands that once you're dead, you're nothing but a lunatic, All Might stated. Criminals like you always try to make your actions sound noble. But admit it, you're only doing this because you like it. Isn't that right? He's got me figured out. Tamura thought. Don't attack. All Might ordered the students. Get out of here. You would have been in trouble earlier if it weren't. Tea for me, remember? Shoto asked. You need our help. I thank you for your assistance, All Might thanked. But this is different. It's going to be all right. Just sit back and watch a pro at work. He stuck his thumb up. Nomu, Kurogiri, kill him, Tamura ordered. I'll deal with the children. I'm afraid that I barely have a minute left in this form. All Might thought. My power's declining faster than I thought it would. Let's clear this level and go home. Tamura shot forward. Even though I have to stop these villains. All Might continued his though as he readied to attack. Because I am the world symbol of peace and justice. All Might shot forward as the Nomu did, their punches colliding. The force of All Might's punch buckled the Nomu's fist. The blast knocked back Tamura. All Might punched 2 more times. He said your quirk was only shock absorption, not nullification? That means there's a limit to what you can take. Right. He punched again. The Nomu punched All Might. All Might punched back. So, you were made to fight me, big guy? If you can really withstand me firing at 100% of my power, then I'll have to go beyond that and force you to surrender. He punched the Nomu into the air and then threw it into the ground. Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll show you what they really mean. Go beyond, plus ultra. He punched the Nomu one last time and sent it flying out of the USJ. I really have gotten weaker. Back in my heyday, 5 hits would have been enough to knock that guy out. He put his hand on his chest. But today it took 8 mighty blows. Steam emerged from All Might's form. You've been bested, villains. Surrender, we all want to get this over with, quickly. He cheated. Tamura shook with rage. What's wrong? All Might asked. Not attacking me? Didn't you say you were going to clear this level earlier? Well, come and get me if you dare. All Might tried to stall. What? Are you scared? Tamura scratched. If only Nomu was here. He'd rush you right now. He'd pound you into the ground without giving it a second thought. Tamura Shigaraki, do not fret, Kurojiri calmed. Look at him. He has definitely weakened. Noma's attacks were successful. He's on his own. The children appear to be frozen in fear. The minor villains started standing. And look, our underlings are recovering. We likely still have a few minutes before their reinforcements arrive. If you and I work together, we can do this. We haven't missed our chance to kill All Might. Yeah. Tamura agreed. Yeah, you're right. This is it. We have no choice. We have to do it now. I mean, the big end boss is right here. Tamura's ran forward. Consider this revenge for what you did to Nomu. A bang sounded through the facility as a bullet shot through Tamura's hand. They're here. All Might announced as Snipe started shooting the remaining villains, followed by the rest of the teachers. Ah man, the pros are here, Tamura complained. It's game over for real. Let's go home and try this when we... He was cut off as bullets shot through his legs. Kurojiri quickly engulfed Tamura but couldn't grab any other villains as 13 tried to SCK him up. After a couple days of being down for the students' sake, UA's campus reopened and classes resumed as normal. The students talked amongst themselves until the door slid open, revealing an Eraserhead wrapped in bandages. Morning, class. He limped to the podium as his students commented on his health. My well-being is irrelevant. What's more important is that your fight isn't over yet. The UA Sports Festival is about to start. That afternoon, when 1A opened their door to go back to the dorms, they were met with the rest of the first year's students crowding the hallway outside. After a few of them asked what they were doing there, Katsuki answered, "They're scouting out the competition, idiot. We're the class that survived a real villain attack. They want to see us with their own eyes." He walked up to the crowd. At least now you know what a future pro looks like. Now move it, extras. You can't go around calling people extras just because you don't know who they are. Tenya berated. So this is Class 1A, Shinso said. I heard you guys were impressive, but you just sound like an butt. He walked to the front of the group. Is everyone in the hero course delusion, or just you? Katsuki felt like he was about to blow up the entire classroom. How sad to come here and find a bunch of egomaniacs. I wanted to be in the hero course, but like many others here, I was forced to choose a different track. Is life. I didn't cut it the first time around, but I have another chance. If any of us do well in the sports festival, the teachers can decide to transfer us to the hero course. And they'll have to transfer people out to make room. The students of 1A flinched. Scouting the competition? Maybe some of my peers are, but I'm here to let you know that if you don't bring your very best, I'll steal your spot right from under you. Consider this a declaration of war. 2 weeks later, along with the training All Might planned for Izuku, Izuku spent the 2 weeks meditating in preparation for the sports festival, focusing his attention on his goals for the event. When it was finally the day of the sports festival, Izuku quickly applied his less permanent, heat-intolerant, hair dye before making his way to the stadium with the rest of 1A. At the stadium, The students changed into their sports uniforms before waiting to be called into the arena. Izuku! Inasa called out. Are you ready for this? Izuku looked to Inasa and grinned. Oh yeah, can't wait to stand on the podium with you. Midoriya, Shoto said as he walked up to the duo. From an objective standpoint, I think it's fairly clear that I'm stronger than you. However, you've got All Might in your corner, helping you out. I'm not here to pry about what's going on between you two. But know that I will beat you. Izuku noticed a glare in Inasa's eye and patted his shoulder as Shoto walked away. Don't worry about him. In Izuku's mind's eye, the past users of One for All were cheering for Shoto, with the exception of Yoichi who remained quiet. F him up. Daigoro shouted. Hey! Present Mike called out. Make some noise, you rabid sports fans. Get those cameras prepped, media hordes. This year, we're bringing you some of the hottest performances in sports festival history, guaranteed. I've only got one question before we start this show. Are you ready? Let me hear you scream as our students make their way to the main stage. The first-year students walked into the area. This first group are no strangers to the spotlight. You know them for withstanding a villain attack, the dazzling students lighting up your TVs with solid gold skills. That's right. It's the Hero Core students of Class 1A. 1A walked to the center of the arena. They haven't been getting nearly as much screen time, but this next group is still chock full of talent. Welcome, Hero Core's Class 1B. 1B followed behind. Next up, General Studies classes C, D, and E. Support classes F, G, and H. And finally, the business classes I, J, and K. The other 9 classes also made their way to the center. Give it up for all of UA's first-year contestants. Now the introductory speech. Midnight announced, cracking her whip. Izuku groaned as everybody marveled at Midnight's appearance. And for the student pledge, we have Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki walked onto the stage. I just want to say, I'm gonna win. Katsuki walked back to his class as everybody booed him. Perfect, Izuku thought. Without further ado, it's time for us to get started. Midnight took back the microphone. This is where you begin feeling the pain. The first fateful game of the festival. She said as a screen appeared behind her and started scrolling. What could it be? The screen stopped on Obstacle Race. Tada! All 11 classes will participate in this treacherous contest. The track is 4 kilometers around the outside of the stadium. I don't want to restrain anyone, at least in this game. As long as you don't leave the course, you're free to do whatever your heart desires. Now then, take your places, contestants. The students gathered at an exit to the stadium with 3 lights lit up above and a long tunnel leading outside. Izuku and Inasa smirked at each other, knowing their unfair advantage in this competition. Begin! Midnight yelled as the lights went out, resulting in the students racing through the tunnel. And we're off to a racing start. Present Mike announced. How about some color commentary, mummy man? He asked Eraserhead. How did you talk me into this? Eraserhead asked. What should we be paying attention to in the early stages of the race? The doorway. The students were having trouble making their way through the tunnel. This is the first obstacle, Shoto thought. He froze the tunnel as he ran out of it, running on ice to speed himself up. He looked back to see several students unaffected by the ice. When he turned forward again, he was met by the robots from the entrance exam. Oh! Present Mike yelled. Enemies have shown up out of nowhere. I bet we're in for a treat here. The test of strength and cunning. It's a robo-inferno. So this is what the other students faced in their entrance exams. Shoto looked to the 0-pointers towering above him as one went to grab him. They obviously went through a lot of trouble, but I wish they'd prepared something a little more difficult. He froze the floor, the ice spreading to the robots and freezing them in place, allowing him to run beneath them. Especially since my dear old dad is watching. The other students cheered that he had allowed them to get past the robots. Careful now, Shoto called back. I froze them whilst they were off their balance. On purpose, he said as the 0-pointers fell over. That's Todoroki from Class 1A pulling ahead to an early lead with a devastating display. Present Mike announced. Amazing! He's one we should watch, it almost seems unfair. Thoughts? His attack was both offensive and defensive, Eraserhead explained. But you should be paying better attention. No wonder he was let in on recommendations. He'd never even fought those Robo-Infernos before, but they didn't stand a chance against his chart-topping moves. Most of 1A and some of 1B were able to get around the robots, and once Momo created a cannon, taking down another zero-pointer, the rest of the students made their way further into the obstacle course. For those of you who thought the first obstacle was easy, let's see how you feel about the second one. Present Mike boomed as the students came up to a pit filled with pillars only connected together with cables. If they take a spill, they're out. If they want to pass this test, they'll have to get creative. It's the fall. Despite their nerves, the students began making their way across the pit. Surprisingly, none managed to fall to their deaths. Shoto froze his cable to slide along it to the other side. Looks like Shoto is still skating by easily. Present Mike announced. Shoto looked back to see Katsuki flying not too far behind him. Eventually he made his way to the final obstacle. Ahead of him was a field of recently dug dirt. And now, we're finally approaching the last obstacle, Present Mike yelled. Everyone had better tread carefully. You're stepping onto a minefield. If you look carefully, you can see where those little bombs are buried, so keep your eyes on the ground, folks. By the way, those landmines were designed for the games, so they might be loud and flashy, but they're not all that powerful. Just enough to make you wet your pants. Very clever, those in the lead are actually at a disadvantage here. Shoto thought. Guess it makes for good entertainment. He heard explosions behind him and turned back to see Katsuki blasting past him. It's over! Katsuki yelled as he passed Shoto. Biasuri, your declaration of war was to the wrong person. He swung at Shoto, who dodged. Just like that, a new student takes the lead. Present Mike announced. The media here is going crazy. There's nothing they love more than an upset. Shoto and Katsuki started running next to each other, fighting one another to remain in the lead and somehow avoiding the mines. They made it past the minefield and shot towards the finish line. And the first place winner is... Present Mike began. Third place, Eraserhead corrected just as Shoto crossed the line, immediately followed by Katsuki. Is Shoto Todoroki? Come again. Then, Present Mike, Shoto, Katsuki, and the audience noticed that Izuku and Inesa were already at the finish line and were congratulating each other. What? Those two took the lead right at the start, Eraserhead explained. Yurashi flew through the tunnel and then above all the obstacles, and Izuku bounced between the sides of the track, making him just appear as an occasional blur. Unlike you, I was paying attention, so I focused on the finish line to see the finish line ribbon be broken by Midoriya, putting him in first place, and Yurashi in second. Katsuki's face scrunched up in fury. No way. Not again. Only the top 42 will advance to the next round, Midnight announced after all the students passed the finish line and gathered at the center of the arena. But don't be too let down if you didn't make the cut. We've prepared other opportunities for you to shine. Now the real fun is about to begin. The chance to fully move yourselves into the limelight. Give it your best. The screen appeared behind her again. Let's see what we have in store for you next. Will your final fantasies come to life? What could it be? The waiting is torture. Prepare yourselves for this. The words cavalry battle appeared on the screen. Allow me to explain. The participants will form teams of 2 to 4 people as they see fit. In there, it's basically the same as a regular playground game. But there is one difference. Each player has been assigned a point value based on the results from the obstacle course. Now then, the point values go up by increments of 5, starting from the bottom. For example, 42nd place is worth 5 points, and 41st is worth 10. And the point value assigned to the first place contestant is 10 million. That's right. It's survival of the fittest, with a chance for those at the bottom to overthrow the top. And now I've got a target on my head. Izuku thought. But if I choose the right teammates, I shouldn't have any trouble. He looked to Inesa, who nodded back. When the students were left to choose teammates, The two 1A students high-fived each other. 10,205 points. Inesa cheered. No one else can even come close, and they have no chance of stopping us. True, but we can have 2 more teammates and I can think of a few that could be an asset to us, just in case. After all, we know who to look out for in our class. But what about 1B, or the 2 from outside the hero course who didn't even place last in the obstacle course? Good thinking. Hey, Izuku. Achiko called out. Let's team up. Sounds good, Uraraka, Izuku smirked. You were one of my top choices for teammates in this competition. Really? Achiko blushed. Yeah, we complement each other nicely. Oh yeah. Achiko smiled widely. It's better to team up with people you like. That will certainly boost out teamwork, Izuku smiled back. Inesa embraced his 2 classmates, pulling them into a big group hug and causing Izuku and Achiko to almost short-circuit from blushing too hard. We're going to be unstoppable. Hatsum giggled as she floated over. Oh perfect, you still have room for 1 more. And you're the star. She rushed up to the 3 1A students. Team up with me, person in 5th place. Izuku looked to the newcomer. You're from the support course, correct? Hatsum took off her goggles. Name's Mei Hatsum. We haven't met, but I'd like to use your current fame to my personal advantage. If I team up with you, then I'll be in the spotlight. Part of the team that everyone is keeping their eyes on. That means my super cute little babies will inevitably be seen by the big company CEOs who are tuning into the sports festival. And following that line of reasoning, this is the best way for me and my marvelous gadgets to get recruited. Could you slow down a minute? Achiko asked. Did you bring babies here or? I mean. Hatsum ignored her. Plus, you 3 will definitely benefit. Oh, she doesn't care about me. Achiko thought. The support course specializes in creating equipment that helps heroes deal with their quirks and enhance their skills. I packed a ton of powerful babies to bring with me, as I'm sure you'll find something you like floating around my arsenal. I'd ask if you have anything that can help with flying, Izuku said. But you're already wearing hover boots, so I'll take it as a yes. I have a jetpack as well. What about your quirk? Nothing flashy. Hatsum shrugged. My eyes can zoom in. That should be helpful when we're so far above everybody else. You can act as a lookout so we know where to focus our defensive attacks. Sounds good to me. Hatsum laughed. Plenty of heroes want good air mobility-based support gear. I'll make sure to showcase the maneuverability of my babies for you and for the CEOs. Izuku donned his headband, reading 1000395, as he sat upon his teammates. Inesa took the front as Achiko and Hatsum took the rear. Everybody ready? Hatsum laughed in affirmation as Inesa and Achiko cheered. Let's do this. After 15 minutes to pick teammates and talk strategy, 12 cavalry. Teams are preparing to go head-to-head. Present Mike announced. Come one, everyone get your hands in the air. It's time for an arena-thumping UA battle royale. Let me hear you scream. Let's get this party started. One final countdown before the game starts. 3, 2, 1. Begin! Midnight shouted. As most of the teams raced for the Izuku's team, his team shot directly up. Gyre now! Tor yelled. I know! Kyoka responded as she shot her earjacks towards the team, only to be knocked by an unknown force. So, what do you think of my babies? Hatsum asked. Aren't they precious? Cuteness can be manufactured, you know. The boots provide excellent mobility and the jetpack grants us extra power in case of trouble. Izuku nodded. This is the kind of flight gear a hero with a flying quirk would be after. Your babies are amazing, Hatsum. Ah, thanks. I'm making us weightless, Achiko pouted. Now we don't have to worry about any students who can't already fly, Izuku explained. And those who can have to worry about making they don't touch the ground if they have to leave their allies. A tongue suddenly shot up to the group, but was quickly reflected by an invisible force. Ribbit? Tsu asked. Of course, that's just what everybody was expecting. Izuku thought. If we put all of our eggs into flight, other teams would have figured counters. That's why I thought us up a trump card. My first choice was always going to be Inasa, not just because he can fly, but because whilst flying he can still control the air. I'm having him create a sphere of rapid wind around us. Thanks to Izuku and Hatsum helping with flight, he can focus even more on defense. Our victory won't come from flying, it'll come from Inasa's new special move, Force Field. Just then, an explosion boomed through the stadium as Katsuki blasted towards Izuku's team. But I didn't think Force Field invincible. Izuku pressed a button, which resulted in his backpack ignited, shooting his team even further up. Katsuki created more explosions to close the gap to Izuku. "Don't think for a second you're safe," he yelled as he used another blast to shoot through the force field. "I've got you." Which is why I'm the horse. I used the jetpack to force you to reuse your quirk, not just to attack me, but to get back to your team as you've had to modify your trajectory. Black lightning ignited around Izuku. And I save my own quirks for defense. Izuku used one for all, weather manipulation and air cannon to punch the air between him and Katsuki, created a shockwave that countered Katsuki's before following it up with a one-for-all powered punch to the gut. "Whoa!" Present Mike cheered. "Bakugo has been separated from his horses. Is that even allowed?" "He never touched the ground, so technically it's okay," Midnight gave a thumbs up. Hearing that the rider could leave the horse as long as they don't touch the ground, Shoto jumped onto a block of ice and then grew it so that he shot up to Izuku. Less than 6 minutes had left. "It's time to make a move." Izuku pressed his button, but the jetpack only sputtered. "Jetpack's malfunctioning." "Baby!" Hatsum cried. "Guess it needs some upgrades." "Evasive maneuvers," Izuku shouted. "His will be limited if he's only using ice." Izuku and Hatsum started pointing their legs away from Shoto, maintaining their distance from him until the hoverboots started slowing down. "They're running out of energy," Hatsum cried. "And there's still several minutes for Shoto or his team to make a play," Izuku added. "I don't think the force field will hold up against a cannonball." "Then I guess I have to make my own play I've been saving," Izuku said. He gestured gun fingers to Shoto. "Sorry about this, Todoroki." Black lightning crackled around Izuku before focusing at the tip of his fingers and then shooting forward. Shoto's eyes widened as lightning shot towards him. He had less than a second to react, leaving only the instincts brought on by fight or flight. Right before he was struck, his left side ignited and shot him sidewards. He looked to the lightning that barely missed him, but his focus was caught by the flames flickering out. "My left side. What did I do?" As Shoto fell, Tenya activated Recipro Burst, allowing his team to catch their rider. "Deku!" Katsuki shouted as he blasted towards Izuku again. "Time's up," Present Mike announced. Shoto brought Izuku to one of the stadium's exits. "You brought me here. Now what?" "I was overwhelmed," Shoto said. "And it made me break the promise I made to myself a long time ago. This is about his fire, isn't it?" Inasa and Izuku. "They didn't notice it. I was the only one who could sense your true power. I'm pretty sure they saw me shoot my lightning. That was more than lightning. The raw power behind that attack. It reminded me of something. Experiencing All Might's quirk. Is that all? I'm saying, the power coming from you is on the same level as All Might's. Except you can do a little more than enhance your strength. This is getting interesting. Midoriya, tell me. Are you really All Might's secret love child or something? I guess that conclusion makes sense. No, my technique just borrows from his. My father is the hero Endeavor. You must have heard of him. Which means you're aware that he's the number 2 hero. So if you're connected to the number 1 hero, All Might in some way, that would mean that I have even more reason to beat you. My old man is ambitious. He aims for the top. He used his power to make a name for himself as a hero. But he was never able to best All Might, so the symbol of peace is living proof of his failure. He's still at it, though, trying to take down All Might. One way or another. Is this leading somewhere? Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? They became a problem in the first few generations after superpowers became widespread. There were those who sought out potential mates solely with the intention of creating powerful children. Many people were forced into relationships. They were simply viewed as old-fashioned arranged marriages. But, clearly it was unethical. My father has not only a rich history of accomplishments, but plenty of money to throw at his problems. He bought my mother's relatives to get his hands on her quirk. And now he's raising me to usurp all might. It's so annoying. I refuse to be a tool for that scumbag. In every memory of my mother, I only see her crying. I remember she called my left side unbearable before she poured boiling water on my face. The reason I picked it, fight with you, was to show my old man what I was capable of doing, without having to rely on his Dmed fire quirk. You see, I'm going to show him that I reject his power, and I can take first place without using it. Endeavor is worse than I thought. You're obviously connected to All Might, even if you won't tell me about it. But no matter how fiercely you come at me in the future, I will defeat you using only my right side. I can assure you of that. Todoroki walked away. After the side games, the 16 students from the top 4 teams will be duking it out one-on-one in a tournament-style fighting competition. I promise you're not gonna wanna miss these epic matchups. Present Mike announced. Come closer and draw lots to see who you're up against, Midnight explained. Then enjoy the pleasure of the recreational games before we start. The 16 finalists have the option of participating in those activities or sitting out to prepare for battle. I'm sure you all want to conserve your stamina. I'll start with the first place team. Excuse me, Mashareo put his hand up. Sorry, but I'm withdrawing. It just wouldn't be right. I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until the very end of it. I think it was that guy's quirk. He looked to Shinso. I know this is a great opportunity. I wish I could take advantage of it, but my conscience won't let me. Everyone gave their all in round 2, but I was just someone's puppet. No way. I don't want to advance if I don't even know how I got here. It wouldn't be fair. You're making way too much of this. Hagakure objected. Just kill it in the finals and prove you should be here. Yeah, what she said, Mina agreed. I didn't do much in the battle either. That's not it, Mashareo declined. I'm talking about my pride here. I refuse to give that up. Nairenjiki Shota from Class 1B, Nairenjiki stepped forward. I think I should withdraw for the exact same reason. Regardless of how strong I am, this isn't how I wanted to get here. It would go against the values of the festival to advance without earning my spot. Well now, here's another turn of events, Present Mike said. We'll have to see what Midnight has to say about all this, Eraserhead said. She's the one in charge. This sort of talk is incredibly naive, my boys, Midnight admonished. That turns me on. Shota, or Gyro, you're withdrawn. Don't worry, Yuga put his hand on Mashareo's shoulder. I'll win it for you. Now let's see. Midnight pondered. We'll have to move up 2 students from the 5th place cavalry team so we have enough contestants. We were frozen most of the time, Kendo declined. Honestly, we barely did anything in the cavalry battle. Isn't that right, girls? She asked her teammates, who agreed. You should choose from the group that kept fighting the whole time. Team Tetsu Tetsu. Kendo! Tetsu Tetsu yelled. I'm not doing this as a favor. It's just fair. Seriously, you guys? Tetsu Tetsu scrunched up. Thank you. And so, Tetsu Tetsu and Shiozaki have advanced to the final. Midnight declared. Take a look at the bracket, my dears. These are your opponents. The screen showed the first brackets for the competition. Inasa Yorashi vs Hitoshi Shinso. Shoto Todoroki vs Izuku Midoriya. Denki Kaminari vs Ibara Shiozaki. Tenya Ida vs Mei Hatsum. Yuga Aoyama vs Mina Ishido. Hantashiro vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Eijiro Kirishima vs Tetsu 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 Tetsu. Katsuki Bakugo vs Achiko Uraraka. Izuku looked to Todoroki before high-fiving his former teammates. You know, there's a path where I get to fight each of you, so you guys better survive until we meet. Izuku winked. Inasa pulled the 4 of them into a bear hug, making Izuku and Achiko turn red. I don't want to fight any of my friends. Tears welled up in his eyes. That's you, right? Shinso asked. Inasa Yorashi? Inasa looked to Shinso as he put down his former teammates. A pleasure. So, you excited? Why dash? Inasa began before a tail suddenly gagged him. Not so fast. Mashireo warned. Shinso smirked and walked away. Something wrong, Ojiro? Izuku asked. You can't say a word to him. Our match is second. Shoto thought. I'll beat him with one hand. As Izuku made his way to a preparation room, he crossed paths with Endeavor. Ah, I was looking for you, Endeavor said. Need something? I saw you fighting in the cavalry battle. Your power is pretty impressive. To create so much wind pressure and electricity would require a vast amount of energy. It reminds me of another quirk. You seem to have much in common with All Might. So, is this just a Todoroki thing? I guess enhancement abilities would tend to look the same. It's my photo's duty to surpass All Might as the #1 hero. And his match with you will be a good testing ground for how much training he has left. So hit him hard. Don't disgrace yourself or him by holding back. That's all I wanted to say. I apologize for bothering you. Endeavor. Izuku said back. I am not All Might. What are you talking about? And the same goes for Todoroki. He may be your son, but he isn't you. In Izuku's mindscape, the previous users of One for All were booing Endeavor, beside Yoichi, who was quietly observing. Hey sports fans. Present Mike announced. Are you ready? After all the action you've already witnessed, it's time for the real battles to begin. Can you feel the excitement? Our competitors are on their own now. Sometime heroes have only themselves to rely on. Strength, wisdom, courage. They'll have to use all of these things to ride to the top. Fire erupted from the central platform of the arena. All right, audience. Let's cut to the good stuff and not delay these finals any longer. Welcome our first fighters. It's the man with an endless river of love. It's Inasa Yorashi from the Hero Course versus Hitoshi Shins from General Studies, who really hasn't done anything to stand out yet. The rules are simple. Immobilize your opponent or force them out of the ring. You can also win by getting the other person to cry uncle. Bring on the injuries, because we've got our very own recovery girl waiting on standby. So put your morals aside and don't be afraid to play dirty. But of course, no life-threatening crap, folks. It's not allowed. Real heroes use their power to throw villains in jail, not kill them. So you can just give up, huh? Shinso asked. In a way, this is a test of how strong your spirit is. If you know what you want your future to hold for you, you can't worry about what other people think. Inasa stopped stretching and looked to Shinso in confusion. Ready? Present Mike asked. That monkey was going on about his pride earlier. Begin. But I just think he's an idiot for throwing away his chance like that. Rage filled Inasa's face. How to dash? Inasa froze. That's it. I win. I warned him not to say anything. Mashireo yelled. Hey, what's the dealio? Present Mike asked. This is the first match. It should start off with a bang. The fight has just began and Inasa Yorashi is completely frozen? He's not moving a muscle. And what's with that look on his face? Could this be a quirk at work? Hitoshi Shinso seems to have Inasa Yorashi completely stunned. He didn't stand out in the first rounds at all. But it's possible Shinso's crazy powerful. WH could have imagined this turn of events. That's the festival for Ya. This is a perfect example of why the entrance exam isn't rational, Eraserhead explained. Since we're on to the individual matches, I had some information compiled about our final competitors. Shinso failed the practical exam to get into the hero course. Since he also applied for general studies, he probably figured that would happen. His quirk is incredibly strong, but that entrance test consisted of fighting faux villains. Robots. It gave a huge advantage to those who had physical superpowers they could show off. Despite his abilities, Shinso never stood a chance at passing. So here we are, Shinso said. You're lucky to have been so blessed, Inasa Yorashi. Now turn around and walk out of bounds like a good little hero. Inasa turned around and began walking out of bounds. A what? Yorashi's obeying him. Present Mike stuttered. Inasa walk off of the stage. When Inasa met Izuku in the hallway, his head shot through the floor. "I'm so sorry, buddy." He began crying. "That guy's quirk is weird. Looks like I'm not going to see you in the next round." Izuku patted Inasa's back. "Don't sweat it." Shoto made his way to the arena until he walked into Endeavor. "What do you want?" "You're acting disgracefully, Shoto," Endeavor lectured. "If you simply used the power in your left side, you would have had an overwhelming victory in both of the first rounds. It's time to stop this childish rebellion of yours. You have a duty to surpass that imbecile All Might. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're different from your siblings. You're my greatest masterpiece. Is that all you have to say to me, you Bisudi? I'll win this match and advance using only Mom's quirk. I won't give you the pleasure of seeing my use yours. Even if that works for you in this tournament, you'll soon find the limits of that power." "Enough standing around," Present Mike yelled. "Now, welcome to the ring, our next players." He's dominated the first 2 rounds. Can he go all the way? From the hero course, it's Izuku Midoriya. He hasn't been far behind Izuku this entire time. Will he finally take the lead? It's Shoto Todoroki. And now, for the second match of the finals. "Ready? Begin." "Apologies," Shoto said as ice spread from his foot. The arena shook as the ice grew exponentially, forming an iceberg. The crowd looked to where Izuku was standing, only seeing ice. "Is he under there?" they murmured. Suddenly, Izuku landed behind Shoto. "I have always wondered why people didn't start with their best attack. That seemed like it would have been effective. If it didn't miss." Shoto sent a smaller wave of ice at Midoriya, who kicked, shattering the blast and sending it back toward Shoto. They repeated the tactic several times. Todoroki created a path out of ice and ran along it to try and attack Izuku from above. Izuku waved his arm, shattering the ice before dodging Shoto's aerial assault. As Shoto's hand hit the ground, he sent ice towards Izuku, capturing his foot. Izuku punched the ice, creating an enormous shockwave that shattered all the ice on the field. "That was far more powerful than any of your previous attacks. You're trying to keep me away." "Smart." Izuku noticed ice forming on Shoto's arm, and that Shoto was shaking. "I'm sorry about this, but thanks for drawing it out." Shoto looked to Endeavor. "He's furious I'm not using his power. Why don't we end this?" Shoto sent another enormous wave of ice at Izuku. "This is far from over," Izuku said as he swiped the ice away. The shockwave knocked Shoto back, forcing him to make a wall of ice to not fly out of bounds. "Shoto, you're trembling," Izuku said. "Quirks are physical abilities, and that means there's a limit to the cold your body can take, right? I get it. Usually you'd make up for the drop in temperature by using the heat from your left side. But you refuse to do that now. Listen, everybody else all giving it their all. To try and win. To make their dreams into a reality. To become number one. You think you can win with half your strength? Look at me, Todoroki. You haven't managed to put a single scratch on me yet. So come at me with all you've got. Midoriya, what are you trying to do here? You want my fire? What, did my monster of a dad bribe you or something? He shot forward, but moved slower than before. Now I'm mad. Izuku waited for Shoto to be in midair to shoot forward as well. He punched Shoto in the stomach. Shoto stood with effort and shot more ice at Izuku. Izuku dodged the ice more easily. Being a hero means giving whatever it takes. I don't know what you've gone through, or why you're even here. Your life has been so much different than mine, but right now, get over yourself. If you want to reject your father, that's fine, but you didn't have the right to be a hero if you aren't doing to use your full power. You've weakened yourself. You've put yourself and anybody you might be saving at risk. You're a liability whose quirk is hurting them when you should be completely fine. Izuku punched Shoto. That's why I'm going to win this. I will reject you. I refuse to use my left side. For F's sake, Shoto. It's yours. Your quirk, not his. Shoto and Yoichi looked up. Fire erupted from Shoto's left side. The vestiges within Izuku erupted into cheers. You're helping your opponent, Shoto said. Fool. Even though you want to win this battle. Now which one of us is screwing around? I want it too, I'll be a hero. Yes, Shoto. Endeavor cheered. Have you finally accepted your purpose? That's it. Very good. This is the dawn of a new era for us. With my blood in your veins, you'll surpass me. You'll live up to the reason I created you. Why are you smiling? Shoto asked. Izuku, who was grinning. In this hopeless situation. You must be crazy. Don't blame me for what happens next. Ice and fire erupted around Shoto. Black lightning erupted around Izuku. Time to go all out. That's it, Midnight, Cementos yelled as he manipulated the concrete to try and trap the two fighters. One of them could be killed. Midnight ripped her sleeve to realize her sleeping gas. Shoto sent an iceberg at Izuku, who shot forward, smashing through the ice. I see now, Midoriya. Shoto superheated the ice-cold air, creating an explosion that shattered the concrete that rise between the two fighters. Thank you. Izuku drew his energy into his arm and shot a bolt of black lightning at Shoto as everybody at the arena flew back from the explosions. When the dust cleared, Izuku was lying on a chunk of shattered concrete whilst Shoto was lying on the burnt grass. There, Midnight said. Todoroki is out of bounds. Midoriya wins. He advances to the second round. Time to move on to the sixth match. Present Mike announced. He's got skills, but at the expense of some really creepy-looking elbows. From the hero course, it's Hanta Siro vs. the great creator. She was admitted because of recommendations, and I think we can all see why. Also from Class 1A, Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo created a sword and shield. Well, I don't really feel like I can win this fight, Hanta said before shooting tape at Momo, making sure to wrap up the sword so she couldn't use it to cut the tape. But man, I don't feel like losing either. As Hanta started spinning, Momo dropped out of her sports jacket and shot forward, throwing ball bearings around Hanta's feet. Hanta was caught off guard and his tape was wrapped up by Momo's jacket, forcing him to lose it if he was to attack again. Momo made a staff that grew until it punched Hanta in the stomach. Hanta fell back, slipping on the ball bearings. Momo didn't let up, throwing repeated attacks at Hanta to keep him from counterattacking until she was close enough to throw him out of the ring. Siro is out of bounds, Midnight announced. Momo moves on to the second round. Let me hear your scream, sports lovers. Present Mike announced. It's time for the first match of the second round. It's the reigning champion of the competition who managed to take out Todoroki, Midoriya Izuku, vs. the underdog of the competition who managed to take out Yarashi, Hitoshi Shinso. I heard you took out Inasa, Izuku said. That oaf was too naive for his own good, Hitoshi said. He'd never be a successful hero. Izuku raised an eyebrow. It seems he's trying to get me to respond to him. I guess his quirk does work through verbal response. I guess I just have to slap him for insulting my friends. He walked towards Hitoshi. Hitoshi gritted his teeth. And what of that girl? How can she expect to be a hero if she rides your coattails? Izuku slapped Hitoshi. Oh, I get it, Hitoshi said as he rubbed his face. You're just a bully. You use your physical strength to lord over others. Rage filled Izuku's face. Don't you dare compare dash, he froze. No, Izuku, several students from 1A cried. Perfect, Hitoshi said. Turn around and walk off the stage. Izuku turned and began walking to the edge of the stage. The vestiges in Izuku's mind, besides Yoichi, cheered for his downfall. Yoichi looked to his friends, then to Izuku. He looked down in shame. Izuku's fingers started sparking with red lightning. What? Hitoshi asked indignantly. Izuku's fingers exploded in a blast of energy. He shook his head as he regained his awareness. Huh. He turned around and grabbed Hitoshi before throwing him off the stage. Hitoshi Shinso is out of bounds. Midnight announced. Izuku Midoriya moves on to the semifinals. The vestiges in Izuku's mind looked around in shock and confusion before one by one, they noticed the guilty expression on Yoichi. What did you do? And asked. I saved him, Yoichi said under his breath. But he's all for one. Daigoro exclaimed. Our mortal enemy. Your brother. He's my nephew. Yoichi countered. He paused. In the past, I could only see my brother like all of you. But this boy, Izuku, I see past my brother's brainwashing. I see the potential to be a hero within him. If my brother were in this competition, nobody would have had a chance. He would have taken out that Inasa for being too much of a threat, but Izuku pushed Urashi to advance his quirk instead of remaining stagnant in his power. He would have taken advantage of the Todoroki's freezing problem and disgraced Endeavor's son. He would never have let Shinso mind control him. Right now, I'm not a vestige of hatred for All for One. I'm Izuku's uncle. Momo created a shield. I'm sure you can create an acid strong enough to melt this. But it'll also be too dangerous to use against me. Come on. Mina whined before Momo pushed her out of the arena. Ashido is out of bounds. Midnight announced. Yoorozu advances to the semifinals. The first match of the semifinals. Present Mike announced. The reigning champion takes on another challenging from a hero family, making this a battle of elites. From the hero course, Tenya Ida vs. his classmate, Izuku Midoriya. I should be fast enough for his basic attacks, Tenya thought. But I'm not sure if I can outrun lightning. I'll just have to take him out before he can pull off his ultimate move. Tenya began running around the edge of the platform, gradually increasing his speed and not letting Izuku get a line of attack on him. Izuku shot his arms out to either side, creating dual shockwaves that blocked Tenya's path. He then kicked forward, sending a shockwave where Tenya stood. Tenya jumped over the shockwave and towards Izuku. Recipro. Burst. Tenya's exhaust started emitting blue fire as he shot downwards towards Izuku. Izuku crouched down, dodging Tenya's kick. I have 10 seconds before my engines stall. Tenya kicked again. Which means I have to win this right now. He kicked Izuku to the ground. He then grabbed Izuku's shirt and ran towards the outside of the platform. 8 seconds left. I've got this. I'll throw him out of bounds before he can. He tripped and looked at his leg. The pipes were completely crushed. He then looked to Izuku, whose arm was plunged into the ground like an anchor, a trail of shattered concrete leading to him. When did you? I grabbed the pipes when you kicked me to stop that ultimate move of yours, Izuku said. Then I used the ground to slow you down. Izuku kicked Tenya's other leg, knocking Tenya to the ground and making him unable to continue fighting. Ida has been immobilized, Midnight announced. Midoriya advances to the final round. And now, Bakugo vs. Yaoyorozu. Bakugo's vicious rushes are unstoppable. Katsuki easily blasted away Momo's attacks. He then did the same to her shield before directly hitting her, sending her flying out of the arena. Yaoyorozu is out of bounds. Midnight announced. Bakugo goes on to the final round. Let's see Deku use his new fancy powers against me when I'm bombing every inch of the stadium. Katsuki thought as he stood on the platform. I'll show the world what a champion looks like. Welcome to the final battle of the UA University Sports Festival. Present Mike announced. In just a moment, we'll see which first years come out on top. Yes, it all comes down to this, folks. From the hero course, Izuku Midoriya vs. his classmate, Katsuki Bakugo. Now begin. Izuku took a deep breath. Katsuki shot forward, aiming a right hook at Izuku. Izuku slid under the attack and punched Katsuki in the gut before grabbing his arm and throwing the blonde over his shoulder. Midoriya dodges Bakugo's blast and throws him to the ground without even using his power. Present Mike commentated. Is it possible we already have a winner down there? Katsuki rolled and quickly got up. You can't expect to beat me without the use of your flashy power. He shot towards Izuku and quickly changed his trajectory when he got close so that Izuku missed. Try harder. He grabbed Izuku by the head and flipped him over. Are you underestimating me? Idiot. Izuku reached down as he was at the pinnacle of the flip, grabbing at Katsuki's face before being thrown towards the outside of the platform. He turned his foot to stop sliding towards the edge and run back towards Katsuki. So far, Kakin is following the same actions. Izuku remembered the past weeks. As he meditated, he was in his mindscape, using his memory quirk to replay every movement Katsuki would make. Meanwhile, Most of the vestiges would try to search through the illusion for Izuku, except Yoichi, who sat and watched the memories play out. For those weeks, Yoichi saw all for one in Katsuki and himself in Izuku. Izuku recalled what attack Katsuki would go for in his current situation. Katsuki will go for a flying right hook. Izuku grabbed Katsuki's left arm and punched him in the face and threw him away. Stop screwing around. Katsuki glared. What, do you think I'm too worthy of your power? Your air attacks? Your lightning? Explosions blasted in his palms. You be sturdy. I'll show you what happens if you make a fool out of me. I'll kill you. I don't want there to be any doubt that I'm the best student at the festival. That's only possible if you come at me as hard as you can. There's no point if you don't fight me with the same power you used against Icy Hot. If you don't want to win this, why are you even here? Show everyone you're trying to destroy me. He ran forward. Izuku braced for the explosion, changing his position so that Katsuki's attack would hit his hair. As the explosion hit Izuku, it caused his green hair dye to melt off his hair, leaving behind only black locks. What's this? Present Mike asked. Is that green hair dye? Eraserhead's eyes narrowed as he tried to figure out what was going on. You forgot that power is only the secondary effect of my real power, Izuku said. I promised myself that I would beat you with my own power. You didn't even realize you got slower every time I grabbed you because your sweating was making up the difference. Izuku grabbed Katsuki's face and arm one last time. Katsuki's explosions died down before he fell asleep. It seems Izuku managed to deactivate Katsuki's quirk and knock him out by touching him. Present Mike announced. What kind of quirk allows the user to do so much? He looked to Eraserhead. Thoughts? Eraserhead's eyes were wide with shock. The expression only matched by Midnight's. All Might's expression was equally shocked, but the expression was darker. Midnight? Cementos asked before shrugging. Bakugo is knocked out. Midoriya is the winner. The first-year students have completed all of the events for the UA Sports Festival. Midnight announced. Now it's time to relax and enjoy the awards ceremony. 3 platforms rose behind her. On the lowest stood Momo. On the highest stood Izuku. And on the middle height platform was a restrained Bakugo. Tenya Ida actually shares the 3rd place award with Yaoyorozu. But, unfortunately, he had to leave for family reasons. Gotta love those familial bonds. Izuku gagged. Now, let's break out the hardware. Of course, there's only one person worthy of distributing the awards. All Might laughed as he stood above the stadium. He ran forward and jumped off. Citizens, I am here with the medals. All Might is the #1 hero. All Might looked back at Midnight. Ruined that, didn't I? She picked up the medals. So, now that you're here, All Might, why don't you start the presentation? All Might picked up a 3rd place medal and placed it around Momo's neck. Young Yaoyorozu, congratulations. You showed great strength out there. Thank you, sir, Momo said as tears welled up in her eyes. However, you've got more training to do if you're going to fight against different kinds of villains. The sword and board combo won't always make the cut. Of course, sir, Momo said. All Might brought the 2nd place medal to Bakugo, his face almost faltering when he saw Bakugo. Young Bakugo. This is a little much. Well, you almost did what you said you'd do in the pledge. He unmuzzled Katsuki. Congratulations on 2nd place. All Might. Katsuki whined. This means nothing. Deku didn't fight me. He tricked me. It's not a real battle if we don't both go all out. Please accept this medal. Even if you have to think of it as a scar. Something you'll never forget. I don't want that piece of garbage. Come on, now. All Might tried to put the medal around Katsuki's neck, only getting it around his teeth. All Might grabbed the 1st place medal and walked to Izuku. And now, young Midoriya. He smiled, faltered. That power of yours. Midnight's smile also faltered as she looked at the two. I know, All Might. Izuku looked away. There's something I have to confess. About my parentage. Young Midoriya. All Might inquired. Who are your parents? I am the son of. Izuku took a deep breath. Eraserhead and Midnight. The next day. Madam President's landline buzzed. Miss President, you have a meeting. Madam President sighed. Send them in. A figure dressed in a full-body white suit, including hiding the face, and with a crown, entered the room. Good morning, Madam President, he said. I come to you today with a business opportunity. The class was lively with chatter about how the students were being recognized in public. Morning, a no longer bandaged Eraserhead said as he slid open the door, the class responding by sitting down and greeting him back. He glanced at Izuku before addressing the class. We have a big class today on hero informatics. He paused to let dread wash over the students. You need code names. Time to pick your hero identities. This is related to the pro hero draft picks. Normally, students don't have to worry about the draft yet. Not until their second or third year, actually. But your class is different. In fact, by extending offers to first years like you, peers are essentially investing in your potential. Any offers can be rescinded if their interest in you dies down before graduation, though. He picked up a remote. Here are the totals for those of you who got offers. Izuku Midoriya, 4,480. Katsuki Bakugo, 3,556. Shoto Todoroki, 2,123. Momo Yaoyorozu, 360. Tenya Ida, 301. Denki Kaminari, 272. Inasa Yaroshi, 208. Eijiro Kirishima, 68. Achiko Uraraka, 20. Antasiro, 14. In past years, it's been more spread out. But there's a pretty big gap this time. Despite these results, you'll all be interning with pros. Got it? Even those of you who didn't get any offers. You already got to experience combat with real villains during the attack on the USJ facility. But it'll still be helpful to see pros at work. Up close and personal in the field. Firsthand. And for that, we'll need hero names. Rikido declared. These hero names will likely be temporary, but take them seriously or that you'll have hell to pay later. Midnight declared as she slid open the door. What you pick today could be your code name for life. You better be careful, or you'll be stuck with something utterly indecent. Yeah. She's got a good point. Midnight is going to have final approval over your names. It's not my forte. The name you give yourself is important. It helps reinforce your image and shows what kind of hero you want to be in the future. A code name tells people exactly what you represent. Take All Might, for example. Now students, who among you is ready to share? The students took turns presenting their names to be judged by Midnight and their fellow students. When it was Izuku's turn, he didn't look to Midnight as he made his way to the podium. He turned his whiteboard to reveal the name. Black King. I'd say the Black King fits my philosophy on a hero, and my costume is already designed after one. No objections here, Midnight replied hastily. Now that everybody's decided on their hero names, we can go back to talking about your upcoming internships. They'll last for 1 week. As for who you'll be working with, those who are on the board will choose from among your offers, everyone else will have a different list. You have a lot to think about. There are around 40 agencies across the country who have agreed to take on interns from your class. Each agency has a different specialty that its heroes focus on. Keep that in mind. Izuku looked at his pile of offers. 128 MES could read 35 offers each and send their best picks to brackets. He looked at the first offer, which read UA. Or maybe the perfect option has already been decided for me. He looked up and saw Midnight looking back, waving. That confirms it. He wrote down his pick for the internship. Madam President considered what she had heard. These second-gens are certainly intriguing, but they're lacking in evidence that we need them, nor is there evidence that they're better than what we have. Sadly, I would not be able to test them without permission, so that's what this meeting is actually about. I'm here to ask your permission to be able to legally test the second-gens to prove their efficacy. Ah, I see. Madam President thought the offer over. I'll give you until the end of July to prove the second-gens have a place in the system. Thank you, madam. The suited man bowed and left the room. The next week, Izuku bid farewell to the rest of the students who went to the train station before he walked to the main UA building. He took a deep breath before entering the 1A classroom, inside which were Eraserhead and Midnight. What's first on the training list, Teach? Actually, there's something we wanted to discuss first, Eraserhead said. Must we? I think this is important, Izuku, Midnight replied. I really don't think it matters, Izuku countered. I'm guessing you guys experimented when you were my age, had an accident, couldn't raise a kid as heroes in training, and put me up for adoption? That about right. That's pretty accurate, Midnight said. You're really good at analysis, Eraserhead groaned. So I've heard, Izuku said. Can we get to training now? All right, Eraserhead looked over his notes. From what we've seen, the basis of your quirk is a mix of ours. You can draw the quirk energy out of others, weakening their quirk and eventually knocking them unconscious. As a secondary effect, you can draw that energy back out of yourself to boost your physical attributes or shoot electricity. That would imply that you could run out of stored energy, and therefore we should focus on improving your use of the main aspect of your quirk. That means marital arts training, improving your physical attributes without the use of your quirk, and giving you special moves that allow you to use your boosted abilities to grab your opponents. Can't wait, Izuku started stretching. Now I get it, Stain said. You must be the ones that attacked Yue. And now you want me to build up your little group again. Yeah, Shigaraki replied. It'll be great, you've got so much experience. And what's your mission? For now, I really just want to kill All Might. I like to destroy anything that pisses me off. I was a fool to think you could offer me anything. It turns out you're the type of person I hate most in this world. The goals of your league are those of a child. He grasped his sedated swords. What meaning is there to killing if you don't have real convictions? Master? Kurogyri inquired. Should I step in? Let it happen, Hisashi answered. It's possible this is the only way he'll learn anything. He needs to think about the ways he must grow. How he can. Only then will he reach his potential. So you want me to be part of your crumbling little league? Stain asked after striking faster than either villain could react, his blades through Shigaraki's shoulders. But you won't accomplish anything if you don't have conviction and desire. Without those, you'll always be an aimless weakling. Achieving nothing. That's how you got here. Hey now, Shigaraki whined. You're being a little rough, aren't you? Kurogyri, take this guy back. I'm sorry, Kurogyri apologized. I can't move. It must be the hero killer's quirk at work. The word hero has lost all meaning in this society. The world is overrun by fakes and criminals like you who chase petty dreams. They must all be purged. He inched one of the blades towards Shigaraki's neck. Shigaraki grabbed the knife. What do you think you're doing? If you touch this palm. The blade shattered. I'll kill you. You sure talk a lot, hero killer, conviction? Maybe I don't have anything as loaded as that. If I had to choose a desire, though. Yeah, it'd be killing All Might. If this world wants to worship trash like him, I'll destroy their beloved symbol of peace, and then crush them while they're in shock. He swiped at Stain and got up as Stain jumped back. The last of my injuries was finally about to finish healing, and now this. You should learn not to play with knives. We don't have a healer in our party, you know? I see your nature. It seems our goals fundamentally oppose each other. However, this wasn't in vain. We agree that we need to destroy the present. I'm over this. Dropped it. I'm the kind of person you hate most, right? I was testing your motives. People always show their true colors when on the verge of death. It's abnormal, but there is desire, a warped sprout of conviction, inside of you. How will it bloom in the end, I wonder? Maybe I'll let you grow. If you don't turn out well, I'll take care of you later. You think you could get rid of me? Kurogyri started moving again. Kurogyri, Shigaraki said. Someone as crazy as this would be nothing but a problem for the League of Villains. Please reconsider, Kurogyri urged. This man will be a great asset if he joins us. I'd say this was a success. My business here is done. Now, you will return me to Hosu. There are still several false heroes I must attend to there. Very well, Kurogyri replied as he warped Stain away. Shigaraki sighed and laid back. What a waste of time. He looked at his phone and saw he had a message from Izuku. Got any villains pissing you off? Izuku sat in his room after a long day of training, his entire body sore. I can't do anything that requires physical effort. He looked to his bookcase. There's something I could do. This week is supposed to be about improving ourselves. He rolled his chair over to the bookcase and picked up a thick book with a blank cover. He opened the book to the secret compartment inside and pulled out its hidden treasure, a jar containing an eyeball. He opened a document and started typing so the eye could see what he wanted to tell it. I'm going to try and improve your quirk. When I ask you a question, blink once for yes, twice for no. The eyeball blinked twice. That wasn't a question. I could not make this painless for you, you know? The eyeball blinked once. Better. Izuku put the jar in his backpack and headed outside to one of UA's forested areas. He covered his nose with a cloth and opened the jar, the stench still GG-inducing. He pushed himself to touch the eyeball where it would hurt the owner as little as possible and focused on all for one. Don't take the quirk, don't even copy it. Delve into the inner workings of the quirk, the code that makes it function. He saw the quirk's properties laid out before him. Name, sludge. Type, emitter. Description, the user's body is made of sludge. He reached for the type indicator and changed it to transform. Sludge. Type, transform. Description, the user can turn their body into sludge. He then reached for the description indicator and modified it as well. Sludge. Type, emitter. Description, the user can turn parts or all of their body into sludge. He slouched back and resealed the jar before placing it in his backpack and heading back to the dorms. He typed into his laptop again. I modified your quirk so that you can transform your body, and in parts, so you're not always sludge anymore. A tear ran down the eyeball. That night, a figure wearing a white suit stylized after a knight's uniform hid on a building nearby an alleyway where Stain was about to kill the pro-hero, Native. He was about to jump in when he noticed another approaching. Who are you? Stain asked the newcomer. I am the brother of an incredible hero who you attacked, Tenya declared. He's the best older brother that anybody could hope for. I have come to stop you. Because he can't anymore. You're going to remember my name for as long as you live. I am Ingenium, and I will defeat you. That I promise. Then so be it, Stain replied. Die. Tenya's exhausts ignited as he shot forward. For Tensei. Stain jumped over the kick. Ingenium. So, you're brothers. I let him live so he could spread the good word. He kicked downwards with his spiked shoe. Word of me. He stomped Tenya to the ground. You're a weakling. Just like he was. He stabbed a sword through Tenya's arm. You aren't heroes. You have no right to be called that. Both of you are nothing but fakes. Shut up, villain. You damaged his spine and paralyzed him from the waist down. He's never going to be able to work as a pro-hero again. My brother was incredible. A caring person who saved many lives. Somebody people looked up to. You had no right to take all that away from him. He is my hero. My older brother inspired my dream that one day I could be a pro, too. I won't forgive you. I'll kill you. Shouldn't you be worried about saving that guy? Stain pointed to Native. So busy with your grudge, you forgot about him. You plan on using your quirk only for yourself. You're completely blinded by a selfish desire for revenge. You're about as far away from being a hero as I can imagine. He brought the sword to his tongue. And that's why you'll die tonight. He brought the sword above Tenya. Goodbye, child. May your death bring about a better world. No, please, not like this. Say whatever you want to about me. You're still just a criminal who hurt my brother. A gust of wind blasted through the alleyway, the knight standing at its origin. It flew back before looking at his new attacker. Another false hero? The knight shot forward, but instead of attacking Stain, he grabbed Tenya and shot away. Stain attempted to get up and make chase, but the air around him felt thick, pushing him back down. He slowly rose against the effort. However, before Stain had finished standing, the knight had already returned and was about to pick up Native. You are proving a better hero than the other two. Stain slowly drew a sword. But I can't let you stop me from taking the two fakes off the streets. In a flash of black lightning and a gust of wind, Native was no longer slouched where he was. The knight looked to Stain. I'd rather nobody got more hurt than they need to. The air pressing down on Stain ceased. Big mistake. He shot forward. Black lightning ignited around the knight as he disappeared from Stain's vision. Stain quickly looked up to see the knight above him. The knight pointed his arm down and shot a blast of air at Stain. You can clearly still move when my quirk is holding you down, and I can't just keep it on you until the authorities arrive. And I can't let you leave if you're just going to hurt others. Admirable but foolish. Stain threw a dagger at the knight. The dagger changed path as soon as it drew near the knight. I think we have a shared admiration of each other. So, I'll stop playing with you. Stain started suffocating. He grabbed at his throat as the shock overtook him. The knight lit up with black lightning and shot forward as Stain lost focus on him and grabbed him before slamming him to the ground, a crater forming under his back. Suspect restrained. The next day, the White King sat in Madam President's office. Yesterday, one of my lower-rated second generations managed to take down the hero killer whilst protecting 2 would-be victims. Madam President looked over the report. This is certainly impressive. But one victory, no matter how dangerous the villain, will to be enough. She sighed. Additionally, the hero killer has drummed up commotion in the villain world. So I need even more reason than before to even consider going along with your plans. Understood, madam. The king bowed. Last week of June. All right, that's it for class today. Eraserhead finished up. There's only 1 week left before your final exams begin. I'm sure you're all studying constantly, right? Don't forget to keep training. The written exam is only one element. There's also the practical portion for you to worry about. Good luck. He left. First week of July, exam week. After 3 days of written exams, it was time for the practical exam. Now then, let's begin the last test, Eraserhead declared, surrounded by most of UA's staff. Remember, it's possible to fail this final. If you want to go to camp, then don't make any stupid mistakes. Why are all the teachers here? Kyoka asked. I expect many of you have gathered information and have some idea of what you'll be facing with the test today. This year's test will be completely different for various reasons, Ness informed, much to the students' surprise. The tests now have a new focus. There will be hero work, of course, but also teamwork and combat between actual people. So, what does that mean for you? You students will be working together in pairs and your opponents will be one of our esteemed UA staff teachers. Isn't that fabulous? We're fighting the teachers? Achiko asked. Additionally, your partners and your opponents have already been chosen, Eraserhead added, and with input from other teachers. He glanced towards Endeavor. They were determined at my direction based on various factors including fighting style, grades, and interpersonal relationships. First, Yayarozu and Siro are a team. Against me. Then we have Midoriya paired with Bakugo. The 2 looked at each other with shock and annoyance. And their opponent is. All Might jump down in front of the students. I'm here. To fight. We're up against All Might. The 2 asked. You're going to have to work together, boys. If you want to win. And now. Ness announced. Let's announce the teams and the teachers they'll be fighting in order. Match 1. Ijiro and Rikido vs. Cementos. Match 2. Fumikage and Tsu vs. Ectoplasm. Match 3. Mashireo and Tenya vs. Power Loader. Match 4. Hanta and Momo vs. Eraserhead. Match 5. Achiko and Yuga vs. 13. Match 6. Denki and Mina vs. Nizu. Match 7. Koji and Kyoka vs. Present Mike. Match 8. Mizo and Toru vs. Snipe. Match 9. Inesa and Shoto vs. Endeavor. Match 10. Izuku and Katsuki vs. All Might. This is rigged, Izuku thought. The first 2 up are among the lowest scorers on the written exams, and 2 of the most punch-first, think-second fighters. They haven't even been given a chance to strategize when that's what the teachers should look for in their test. To complete the exam, you'll have 30 minutes. Ness held up a pair of HND-CFFS. In order to win, your objective is to put these HND-CFFS on your teacher or you can win if one of you manages to escape from the combat stage. The teachers put on weights to help even the odds, then it was time to start. Sato, Kirishima, you're up, Eraserhead announced. The first match ended when Ijiro and Rikido ran out of stamina and were enveloped by cement. The second match ended with Dark Shadow sneaking the HNDCFFS onto Ectoplasm's foot. The third match ended with Tenya flinging Mashireo through the exit. Hanta and Momo were stood in the center of a faux urban neighborhood. So, what's the plan? Hanta asked. They quietly made their way through lanes, trying to stay out of sight as much as possible so as not to be seen. But even so, it didn't take long for Eraserhead to jump down from the power lines. I would suggest you prioritize evasion, he said as he looked between them. That's since I've taken your power from you. He swung at Hanta, who blocked with an arm covered in tape. Eraserhead dodged the trap and turned to attack Momo instead, hitting a shield. You're both playing defensively? Good, that's where your strengths lie. But defense won't be enough if you can't capture or evade me. He heard a clank on the ground and turned to see a grenade. That can't be lethal, so he quickly covered his ears and eyes as the flashbang went off, at which point he felt sudden pain in his back. He fell forward as he looked back to see Momo had created a staff where he was stood, and that she was wearing earplugs. He quickly erased her quirk again, whilst also swiping her legs from under her. That was when he felt another pain, this time a pinch in his neck which made him arch said neck, resulting in the pain increasing. As his head tilted back, he saw Hanta holding a gun. Eraserhead became drowsy as he tried to pull the dart from his neck. Hanta ran up to Momo and started cheering that they had won, bouncing up and down whilst taking out his earplugs. We did it. Your plan worked. Eraserhead pulled the dart out of his neck and threw it at Hanta before losing consciousness. Hanta felt the pain and looked to the dart. Damn it. The fifth match ended when Achiko kicked 13 in the face. The sixth match ended when Denki and Mina ran out of time. The seventh match ended when Koji commanded all the nearby insects to climb onto Present Mic. The eighth match ended when Toru snuck the HNDCFFS onto Snipe. Alright, here's the plan. Shoto said. No, Inesa cut in before flying off as the match started. Idiot! Shoto exclaimed, sighing. Time to go greet the old man. He ran into the faux landscape, preparing himself to meet his father. Shoto! Endeavor called out, firing flaring around his face. Do you have any other lines? Inesa yelled in annoyance as he flew towards the pro hero. This isn't about you, Endeavor growled. Just sit back and get your free win. He waved his arm, sending a blade of flame towards Inesa. Inesa flicked the air to send the flame back towards Endeavor. His glare rivaled that of Endeavor. Endeavor flew up and looked properly towards Inesa. Fine, lose this fight. He sent an enormous blast of fire towards Inesa. Inesa spread his arms before slamming them together, blasting the fireball back to Endeavor. As the fire engulfed the pro hero, Inesa held the air there, maintaining the flames around him. Nice trick, Endeavor complimented. But my real flames are too strong for you to control. He shot out more fire, which flew back towards him again. Shoto ran into the scene, seeing Endeavor engulfed in a fireball. I haven't seen this move. I guess it's a weaker move. So he wouldn't use it on me, but would use it on his non-blood-related students. He shot a ball of ice at Endeavor. The ball evaporated as it approached the fireball. Maybe it's a defensive move? Endeavor gritted his teeth as he began to feel the heat around him. Through the flickers, he saw the malice in Inesa's eyes. He started breathing harder, and suddenly he realized Inesa's plan wasn't some idiotic attempt to burn the flame hero. His eyes widened. This student, the one who was beaten by a general studies student, was trying to suffocate him. He tried to stop flying but remained where he was. He had to stop this now. Endeavor breathed in all the air he could and shot a lance of fire at Inesa, hoping to non-lethally stab him. A pillar of ice shot up between Inesa and the flame spear. What's going on? Shoto asked. Inesa glanced down for a second before looking back to Endeavor. I've won. Endeavor tried to take another breath, but no air reached his lungs. I used up all the air in the sphere. I have one last plan. He fought his natural instinct to breathe as hard as possible and instead stilled himself. He closed his eyes and slouched, acting as if he had fallen unconscious, hoping Inesa would free him. Inesa didn't let up. "You're not out yet?" He flicked a finger inwards and a flicker of flames hit Endeavor, making him flinch. "But you will be soon." Endeavor opened his eyes wide and screamed in rage. "I will not be defeated by an insignificant insect like you." He tried to yell, but no sound pierced the vacuum. He tried to spin around to breathe the air keeping him aloft, to no avail. "Look at you, squirming around like a child." Inesa smirked. Finally, Endeavor lost consciousness. Inesa tested if Endeavor was actually unconscious again, and, once satisfied, dropped him. Endeavor fell to the ground, his fall only stopped by a slide Shoto quickly made for him. "What did you do?" Shoto asked. "I told you." Inesa put the HNDCFFS on Endeavor. "I won." Izuku walked behind Katsuki. "We're expected to be strategizing. But I know Katsuki well enough to know what he'll try and when. I just need to treat this like I'm intervening between two mindless brawlers. The only weird thing is that I expected if something like this would ever have happened, Katsuki would have been the one actively trying to kill me, not All Might." He then looked ahead. Option 2. I could just escape as Katsuki acts as my distraction. But if All Might can't see me when Katsuki engages him, that's exactly what he'll think our plan is. So option 2 is actually impossible. But the problem with option 2 creates option 3. "Here we go," All Might said as he stood right in front of the exit gate. "I am here to test them." He pulled back for a punch before throwing it forward, obliterating the street ahead of him, upon which Izuku and Katsuki were stood. He walked towards them. "Who really cares if I destroy this city?" He stomped his foot, clearing the dust around him. "If you think of this as an exam and not a real fight, you'll be sorry. I'm a villain now, heroes. Remember that. You'd better come at me with everything you've got. I won't pull my punches." He shot forward. "How about a stun grenade?" Katsuki asked as he blasted All Might, forcing All Might to shield his face. "You want everything I've got, All Might? Like that wasn't my plan. I never hold back." All Might grabbed Katsuki's face. "Damn it." He blasted All Might from the front. Black lightning shot into All Might, hitting his weak point. He threw up blood into Katsuki's face. "I hope this isn't harming your view of me, All Might," Izuku said. "You said not to hold back." He stood above All Might's crouching form, black electricity forming around himself, and slammed All Might into the ground. All Might coughed up more blood. "Thought you'd make a break for the exit? Training with Aizawa really seems to have changed you, young Midoriya. You're not just stronger, you can really put on a darker persona. That's why I didn't. Please, give up." All Might sent a punch at Izuku, who caught it, the electricity around him seeming to grow with the impact. "I thought I still had twice as much of one for all as you, Izuku. How can you take this much force? Getting tired?" Izuku asked. "Maybe it's your age, you're forgetting you have two opponents." All Might quickly turned just to get a blast to the face. "I don't need your demon help, Deku." Katsuki yelled as he shot multiple blasts at All Might, not caring if he hit Izuku. "Is that right?" All Might asked as he slapped Katsuki to the ground. "Your rapid-fire blasts are weak. Hardly more than a sting." Izuku kicked All Might. "One for all 33%, air cannon, weather manipulation." The blasts send All Might flying back into a building. Izuku picked up Katsuki. "You want to fight him?" He threw Katsuki after All Might. "There you go." All Might and Katsuki began brawling with each other, the buildings collapsing around them. "You've been a great help in destroying this city, hero," All Might laughed sarcastically. "But I can't let your friend escape." He clapped, creating a shockwave that dropped the building they were in upon the two of them before punching through the rubble and jumping to the exit. When he landed, he looked around for Izuku. "Where is?" An enormous blast of lightning shot through his weak point. "Damn it. I can barely stand. If I move, I'll lose my weak form." He felt a handcuff wrap around his arm. "You win. Are you okay?" Izuku said. "I'll be okay," All Might coughed up blood. I've had worse injuries before. I just need my wound restitched. The next week, after the class discussing the training camp ended, the students discussed going on a shopping trip together to prepare for the occasion. Izuku noticed a message on his burner phone. You guys go ahead, he told his classmates, checking his phone when he was the only one in the room. New players have joined our game. Bunch of brats but strong abilities. Izuku pocketed the phone as he headed out to catch back up with his classmates. Might as well check it out. As a hero dressed in white priest-like costume was making his patrol, he was stopped in his tracks as a young girl with a horn ran into him. HM? Are you okay? He noticed bandages over her arms. You should be more careful, a voice from behind her spoke. The man, who was wearing a plague doctor-like mask, approached. We don't want to cause trouble for the heroes. The priest's visor activated as it recognized the man. Overhaul. B-rank villain. Powerful quirk. Extremely dangerous. I hope you'll forgive my daughter here, Overhaul said. I don't know what to do with her, always playing rough, pumping into things. I see, the priest responded. I would suggest keeping her out of reach of dangerous objects. He watched Overhaul's face for any hint of deceit, noting a slight twitch at the mention. I don't believe I've seen you in the area before. I'm part of a new wave of heroes recently starting out. So, what agency do you belong to? I'm too young to be part of any agency, I'm afraid. I'm just here for an internship. He started turning, using the movement to mask his hand altering its own movement, his ring finger moving inwards. However, as he did, he felt the girl clutching his costume. Please, she begged. Please don't go. She seems worried about something, the priest pointed out. Overhaul's brow furrowed. A reaction to being scolded. Oh, the priest responded. I assumed she was worried about the storm. Storm? Overhaul asked, looking to the sky. The sky's clear. Just then, a dust storm knocked him over and obscured his vision. What? When it cleared, the priest and the girl were gone. He looked around frantically. Eri! As Izuku was busy researching the new recruit's quirks, a black smoke suddenly appeared in his lab. He raised an eyebrow as the priest walked out of the smoke, accompanied by the girl. What's this? Izuku asked. A hostage of Overhaul's, he claimed she is his daughter, the priest answered before disappearing back into the smoke. I see, Izuku said as he looked to the cowering girl. He crouched down to her level and held out his hand. Are you okay? What's your name? Do you need help? I'm Eri, she answered. What's going on? I'm Izuku. I work with the hero who just saved you. Am I safe? Yes, Eri, Overhaul can't hurt you anymore. He noticed her hesitation to be near him. Is something wrong? Please don't touch me. I'm cursed. Cursed? How are you cursed? When I touch people, they disappear. I see, Izuku said, pulling out a notebook. My quirk can hurt people when I touch them as well. Do people disappear every time you touch them? Can you control it? They disappear whenever my horn grows big. No, I can't control it. Well, if you'd like, I could train you to try and control it. And if we find you can't, I could lift your curse and give you a superpower instead. Eri's eyes lit up. Really? Of course, Eri. That's my power. Overhaul stormed his way back to his base. He was going to turn every failure responsible for this loss into a living slab of meat. But as he was rounded into another alleyway, he heard a gust of wind and was suddenly swept up into the sky. No! He looked down to see the priest shooting up to meet him. He pulled out a pistol and shot at the priest as he suddenly started descending towards him. The priest flew out of the path of the bullet as he continued his ascent towards Overhaul. I'd advise you don't kill your only way of safely reaching the ground, the priest warned. The first to touch the other wins. And he has no power in the air, but I command the skies. I'm willing to risk it to end you and get back what's mine. Overhaul declared as he shot at the priest again. I can't let this guy hit me, the priest thought. He spun around, and the air followed, forming into a tornado that caught Overhaul into its spiral. Overhaul tried to shoot at the priest, but found himself unable to train his shot, which was made harder as he felt himself becoming dizzy. Biasuri, you took what's mine. He used his quirk on the pistol, detonating the gunpowder and melting the steel to turn it into a molten shrapnel grenade. As the makeshift grenade exploded, the fragments hit both Overhaul and the priest. Overhaul was knocked unconscious whilst the explosion seemed to make the priest himself explode. With the priest gone, Overhaul's unconscious body slammed into the ground. In the shadows of the alleyway hid Izuku, dressed in all black. He quickly grabbed Overhaul's body and used all for one before making his leave. Kurojairi, Izuku asked his butler. Could you take care of Eri for me? Keep her away from any dangerous recruits, please. Of course, the smoke answered as it enveloped the girl again. One of the new recruits rounded the corner, a Goliath of a man with a prosthetic eye who bled an aura of bloody murder. Can I help you? I'm getting impatient, the recruit answered. I was told I'd get to kill some students, but I haven't killed anybody in over a day. I was under the assumption the new recruits were inspired by Stain. I am inspired by the hero killer. The man retorted. He killed 100 heroes and I'm going to kill thousands of heroes. I see, Izuku rolled his eyes. And why are you complaining to me about it? Because if I don't get somebody to kill soon, you will be my next victim. The man stared daggers into Izuku. How about this Eri I heard you talking about? Izuku swiped his arm, crashing the man into the wall before he grabbed the man, making him fall asleep. You're lucky I didn't kill you, he said before pressing his ring finger in, making black smoke envelop him. When he exited the smoke, he was back in his lab. That guy. He looked at his phone and smirked. Got it. But things are looking up. He pocketed the phone and raised his arms. From one hand ignited green flames, and from the other spawned tendrils of blood. 1 to go. Start of August. Now that you've finished up your first semester at UA, Eraserhead explained. It's time for summer vacation to officially begin. However, don't think these will be months of rest for you heroes in the making. At this camp, we'll push you to go beyond your limits. You're aiming to become plus ultra. Yes, sir. The class agreed. I'm so psyched. Achiko ran up to Izuku. I've been looking forward to this camp all semester, Deku. Yeah, Izuku agreed. It sounds like it won't just be fun, but will help forward our process as heroes in the making. It's going to be awesome. Inasa shouted. Come next semester, we'll destroy our current records. I heard some of Class A is taking extra courses, Nito babbled manically. Does that mean they actually failed the exam? That must be so embarrassing. Especially since you're supposed to be so much better than my class. All of you must be wallowing in shame. Itsuka slapped him. Don't mind him. She threw him onto the bus. Time to get on the bus. She yelled out to the rest of 1B. Finally, I needed off that bus. Denki sighed as the 1A students loaded off the bus and onto the side of a cliff overlooking a forest. This isn't much of a rest area, Ijiro said. No, and where's Class B? Kyoka asked. You don't really think we stopped here just so you could rest your legs, do you? The doors opened on a car nearby. Hey, Eraser. Mandalay purred as she, Pixie Bob, and Koda exited the car. Long time no see, Eraserhead greeted. Your feline fantasies are here. She started. Say meow. Perfectly cute and cat-like girls. Pixie Bob continued. Together they finished. You can call us the wild, wild pussycats. They posed. These are the pros you'll be working with at the summer training camp, Eraserhead explained. Everyone, say hello. Hello. The students greeted. Nice to meet you. We own this whole stretch of land out here, Mandalay explained. Everything you can see. She pointed out into the forest. The summer camp you'll be staying at is there, at the base of the mountain. Achiko asked. Then why did we stop all the way up here instead? I'm afraid we both know the answer to that, Tsu replied. That can't be right, Rikido shook his head. Hanta laughed nervously. I'm back on the bus. Quick, let's go. Good idea, Denki agreed. Load up. The current time is 9:30 in the morning. Mandalay purred. If you're fast about it, You might make it there by noon. No way. Ijiro cowered. Guys! Holy crap! Mina yelled. Save yourselves. The students ran towards the bus. Kiddies who don't make it there by 12:30 won't get any lunch. Mandalay called out. You should have guessed, students, Eraserhead said as Pixie Bob jumped in front of the students. The training camp has already begun. Pixie Bob touched the ground, which proceeded to explode, creating an avalanche that sent the students down the cliff face. Good news! Mandalay yelled over the railings. Since this is private land, you can use your quirks as much as you want to. You've got 3 full hours. You should be able to make it to the facility in that time. That is, if you can get through the beast's forest. As the students prepared to enter the forest, a beast made of dirt approached them. Izuku flicked his finger and the dirt beast exploded from the shockwave. Yurashi, can you fly us to the camp? Prioritize the slowest so that the rest of us can lighten your load. Yes, sir. Inasa saluted before using his air manipulation on a group of students and flying off with them. The rest of the students began making their way into the forest, sticking together as a group so that they could protect each other from the earthen beasts. When the students were whittled down to just Izuku, Inasa, Tenya, Shoto, and Katsuki, the 5 of them raced to the campsite. Thanks to Inasa's ability to fly and Izuku being able to take advantage of the countless obstacles that the other students were hindered by, Inasa got to the site first, followed soon by Izuku, and then the others made it around the same time as they all could only get to around the same speeds to avoid the trees. Meow. 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 Pixie Bob squealed. You students were so fast. You did much better against my dirt monsters than I thought you would. You guys were seriously great. Especially. She pointed to the 5 who raced to the end. The 5 of you. It seems like you've had quite a bit of experience. She liked her lips. I call dibs on these kittens. She pun-said onto them. I'll groom them myself. Mandalay. Eraserhead asked. Has she always been like this? It's gotten worse lately, Mandalay replied. She's at the age to take a mate. What the F dash? Izuku thought. The next morning, 5:30. Good morning, class, Eraserhead announced. Today we will be in a training camp that will increase your strength. Our goals are to increase your skills exponentially so that each of you earns a provisional license. This will allow you to face the dangers that continue to fester in the darkness. Proceed carefully. He looked to Katsuki. Look alive, Bakugo, he tossed him a softball. Try throwing that for me. Yeah, sure, Katsuki replied. Like in the fitness test. That's right. When you first started school, your record was 705.2 meters. Let's see if you've improved. Oh, I get it. Mina piped up. We're checking our progress. A lot's happened to us in the last 3 months, Hanta said. Maybe he can throw it a whole mile now. Come on, get it, Bakugo. I've got this, Katsuki smirked. No one blink. Go to hell. He threw the ball, using as explosion to propel it as much as possible. That was 709.6 meters, Eraserhead announced before Katsuki's eyes widened in shock. That's it? Hanta asked. Kinda disappointing. You've had a single semester at UA, and due to your various experiences, all of you have definitely improved. But those improvements have mostly been limited to mental prowess and technical skill, with a slight increase in stamina thrown in along the way. As you can see, your quirks themselves have not improved much on a fundamental level. That's why we're now going to focus on improving your powers. This will be so hard, you'll feel like you're dying. Let's hope you all survive. In order to improve both of their quirks, Izuku and Inasa spent the entire session fighting one-on-one, focusing on both air manipulation and power enhancement. After the students made their own dinner and were busy scarfing it down, Izuku noticed Koda walking into the forest by himself. He flexed a few fingers before sitting down to eat. As Koda was sitting on a cliff overlooking the forest, looking at the stars, a man dressed in white heavy armor walked up beside him. Is there a reason you're out here by yourself? The man asked as Koda looked at him with fury in his eyes. Who are you? Koda questioned. How'd you find this place? I was on a patrol nearby when I was informed of your absence from the Pussycats. Whatever. I'm fine. Get lost and forget about my secret hideout. Spending your entire life trying to improve your quirk. It's dumb. All you heroes want to do is show off. Get lost. Did I do something to upset you? Go away. Everyone here's so crazy. Calling people stupid names like hero and villain, and then killing each other because of it. Always focusing on their quirks. If they hadn't been showing off, they'd still be here. Idiots. I see. We're done here. Go back to your stupid patrol so you can find someone else to bother. The hero nodded and walked back down the mountain. The next night, the students gathered together for a test of courage. Perfect. Pixie Bob cheered. We filled out bellied and cleaned the dishes. It's time for a totally awesome test of courage. Mina finished. We're gonna win. Ijiro, Denki, Hanta, and Rikido yelled. Not so fast, Eraserhead interrupted. It pains me to say it, but the remedial class will be having lessons with me tonight instead. You gotta be kidding me. Mina screamed. Sorry, Eraserhead wrapped them up in his scarf. Your training today didn't impress me, so I'll be using this time, too. Okay, so, Pixie Bob explained. Class B is going to start out as our scarers. When they're in place, Class A will leave in pairs every 3 minutes. There are tags with your names on them at the far end of the route. Your goal is to collect those. Now, those that are scarers aren't allowed to make physical contact. Use your quirks to terrify the others. Got it? The winners are the creative students who make the most people PSS their pants. Tiger yelled. Did we need that visual? Kyoka asked. I see, Tenya nodded. They're encouraging us to stoke our imagination as we compete with each other, all while showing us more uses for our quirks in the process. As expected of UA. All right. Pixie Bob held up a handful of pieces of paper with numbers written on them. Everyone draw to see who your partner will be. Izuku looked at his piece of paper which read, 8. So, I'm by myself? As Tsu and Achiko were starting their path through the forest, Kendo, Yui, and Juzo noticed a strange gas which proceeded to knock out Juzo, prompting Kendo is hold her breath and use her quirk to save Yui. At the clearing, the students, and Pussycats minus Ragdoll, noticed a foul odor. Izuku looked to the black smoke and blue lights rising further into the forest. I see. Pixie Bob lifted into the air. Hey, what's happening? She flew backwards before being crushed to the ground by Magna's magnet. First, let's get rid of these feral cats. Magna said, Spinner by her side. Mandalay sent out a distress signal to the students and teachers with her telepathy. Everyone. 2 villains attacked us. It's possible there are more coming. Everyone, return to camp immediately. We're regrouping. Do not engage any enemies. How are you this evening, UA University? Spinner asked. We are part of the Vanguard Action Squad of the League of Villains. The League of Villains? Mashareo asked. What are those guys doing here? I could crush this kitty's head so easily, Magna said. How about it, dears? Should I? You get away from her. Tiger yelled. Now, Spinner interrupted. Hold on, Big Sis Mag. You too, Tiger, calm down. When deciding when someone should live or die, we must take care that we're abiding by Stain's principles. So, you're the ones he ended up inspiring, Tenya glared. At your service, Spinner posed. That's us. And you, for eyes, I believe I recognize you. You're the self-righteous brat who attacked Stain in Hosu City. Let me introduce myself. He pulled his amalgamation of swords from his back. Call me Spinner. I'm here to make Stain's dreams a reality. I don't care who you are. Tiger countered. You're criminals. The woman lying there is named Pixie Bob. She's a pro-hero who's saved countless lives. She's giving her all for these young heroes, pushing them to reach their full potential. She's looking for a mate, but otherwise she's content. He bared his claws. What gives you the right to cut such a happy life short? Didn't anybody ever tell you it's not a hero's job to be happy? Spinner countered, sprinting towards Tiger. Tiger! Mandalay announced. I've talked to everyone. Trust the safety of the other students to Ragdoll. You and I will stay here. We'll hold them back. She looked back to the students still at the clearing. You return to camp. Class rep, you're in charge on the way there. Don't engage anyone. Got it, Izuku responded, turning towards the camp with the other students. I'll leave it to you, rescue heroes. He emphasized the last part, which made Spinner halt for a second. Kota! Kota! Mandalay's telepathy rang out. I hope you can hear my voice. Hurry up and come back to camp. I'm sorry I can't come to you. I don't know where you're always running off to. Forgive me. Just get back home fast. Kota couldn't heed the call as the enormous villain, Muscular, stared him down. I came up here scouting for a nice vantage point, and here I find someone who's not on our list, Muscular said. By the way, nice hat, kid. I like it. Why don't you trade me for this lame mask, huh? They made me wear it 'cause I'm new. Said they couldn't get a shipment of the good ones in time. He took of the mask as Kota started running. Ah well. He jumped in front of Kota as Muscle's fibers grew along his arm. I think you and me should have some fun up here, kid. Ready? Kota's eyes widened as he saw Muscular's face. It's you, Papa, Mama. As Muscular's fist came down, the armored hero grabbed Kota and moved him out of the way. What are you doing? Kota asked. The hero stood tall. Saving you. You really think you can save this little brat? Muscular laughed. That does sound like something a hero would say. Your kind sure likes to mouth off about justice. He pulled off his cloak. I'm going to kill you. But first, a little torment. He dashed forward. Show me your blood. He dashed forward and punched the hero's side, who blocked it, but still went flying into the mountainside. Armor integrity, 95%, read the hero's visor. Whoopsie, Muscular said. Oh yeah. Maybe you could help me out a little bit first. Do you know where a kid named Bakugo might be around here? He rushed forward. I still have a job to do, after all. The hero dodged the punch. I'll take your silence to mean that you don't know. Is that right? Oh good then. He kicked the hero's stomach. Playtime. Armor integrity, 85%. That armor is preventing me from seeing your blood. Muscular groaned in annoyance. I'll just have to break it. The hero stood as electricity crackled around him. That's right. Just keep focusing on me, dickhead. He threw a punch, which Muscular's muscles blocked. What? Is that all you got? You're fast, but you're not strong enough to hurt me. He threw the hero along the ground. Armor integrity, 80%. My quirk increases my speed and strength so exponentially that my muscles fibers can't even be contained by my skin. I know I'm bragging a bit, but I mean come on. I guess what I'm trying to say is, you're just an inferior version of me. He ran towards the hero, punching the ground where the hero dodged from. I can't help but laugh at you. You really think you're a hero, don't you? He punched the herp to the ground. Armor integrity, 75%. That'll do. The hero thought. Quirk analyzed. Huh? Muscular asked. What are you on about? I just told you how my quirk works. That certainly sped up the process, the hero said as he held out his arms. You said you wanted to see my blood. Right. Blood tendrils flowed out of his suit, coating around his body. Armor effective integrity, 90%, rising. You got some sort of a copy quirk? Muscular asked. Armor effective integrity, 115%, rising. Well, it's still inferior, mine strengthens my muscles. He threw a punch at the hero, whose blood-coated armor absorbed. Huh! As Muscular was stunned, a rock hit him from behind. Remember water hose? Kota asked. My mum and my dad. Did you torment the two of them too? Before you killed them? Seriously? Muscular asked. Those losers were your parents? Well then this must be fate. The water hose heroes, they're the reason I have an artificial eye in my left socket right now. This is all your fault. Nothing in the world is right anymore and it's because of crazy people like you. Little kids are always so quick to say it's someone else's fault. Don't get the wrong idea. It's not like I took them out, 'cause I was mad about the eye thing. I wanted to kill people, it's as simple as that. And those two tried to stop me. What happened was the result of all of us doing our best. The real travesty is promising to do something you aren't able to do," he said as he slowly approached Koda. "That's why your dear old mommy and daddy died." When the hero decided Koda has heard enough, he shot forward. "Nice try with the sneak attack, but I'm ready." Armor effective integrity, 175%. The hero slid his arm between Muscular's muscle fibers as lightning lit up around him. He threw a punch directly into Muscular's face, which caused the mountainside to explode. He quickly caught Koda before Koda fell down the cliff. As the hero was catching his breath, Muscular burst out of the rubble. A bit too obvious. But hey, not too bad. Remember what I told you before? I'm just playing around. Now I'm serious. Recess is over. I'm coming at you for real. 'Cause truth be told, you're pretty strong. I see that now. He put in a new eye as muscles grew around his body again. The hero grabbed Koda and quickly dodged Muscular's attack. Ah damn, I got too excited. Muscular grunted as his hand got stuck in the wall. Time to end this. The hero thought as he placed Koda down at a safe point and shot forward. Green flames joined the lightning as he threw a second enormous punch at Muscular. "Ha! I already took one of those blows." Muscular laughed. "Do you really think added some fire will help?" he said as before trying to increase his muscle mass again, which just caused his charred skin to bulge a little. "What? Your skin is seared. Your wounds cauterized." The hero explained. "Your body is now your own cork's prison." Muscular tried to pull himself from the mountain, but didn't have the muscle mass to break through the rock. "No!" The hero sent a kick directly into the back of Muscular's head, slamming it into the rock and knocking Muscular out. "It's over." He slumped against the wall, ready to knock out Muscular again if he ever wakes up. He looked to Koda. "I assume you have a water quirk. Don't try putting out those forest fires." "Wait, why not?" Koda asked. "Those flames are blue. That's normally not a color wood can burn. It's too hot, so hot that it separates the hydrogen and oxygen in water, which just causes more fire. Those flames have to be from a quirk being used on each individual tree, so the only hope is to stop whoever is setting them on fire." "Why?" Koda asked. "Why did you save me?" The hero looked to the boy. "We're not so different." "Huh. We both think the hero profession is too dangerous, that the ways things are now, people just die. I'm part of a group working with the Hero Association that are trying to put an end to that. And we've got the last piece to do that." As Eraserhead reached the clearing, he quickly wrapped up Spinner's weapon in his scarf, disarming him. "Manadale, tell the students I give them permission to engage in combat with the villains. Everyone in Class A and Class B," she announced with her telepathy. "In the name of the pro-hero, Eraserhead, you are granted permission to engage in combat. I repeat, use your training. You may fight these villains." With the help of Eraserhead and with Spinner not being completely sure and killed the Pussycats, the heroes managed to knock out Spinner and Magna. Eraserhead then made his way further into the forest, narrowly dodging a swipe from a wing made of darkness. "Tokoyami!" He used his quirk on the boy, forcing Dark Shadow to dissipate. "What's going on?" Mezu walked out from the bushes with a bleeding appendage. "A villain attacked us and cut off one of my extra limbs. I can regenerate it, but Tokoyami couldn't take seeing me hurt. I'm sorry, my friend," Tokoyami apologized. "Anger consumed me, and I let my quirk take over. The influence of the darkness, combined with my fury, spurred Dark Shadow into a fury, until it got so strong I couldn't contain it. And I ended up hurting Shoji." "We'll deal with that later," Mezu said. "That's what you'd say if our roles were reversed." "Make your way back to the lodge," Eraserhead ordered. "Which way did the villain go?" Mezu pointed further down the path as he and Tokoyami made their way back towards the clearing. Eraserhead continued on, soon reached the spot where Katsuki and Shoto were facing off with Moonfish, who Eraserhead too quickly subdued, this time knocking out Moonfish before telling the two to retreat and continuing on again. Eraserhead stopped when he came up to a wall of pink gas. "Damn it! He used his scarf to cover his mouth and nose before starting to make his way in, but running out of it came Itsuka. Eraserhead, everybody that was in there has gotten out safely, she announced. Good. Make your way back to camp. Eraserhead ran directly through the forest to the other side of the path. Not long after, he found Achiko pinning Toga whilst Tsu was pinned to a wall by a knife in her hair. He quickly used his quirk on Toga, who proceeded to slip her way from under Achiko. There's a pro hero here now, and I don't feel like being killed tonight. She fled back into the forest. Noticing the girl's injuries, Eraserhead opted for helping them rather than capturing the villainess. As Katsuki was making his way back to camp, he looked back for a second, only to realize Shoto wasn't following him. Where did you go, Icy Hot? Nice trick, Mr. Compress asked, standing in a tree whilst fiddling with a crystalline sphere. I took the young lad with my magic. A talent like his would be squandered were he cast as a hero. We'll provide him with a grander stage where he can truly shine. Be sturdy, Kastuki yelled as he threw an explosion and Mr. Compress, who jumped away. Why the aggression? We merely wish to show him that there are options besides the fanatical world of heroism he's drowning in. It's important to choose a path that aligns with your core values, after all. If you think you're stronger than me, you're an idiot, Kastuki yelled as he blasted towards Mr. Compress. A bad habit of mine, Mr. Compress admitted as he continued to outmaneuver Katsuki. I was once an entertainer, you know. Kastuki shot off an enormous explosion. Apologies, but sleight of hand and escapology are my specialties, not combat. I'm not foolish enough to fight a hero candidate from UA. He touched his mask. Vanguard Action Squad, I've acquired our target. Our little show has officially come to a close. Meet me at the retrieval point in the next 5 minutes for the final bow. He jumped away as Katsuki made chase, eventually managing to blast himself right into Mr. Compress and ride him into the ground. Out of the way, Compress, Dabi said as his hand ignited in blue flames. We've been allowed to use extreme prejudice with this brat. Got it, Mr. Compress agreed as he turned into a marble, followed by Dabi sending a wave of blue flames at Katsuki, who narrowly dodged. Kastuki had to continue dodging as Twice and Toga flanked him. Mr. Compress soon exited his marble. I can't believe you wrecked my exit. Unrehearsed amateurs. You got Izuku Todoroki? Dabi asked. Of course, Mr. Compress fished for a marble. Katsuki grinned, holding the marble. Dumbass. He started blasting away. Ha ha ha. Mr. Compress laughed. Well, color me impressed. So, you're more than a brute? How splendid. Moron, Dabi held up his hand. And wait, Mr. Compress stopped him. Kastuki's path was blocked by the appearance of a Nomu, and when he changed direction, Kurogiri blocked his path as well. It's been 5 minutes since the signal, Kurogiri announced. Let's go, Dabi. Toga and Twice walked through the warp gate. Hold on, Dabi said. We're not leaving without the kid. Don't worry, Mr. Compress said. He was so proud of himself for rooting through my pockets that I thought I'd let him gloat. He turned around. But allow me to explain a basic tenet of magic. He pulled off his mask. If I'm flaunting something shiny, it's because there's something else I don't want you to see. He revealed the marble in his mouth. What? Katsuki yelled as his marble turned into dirt. A little bit of misdirection, Mr. Compress said, as he made his way into the warp gate. Forgive me, I do so adore a twist ending. Be sturdy. Kastuki shot forward. One last bow, Mr. Compress bowed. And then the curtain fell dash. Yuga cut him off by blasting him with a laser, causing Mr. Compress to cough up the marble. Kastuki tried to grab the marble, but Dabi grabbed it first. Well, isn't that a tragedy? Poor little Shoto Todoroki couldn't be saved. He looked to Mr. Compress. Confirm it now. Release him. That laser ruined my finale, Mr. Compress whined, releasing Shoto as he went through the warp gate. Checkmate, Dabi said as he pulled Shoto through the portal. The next day. Izuku looked out from his dorm room window to the locked security doors at the front of the UA grounds. As he did, the news played in the background. Every channel was condemning UA. He heard a knock on the door and turned off the television before opening the door to Ijiro. Something wrong? Let's go get Ijiro replied. I was at the hospital yesterday, on my way to see Ayorozu when I saw All Might and some police officers talking to her. She said she attached a tracker to one of the villains. Izuku raised an eyebrow. You wish to go against the teacher's orders, to commit vigilantism to save Shoto? I'd heavily advise against that. Ijiro gritted his teeth. Suit yourself, he said before closing the door. What he's doing is stupid, Izuku pondered. But useful. The powder keg is already overflowing. I'll take the first question, a reporter said. Since the beginning of the year, UA students have had multiple encounters with villains. This time there were students who were gravely injured. How did you explain this to their families? And what are some of the specific steps you're taking to ensure their safety in the future? We will increase patrols around the school grounds, Nizu responded, and review security measures within the school. The safety of UA students is our main priority, make no mistake about it. Isn't that strange? Tamura turned off the television. The heroes are becoming the bad guys. Seems like they're not dealing with this very well at all. So much criticism. But everyone makes a mistake or two, right? It's not like they're supposed to be perfect. Modern-day heroes sure have it rough. Don't you think, Todoroki? Once a hero receives payment to protect people, they aren't a real hero anymore, Spinner said. That's what Stain's actions taught us. A hero in this current system only cares about money and glory, Tamura agreed. And since society buys into those idiotic rules, anyone deemed a loser is shoved aside. So, we want to pose some questions. What is a hero? What is justice? Is this society truly fair? Soon, everyone will be asking. That's when we'll know we've won. So, what do you say? Want to stick it to Endeavor? Shoto flinched. Dabi, let him go, Tamura ordered. He may fight back, Dabi denied. It's fine. We're recruiting him, so we should treat him as an equal. Besides, he's smart enough to know he can't take us all, right? After all, UA students are so clever. Hey, Twice, Dabi reordered. You do it. Sure thing. Twice agreed. No way. He denied. Do it. Ah, man. Twice approached. I do apologize for such forceful methods, Mr. Compress apologized. But please understand that we aren't some kind of unruly mob committing crimes without a third act in mind. We didn't kidnap you by accident. Even though our backgrounds are different, Tamura added. Everyone here has suffered. Because of people, rules, and heroes who try to hold us back. I know you're the same. Once he was freed, Shoto looked to the League. I hate my father. But I want to be the world's greatest hero, for myself. Momo lead Ijiro, Tenya, and Katsuki to the Nomu warehouse. So, that's their hideout? Ijiro asked. Not a bad one, I guess. Maybe it is, and maybe it isn't, Momo replied. According to the tracking history, the villain hasn't left this location for the past day. But that's all we know. One villain could be hiding here, but that could be it. They might have Todoroki somewhere else. We're going into this operation completely blind for the most part. Please, try to proceed logically. I don't like this, Tenya said. None of us are good at sneaking around. We need Hagakure or Jairu here. If I think things are going to be the least bit dangerous, we're done. I won't hesitate to call the police, either. To make sure my friends are safe. Call the police about what exactly? A voice asked from behind them. When they turned, they saw a masked man dressed in a plain white suit. We were just... Ijiro tried to come up with an excuse. We're being heroes, Katsuki interrupted. This is a secret hero mission. So, if you're a villain, I'd suggest you fess up now as it'd be far less painful. I'm a member of a hero-adjacent organization, the man replied. Would this mission have to do with the League of Villains, or more specifically, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo? What if it is? Katsuki replied. Then this is vigilantism as you four are not licensed heroes. I'm sorry, but I cannot condone you continuing with these foolish actions. You are not experienced enough to save a hostage. Please, let the professionals dash. To hell with that. Katsuki denied. The heroes can take down the villains. I'm going to save Icy Hot. He blasted towards the warehouse before smashing through a window. Idiot. Ijiro cursed as he, Momo and Tenya raced after Katsuki, the white hero following behind. Please, calm down, the hero replied. From what I've already gathered, this facility is currently virtually empty. Katsuki climbed back through the window. Not exactly, he said. Through the glow of my explosions, I saw what this building is. It's filled with Nomu. The students gasped. Correct, the hero said. So, you managed not to get yourself killed so far. Please, leave. Katsuki smirked. Why the hell would I do that when we can take out these monsters whilst they're still sleeping? Hello. A voice asked from the door to the bar. I got a pizza DLVY here. A second later, All Might punched through the wall, hitting Spinner in the process. Smash. What the dash, Spinner cried. Kurogyri gate. Tamura ordered. Kamui Wood swung in. Preemptive binding. He wrapped the villains up. Lacquered chain prison. Heh, Dobby's flames ignited. That's it. Gran Torino zoomed in and kicked him out. Don't do anything foolish. It's in your best interest to cooperate with us. Just what I'd expect from a competent new hero, All Might complimented. And a veteran pro who moves faster than the eye can see. You can't run anymore, League of Villains. Understand? Because we are here now. One tends to neglect defense when they're on the offense. Edgeshot said as he entered the room. But we didn't come alone. He opened the front door to reveal riot officers. Take a look. You're surrounded by the police, not to mention powerful heroes like Endeavor. He would very much like his son back, immediately. Tsukachi. Endeavor reprimanded. Why does Edgeshot get to rush into the fight while I'm stuck here with you? That's my son in there. Because if someone slips out, we'll need you to capture them immediately, Tsukachi answered. And because you're too emotionally invested to be at the front of this operation. You must have been scared, All Might said. But you stayed strong. I'm sorry. You're safe now, young man. Thank you, All Might, Shoto said. After I went through all the trouble of preparing this. Tamura though. The final boss goes and shows up on my doorstep. Everyone's been restrained. There's no easy way to escape. It can't be helped. So, they've got backup, huh? What we do? He yelled. Kurogyri. Warp over as many as you can. The gnome. Right. All Might asked. I'd suggest you lot step back, the white hero said before the warehouse blew open from Emilady stomping it. Best, Genist, Gang Orca, and Tiger entered to neutralize the Nomu and save Ragdoll. What are you waiting for, damn it? Tamura asked as Kurogyri did nothing. I'm sorry, Tamura Shigaraki, Kurogyri apologized. The Nomus were supposed to be in a fixed location, but they're gone. Huh? Tamura asked. It seems you have a lot to learn, Shigaraki, All Might said. You're still green. Your little league underestimated all of us. The soul of this young man. The police's diligent investigations. Our righteous fury. Enough is enough. Your game has come to an end, Tamura Shigaraki. You think it's over? Tamura asked. Don't be stupid. I've only just begun to play. Justice. You created a garbage society by lifting up such ridiculous ideals. That's why I targeted you, All Might. It's why I started gathering people to my cause. You think this is the end? Then you've lost. Kurogyri. Edgeshot shot through Kurogyri, putting him out of commission. What just happened? Magna asked. I didn't see anything. Did they kill him? I played around with his insides and made him fall unconscious, Edgeshot said. Ninpo, Thousand Sheet Pierce. He was such a nuisance. He had to sleep. Weren't you listening earlier? Gran Torino asked. You'll all be better off if you take us seriously. Kenji Hikishi. Atsuhiro Seiko. Shuichi Iguchi. Himiko Toga. Jin Babaigawar. Though they had little time and information, the police worked through the night to discover your true identities. Do you understand? There's nowhere left for any of you to run. So, Shigaraki. One question. Where is your boss hiding? No. Tamura whispered. This is not over. Just you wait. The game is still mine. You'll tell us where he is right now? All Might ordered. Go away. Disappear. Shigaraki. This is your fault. I hate you. Black sludge appeared around the villains, inside which were Nomu. Nomu! Kamui Woods yelled. How'd they get here? What is this? Damn it, the shot. Gran Torino admonished. Stop Kurogyri. He's still out, Ishot countered. This isn't his doing. Don't release them under any circumstances, All Might ordered. Got it? Right. Kamui Woods answered. Shoto vomited black sludge. Todoroki. All Might tried to grab him, but he disappeared. No. Endeavor. Kamui Woods yelled. Help us. He looked back only to see Nomu surrounding the police. Tsukachi. Endeavor ordered. Evacuate the area. They're from the other hideout, Tsukachi mumbled. That location should be locked down. He activated his radio. Come in, Genist. What the hell is going on over there? Genist. Tashinori, Gran Torino said. What now? They shouldn't have been able to warp Nomu here, All Might said. And this backup came too fast. I fear that he has made a move. Master, Tamura whispered. Everything's fine, Tenya said. The heroes were on top of this way before we were. This is great. Ijiro added. Yes, the white hero said. So, I suggest you lot leave before things get worse for you. Yes, let's get back home, Tenya said. At least we won't have to explain ourselves. As they began leaving, footsteps could be heard leaving the warehouse. I'm sorry, Tiger, All for One said. But Ragdoll's quirk was so useful. I just had to copy it. How could I not? Are you with the League? Gang Orca asked. Since my body was mostly destroyed, All for One continued. I haven't been able to stock up on quirks. Stop there. Gang Orca ordered. Don't move. All for One continued before being restrained by fibers. Hey! And Lady admonished. You can't attack like that. What if he's just a bystander? Think about the situation. Best Genist countered. A moment of hesitation could decide the fight. We can't let these villains try anything. Black lightning shot out from All for One, blowing Best Genist back. The villains began throwing up black sludge, quickly disappearing. No. No. Kamui Woods cried. I'm so sorry. This wasn't your fault, Ishot calmed. None of us were able to do anything. Kurogyri's quirk opens up warp gates that allow anyone to pass through. But this was targeting specific people. More of them? Endeavor asked as he burned Nomus. I thought we were supposed to have a handle on these. Best Genist isn't answering. Tsukachi replied. It's possible they failed at the Nomo factory. This is putting a lot of stress on my power. Endeavor. All Might coughed. Are you keeping up? Does it look like I'm having any trouble? Endeavor asked. Worry about your own responsibilities, you fool. Where's my son? They must have taken him to the factory. All Might looked to the location. I'll leave you to it. You lost Shoto. Endeavor thought, increasing his attack on the Nomu. I'm going to get my son. He flew off. Endeavor, wait. All Might called. Sheet. All for One flew over the heroes' half-conscious bodies. I see why you're the number 4 hero, Best Genist. He clapped. That blast should have annihilated the lot of you. But you were able to manipulate everyone's clothing and pull them out of the way just in time. Quick thinking. Consider me impressed. It's him. Best Genist thought. It wasn't supposed to go like this. But that doesn't matter. A true hero doesn't believe in excuses. He attempted to shoot his fibers at All for One, only to get shot himself, his stomach exploding. Now I see. All for One said. Your strength comes from practice and practical experience, not raw power. I don't need your quirk. It wouldn't pair well with Tamura's disposition. Shoto coughed as he was teleported to All for One. Arg. Are you? My apologies, Todoroki. All for One apologized. The League soon teleported in as well. Master, Tamura said. So, you failed once more, Tamura, All for One said. But you must not be discouraged. You'll try again. That's why I brought your associates back with you. Even this child, because you judged that he was an important piece on your game board. Start over as many times as it takes. I am here to provide you with help. All of this is for you. All for One looked up. Ah, there you are. He turned to see Endeavor and All Might flying towards him, blocking their attacks. Give me back my son. Endeavor ordered as he blasted All for One. Have you come to kill me a second time, All Might? All for One asked, ignoring the flame hero. The three's clash created a shockwave that sent everybody flying back. Shoto! Endeavor yelled as he flew over and grabbed his son whilst All Might kept All for One distracted. It took you long enough to find us, All for One said. It's only 5 kilometers from the bar to here, and yet it was at least 30 seconds after I sent the notice that you arrived. You've gotten weaker, All Might. I'd estimate 33%. You're one to talk. All Might countered. It's kind of difficult to ignore that fancy life support mask you've got on. Aren't you overexerting yourself? I won't repeat the mistake I made 5 years ago. You hear me? I will make sure you're locked up for the rest of your sad life. Right along with your despicable league of villains. Sounds like you've got your work cut out for you. All for One raised his arm, which expanded in size. This will be hard for us both. He blasted All Might back. Air cannon copy plus spring-like limbs. Kinetic booster times 4. Strength enhancer times 3. What a delightful combination. Maybe a few more enhancers next time. Get off the battlefield, Tamura. He ordered as black and red tendrils grew from his fingertips and stabbed into Kurogiri. Kurogiri, warp them away. Be careful. Magna yelled. One of the heroes messed with him and he's unconscious. I'm not sure what's going on, but if you can teleport, why don't you get us out of here? My warp power is still new, Magna, All for One denied. There's much I need to learn about it. Its distance is limited, and while he can teleport to specific coordinates, I only transport people to and from my own location. Or, with focus, to or from someone I am very familiar with. That is all. It's easier to have Kurogiri do it. A warp gate appeared above Kurogiri. Forcible quirk activation. Leave this place. What about you? Tamura asked. All Might flew back towards the villains. All for One began flying. You're not thinking, Tamura. There remains much room for you to grow. You're mine. All Might punched at All for One, who caught it. Master, Tamura pleaded. Let's go, Shigaraki, Mr. Compress said. While our masked lead is keeping All Might entertained. He and the rest of the villains left, although Tamura had to be thrown through the portal with All for One's tendrils. Tamura, All for One said, you must continue to fight. He turned to All Might. Shock inversion. He made All Might's attack hit himself. I only came to save Tamura. But if you say you're going to fight, then I'll face you as you wish. In the past, your fist crushed one after another of my comrades. Many were forced into the shadows, underground. While you were extolled as the symbol of peace. What a grand view you must have had from atop our sacrifices. A hero standing on the mountain of our defeats. Detroit. All Might wound up. Smash. The blowback made All Might cough up blood. You still won't fight me with your full power, huh? Because doing so would endanger all those people you've sworn to protect. You shut up. Always toying with people. Probing their weaknesses. You steal. Break them. Manipulate and discard them. You scoff at innocent people who are just trying to lead happy lives. He shot forward and grabbed All for One's arm. It cannot continue. It's over. I won't let it. All Might punched All for One's mask in, before smashing him into the ground. What's wrong? All for One asked, struggling to breath. You seem to be worked up about something, All Might. I've heard that same exact line before, you know. He cackled. From the person who had won for all before you. Nana Shimura. You have so much in common with Nana Shimura, the utter waste of a human who passed one for all on to you. My master was a true hero. Keep her name out of your filthy mouth. A woman with no skills and grand ideas she couldn't live up to. How embarrassing for me, the creator of One for All, to see her inherit the power. And the way she died was so pathetic. Shall I tell you all about it? Enough! All Might punched All for One, who responded by blasting All Might away. He flew back, smashing into a helicopter flying above, which exploded. I find myself conflicted. All for One made a T-pose. Tamura has been the one to chip away at society's trust in heroes, so is it fair that I should land the final blow? You know, All Might, as much as you hate me, I think I probably loathe you more. I killed your master, sure. But you took away so much from me, everything I tried to build. That's why I want you to suffer until your last breath, and die broken and disgraced for all the world to see. He raised his arm. All Might noticed somebody moving in the rubble behind him. I will obliterate everything you've protected. The blast shot forth, hitting All Might. First to go will be your self-respect and ridiculous public image. Your move. All Might clenched his fist. Even if you take everything from me, in my heart I remain the symbol of peace. That is something you could never take from me. Is that so? All for One asked. Oh, I'd forgotten how stubborn you are. I guess I'll just give up. Oh, but there is one thing you might be interested to know. Tamura Shigaraki? My apprentice. He's Nana Shimura's grandson. All Might's eyes widened. I kept wondering what would annihilate your golden heart. And so I found Tamura. Groomed him to hate you, and watch you smile so proudly as you beat your master's descendant. That's a lie. Oh, come now. You know it's the truth. That is clearly something I would do. That's strange, All Might. He pushed up his facial tissue. Where is your smile now? Be sturdy. All for One laughed. How very entertaining. I think I've taken a piece of you after all. He's my master's grandchild. My God, what would she say if she knew how he turned out? All Might screamed. Don't lose, the woman in the rubble behind him begged. Keep going. All Might. We need you. Fear not, miss, All Might said as he stepped forward. I'm not done yet. You were right. A hero has so much to protect in this world. Which is why I will defeat you. All for One flew up. A wounded hero is a most frightening animal. Do you know that even now I sometimes dream of you charging at me with your entrails strewn across the ground? Black and red lightning crackled from his arm as it grew before blasting to the side, attempting to hit Endeavor, who had just returned to the battlefield alongside Edgeshot, Gran Torino, and Kamui Woods. Time to beat a lesson into this villain. All for One attempted to shoot at Endeavor. Again, but Edgeshot moved his arm as Kamui Woods grabbed the unconscious hero's bodies. All for One locked in a fight with Edgeshot, who was constantly dodging his attacks. Meanwhile, All for One was also dodging Endeavor's flames. How pointless. He blasted the ground, creating a shockwave that blasted the hero's back. Let's stop dwelling on heroism and start focusing on reality. Spring-like limbs. Kinetic booster ×4. Strength enhancer ×3. Multiplier. Hypertrophy. Rivets. Airwalk. Spear-like bones. The shockwaves until now were simply to wear you out, aimed for your weak spot. I knew it would take much more than that to kill you. In order to put you down for good, I'll punch you with the ultimate combination of quirks I have stored up within me right now. This will end you. He shot forward. Izuku Midoriya. All Might's eyes widened. He's the child you passed One for All on to, isn't he? His being the child of Eraserhead made for an easy cover-up for his sudden enhanced physical abilities. What do you think I'll do to him after I'm done with you, All Might? All Might punched All for One's enlarged fist. Impact recoil. All Might's arm exploded. I won't let you. All for One would have smirked if he could. Your will is not enough. I'll beat you, not because I'm a symbol, but because I will do as my master did for me. Until I finish training young Midoriya. Until he's ready. It's embarrassing how much you're resisting. That I won't. Perhaps I was wrong. I refuse to die. All Might punched All for One's face. A clever trick. All for One enlarged his other arm. That's so unlike you. Still weak though. That's because I didn't put my back into it that time. He pulled his right arm back. At the same time, Endeavor shot towards All for One. Goodbye, All for One. All Might punched. United States of Prominence. Endeavor's flames shot forth. Goodbye, Hero Society. All for One thought. Smash. Burst. The shockwave, the largest yet, blew everything away. All Might walked to where All for One's body laid. He slowly raised his fist in triumph. At the same time, Gran Torino shot to their location and checked on All for One's condition. Toshinori is dead. He turned to see All Might posing over the corpse. The only other figure that could be made out was one dressed in white on a nearby building. Izuku slumped over as he heard the news of his father's passing. In his shock, he escaped to his mindscape. Now he returns, Daigoro scoffed. Banjo, Nana admonished. Yuichi approached Izuku. You okay? Izuku wiped his tears. I figured something like this might have happened. Yeah, Yuichi sighed. That's my brother. Look, Izuku, I want to be your uncle, to show you a new path. Izuku looked at his uncle. Oh, Inko said as All Might stood at her door several days later. Please, come on inside. We're so honored. They sat down at the dining table together. You probably already know why I'm here, All Might said. Due to recent events, UA wants to personally confirm with parents that they're okay with students staying at UA, and if they have any specific requests in increasing our care for them. Yes, about that, Inko said. I read the letter. And I won't allow it. I'm afraid if Izuku follows your path, his future will be filled with blood. So, I won't allow it. I'll be frank to you, sir. As Izuku's mother, I'm afraid I don't have the nerves I'd need to entrust my son to UA. Not with everything that's happened at your school. Ma'am Dash. I found an alternative path, Izuku said. All Might look to Izuku. An organization working with the Hero Association, Izuku continued. They're trying to restructure Hero Society to make it safer for everybody. I'm sorry, All Might, but Dash. Young Midoriya. You are not just an aspiring hero following in my footsteps. You are on your own path toward greatness. As your teacher, I must walk beside you. All Might bowed to the floor. I'm afraid I haven't been upfront, ma'am. Please allow me to try again. I believe that young Izuku is the right person to succeed me. That is, he is my choice for the world's next symbol of peace. As the one who held that title, I allowed myself to remain this hero rather than giving my all as his teacher. I'm sorry. As a UA teacher, I implore you to forgive my past weakness. It's true that my path has been filled with blood, but that is what makes me the right person to help him find his own way. Free of the mistakes that I made as a young hero. The heroes at UA know that things can't continue as they've been. We're committed to ensuring the safety of our students from here on out. It's our top priority. Look not at the current UA, but toward the future. Will you allow me to devote myself to young Izuku? Together we will go beyond. I will lift him up. And I will protect your son, even if it costs me my life. I will allow you to continue teaching Izuku, Inko said. But I'm sorry. I can't allow him to return to UA. The next day, the White King was walking alongside Madam President towards a warehouse district. The people doubt the current hero system. We're updating our requirements to only allow elite heroes to enter the system. Doubt in the elite heroes has grown as well. Even doubt in All Might has grown after his last battle. Do you really think your next generations will be able to make up for what we've lost? I think they can more than make up for it. I think the people will look to them the way they looked to today's heroes. Even if these new ones are strong enough to take down high-ranking villains, a few extra heroes won't be enough to rebuild Hero Society. I'm afraid that's the problem you're currently facing. He stopped in front of a warehouse door, which began to open. I, on the other hand, am not limited to a few elite heroes slowly being added to the current system. When the doors opened, the warehouse was revealed to be filled with countless heroes dressed in all white. And this is just the start. If we're in agreement, the number of second generations will only increase. Madam President looked to the king. This is certainly impressive. I doubted you had enough to go through with your plan, that you'd be forced to implement it over time. She held out her hand. Fine, you have a deal. The king shook her hand. Time to fulfill your wish, father. And then, when I'm free of those chains, I can finally implement Project Divine 9. The next week, the students had been less excited about their lessons as the new term started. The attack on the training camp, Shoto's kidnapping, all for one, Izuku leaving, and now the national perception of heroes had plummeted dramatically. Few found it easy to pay attention to the lectures during the first day back, and their spirits weren't any better as they sat down to start their second day. We have been informed by the Hero Association that there will be an official announcement that we are to watch, Eraserhead said as the announcement appeared on the blackboard. The man dressed in a white hero costume fashioned after a king appeared on the screen. People of Japan. These past months have shown us the errors in the current hero system and the dangers it poses to both civilians and to its own trainees. I am the White King, an identity I adopted due to my ideology around proactivism in heroism. I am the leader of a new hero business, partnered with the Japanese Hero Association, which, despite only starting this year, has managed to detain several highly ranked villains, such as the Hero Killer, Stain, without any casualties, living or financial. Due to their higher efficacy compared to the heroes created under the current system, I have dubbed the heroes I have trained, second generations. Today, I wish to grant the first-generation heroes the chance to prove that Japan's resources were not wasted on them. As such, the Hero Association has allowed my second generations to test if their bastions truly are reliable. For the duration of the test, no serious force is allowed. The broadcast ended as the students looked on in stunned silence. Denki asked. What does that mean? As All Might stood at the ready, a limousine drove up to the gates of Yua. Out of the vehicle stepped a hero in an outfit similar to the king's, but less regal and pronounced. The hero walked forward as more heroes resembling the other white heroes exited as well. The leader took of his crowned helmet, revealing himself to be Izuku. Hello, All Might. Young Midoriya, All Might returned the greeting. What is going on? This university has repeatedly put my friends in danger, so I opted to lead this test. Please, whilst our goals are benevolent, treat this test as if it were real. He redonned his helmet before he pulled his fist back, black and red lightning crackling around it. He punched the gate, which proceeded to explode as sirens blared. All Might rushed towards Izuku, but one of the more armored white heroes grabbed All Might and threw him back. Sorry, All Might, but your battle's with me, the armored hero said as energy crackled around him. All Might's eyes widened at the sight of one for all on another hero. Quirk replication, Izuku said as he and most of the white heroes made their way towards Yue. I guess it truly is one for all now. Endeavor flew down to All Might's side. What is the meaning of this? A second heavily armored hero approached, black flames flickering from his hands. You're being tested. Mirio flew up through the ground in attempt to attack All Might's tester, but a priestly hero pulled the hero out of the way. I'd take it you're my tester? Mirio asked. Well, I've got 1 million people to save. So, let's have some fun. He said as he slipped back through the floor, the priest keeping track of his movements. Nijire flew down and blasted the white heroes before being shot backwards by one of the white knights. Hey, are you pretending to be villains or something? Why is this happening? Tamaki said from the background. For the sake of safety, another white knight said as he approached. 21 white heroes entered the 1B homeroom. Vlad King shot towards the first, a white priest, who blocked Vlad's blood spear with armor made of his own blood. The other teachers' classrooms were similarly invaded by 21 white heroes led by one who seemed to mirror the teacher's power. Present Mike was met with a knight who could shoot air. Cementos was met with one who could change the environment, with 13 and Power Loader met with base heroes with the same kind of ability. When Hound Dog made his way out of his office, he was met with a knight with similar tracking abilities to those fighting Mirio. When Snipe set up a shot to take out the hero fighting All Might, a bullet shot through his own gun. Every time ectoplasm multiplied, another base hero would show up to join the battle. And Midnight was met with a knight wearing a gas mask. The door to 1A disappeared as a knight, followed by 2 priests, 3 other knights, and 14 regular white heroes entered. The knight in the leader ducked down as Eraserhead's scarf shot at him, grabbing it and pulling, winding the pro hero as he uses Eraserhead's own ability against him. Meanwhile, Nizu sat at his desk as Izuku slowly walked in. "Is there no better way to test our school, Izuku?" Izuku sat down, taking off his crowned helmet. "There may have been other options before." Izuku lied. "But with the events of the training camp, my boss have determined a full invasion scenario would be the best test." Nizu looked out the window. "I assume the heroes have been paired up based on the point value of the chess pieces their outfits have been designed after." "You'd be correct. Then why have I been paired up with the queen? If it were about me being UA's leader, then shouldn't I be paired up with the king? I think All Might would have preferred to be able to speak this out with you. The king is too busy to join in this operation. He's busy planning the next phase. And I'm not facing against you. I think we both know this building is supposed to be a fortress, defenses that so far have shown to be quite lacking. It's my job to test that. So, please, activate everything non-lethal measure you have against me." "In that case," Nizu said, "I'll leave you to it." He scurried off as panels in the room started opening. As soon as Nizu was out of range, Izuku blew up the room before activating search and following after Nizu. All Might repeatedly tried to punch the rook fighting him, who, despite his tank build, kept managing to slip away, grabbing All Might each time. Endeavor kept trying to burn his rook, who was using his own flames to fly out of the way. Mirio found himself unable to catch his bishop off guard, slowly tiring himself out, which seemed to get worse each time the bishop touched him. Nijire and her knights seemed perfectly equal, both flying around and blasting each other. However, Tamaki tried half-heartedly to hold off his knight, but as the knight grabbed him, his extra parts fell off and he fell asleep. Present Mike found his sonic attacks cancelled out by his knight's air-based defensive, the knight creating a vacuum, as well as destructive interference to approach the first-generation hero. Hound Dog found it difficult to fight his knight in a cramped space, especially with the knight releasing scents that overwhelmed his olfactory sense. Cementos and Power Loader found themselves overwhelmed by their opponent's superior earth control. Snipe, now unarmed, was forced to surrender to the knight who had shot his gun. He, 13, and Midnight quickly subdued just like Tamaki. Ectoplasm formed into a giant, at which point all of his pawns ran directly into him, confusing him before he fell asleep. Vlad King and Eraserhead were evenly matched with their respective bishops, their opponents having similar powers, a good knowledge of their moveset, and the pro-heroes having to keep their respective students safe. Eraserhead and his villain were both effectively quirkless, but they both seemed to be a master of the capture scarf, and therefore both were unable to tie up the other. Vlad King and his bishop had the opposite problem. If either attacked recklessly, they could be caught by the other's blood manipulation. As the 1A students rose up to defend their school, they were met with their own opponents, crowding the classroom. Inesa and Shoto were both met with bishops. Inesa's bishop could control air on the same level as Inesa himself, making them equal. Shoto's opponent wielded the same black flames as the one facing his father. Shoto tried to use ice, but the bishop quickly melted it. Inesa, Shoto, and their bishops opted to leave the classroom to keep everybody safe. Tsu, Tenya, and Hanta similarly slipped out of the classroom, followed by their own opponents, 2 knights and a pawn. When they reached a wider open space, the 3 tried to work together to use their agility to overwhelm the second generations. However, the 2 knights lit up with one for all and managed to match Tsu and Tenya, whilst the pawn used the distraction of the other 2 to trick Hanta into letting him get close, quickly subduing him. Fumikage enveloped himself in dark shadow before being met with a knight using one for all, matching his power. Yuga tried to shoot the bishop fighting their teacher, only to be met with a pawn one for all punching his navel. Mashareo tried to use his martial arts to beat up his pawn, but every strike appeared to tire him out more and more. Rikido and Sato also tried to beat up their pawns, but couldn't get through the blood shields. Mina tried to use her acid to clear an escape, as Momo tried to create weapons for her schoolmates, but their pawn made the rebar tie them down in a blink. Mizo, Kyoka, and Toru tried to support, but were also quickly subdued. Denki tried to one-shot his pawn, but the pawn rerouted the electricity as Denki subdued himself. Koji found himself inaudible, and therefore incapable of preventing his subduing. Achiko was knocked down by an air blast from her pawn, quickly subdued as well, which left Katsuki boiling with rage as he stared down the second generation facing him. AFING pawn. I'll send you to hell. He yelled as he threw an explosion at the pawn, who air blasted the explosion back into Katsuki's face. Arg! As he tried to regain his sight, he exploded the area around him, which only managed to hurt his classmates, knocking Mashireo, Rikido and Ijiro over, who were quickly subdued as well, leaving Katsuki the only person paired with a pawn left awake. That didn't last much longer as a leg swept his feet and a hand grabbed his face. As Nizu fled, scurrying through the rat-sized tunnels, he heard explosions behind him and fighting in the classrooms below him. He was sure everybody would honor the rule of no serious harm being permitted, but he knew the White King had already decided UA was to lose, otherwise Izuku wouldn't be doing what he was. When he got to the end of the tunnel, he found himself at the UA bunker under the skyscrapers, inside of which were other staff such as Lunch Rush and Recovery Girl, and the students from all general studies, business, and support classes. Is everybody okay? He asked. Everybody's healthy and well-fed. Lunch Rush held a thumbs up. They heard a rumble above them, causing sirens to blare and some of the students to scream. Police? Down here. Nizu checked the camera feed. That was Bakugo. He's having trouble. The students' faces soured further. With the sirens going constantly off, we won't know if the bunker's being attacked, Recovery Girl pointed out. Then, let's escape out the back. A student yelled as he ran to the back door, only to see that there were second generations waiting. Oh God! The blast door disintegrated as Izuku and countless second generations entered the bunker. Midoriya, wait! Hitoshi yelled, only to be grabbed by a pawn. One general studies student, with her unconventional quirk and armed with Hatsume's gadgets, managed to fight back a pawn, but when he had half recovered from her vertigo quirk, he blasted her back, breaking the gadgets. Izuku lit up with one for all being shooting forward and grabbing Nizu. Checkmate! As All Might shot forward for one last blow, his rook shot black lightning, making him dodge before realizing the lightning wasn't aimed at him. He quickly turned, but again, the lightning was shot at nothing. He felt a hand grab him as he shrank. He tried to fight back as he felt his power falling, but the rook was now stronger and had him restrained, leading to All Might being subdued. No! Endeavor, deciding a fire user could take it, decided to incinerate his opponent. Prominence burn. His eyes widened as his rook melted. That was a mistake, a pawn said as he grabbed Endeavor from behind, subduing him. Mirio had become sluggish and extremely tired from his extended battle with his bishop, eventually succumbing to exhaustion and passing out when the bishop grabbed him. Nijire, too, found herself running out of energy and her altitude slowly decreased over the course of her dogfight before she collapsed. The four remaining teachers, Present Mike, Hound Dog, Eraserhead, and Vlad King found themselves unable to stay away from their opponents as they were on the defensive in enclosed spaces and were finally also subdued. Tsuyu and Tenya realized they were slower and less agile than their two knights and tried to escape again. The two knights used their attempted escape to shoot directly towards them and grab them, subduing them as well. Fumikage and his knight were greatly even. Darkness will prevail. When the sun sets, I will save you all. No, thank you, the knight said as black flames ignited from his hand, making Dark Shadow recoil and allowing him to subdue Fumikage. Shoto could find no way of overcoming his bishop. With all of the heat, not only could he not create ice, but he couldn't cool himself down, and he too soon ran out of stamina. As Inesa fought with his bishop, he noticed everybody around him being subdued and he felt shame overcome him at his failure. Imagine if this were a real attack, the bishop said. That's what we're trying to avoid. Sorry. Everybody. Inesa cried as he lowered to the ground. I failed. When Inesa touched the ground, it wrapped around him to keep him in place so that the bishop could subdue him. The White King reappeared on the broadcast. The test has ended, and every hero school in Japan has failed. They have been deemed unable to keep their students safe and will hereby be shut down. Thank you for your cooperation. Izuku sat in his mindscape, surrounded by the predecessors, who were now wielding copies of their quirks. I have fulfilled my father's wish, and now I am able to pursue my own dream. In one hand he held the complete power of one for all, and in the other, all for one. Floating in between were several other quirks: copy, overhaul, erasure, forced quirk activation, overclock, homing, search, and his own quirk. I don't agree with this methodology, Yoichi said. Can you not go about this another way? Izuku sighed. And how did you lot act when you first learned who I was? Even if they don't find out I'm all for one's son, they're too deep in this broken system. Breaking the system completely is the only way to get them to fix it. He pushed the quirks together, combining them into one, the first of the Divine Nine. That's why I have to do this. Over the course of the next week, UA was stripped down to rid it of any potential bugs before the White King and his organization moved in. The land around the main building was to be used for public residential and commercial use, including the dorms being used as a publicly owned hotel chain, which the former residents would be allowed to stay at. Izuku sat in the freshly refurbished 1A, now his office. As smirked as he looked at his new stockpile of quirks. Of the 8 other Divine Nine, it figures one of the only other 2 I'd been able to create already is the one dedicated to destruction. I might as well test a new quirk interaction. He called in 8 second-generation heroes, and when they arrived, he used his new quirk on one of them, Metaquirk with Compress. Metaquirk allowed him to copy the quirk, Explosion, with a single touch, and Compress sealed it inside a marble instead of forcing him to carry it. Perfect. That will make quirk logistics easier, and can even be weaponized. He then did the same with the next 6 heroes, sealing Acid, Black Hole, Electrification, Gas, Half-Hot Half-Cold and Naval Laser, and finally both Cremation and Hellflame from the last. Finally, whilst holding the 9 marbles, he activated Metaquirk and crushed the marbles together, forming a second all-powerful quirk, Evocation. Repeating, he combined Comic, Clones, Creation, Manifest, and Lunch Rush's quirk with his own Double and Warp Gate, which itself is a combination of 3 quirks, to create Conjuration. With Conjuration, I can greatly speed up the repurposing of UA's land. But there's another divine quirk even more valuable, but I need 3 specific quirks to create it. And I can easily get 2 of them. He pulled up his files on Villains of Interest, clicking on the subfolder, Yakuza. In the cover on Night, and with the added help of invisibility, Izuku approached the base of the Yakuza. Without backup, nor secret weapons besides his accumulated power, he knocked on the door. What do you want? A voice came from the other side of the door. I'm aware you're in need of a new boss. Are you seriously suggesting you'd lead us? The voice chuckled. Oh no, I can return your old boss to you. Stay there. After some time, the door opened to reveal Chronostasis, with Shin Nemoto beside him. Come with us. Izuku followed, walking what was clearly a casual interrogation room within which were Mimic and the rest of the 8 bullets. When offered, he took his seat. Chronostasis sat opposite Izuku. Are you saying you can free overhaul from Tartaros? I can, but that's not what I'm offering. What are you offering? Shin asked, using his quirk, not noticing it not actually affecting Izuku. Overhaul was your acting boss whilst your real boss is in a coma. I can wake him. How? My quirk lets me heal people of their injuries. And why would you help the Yakuza? I have a respect for your boss, and believe you could make useful allies in the future. Will you betray us? No. Shin and Chronostasis looked to each other before nodding. Very well, Chronostasis said. But don't fail. They led Izuku to a room with a hospital bed inside, upon which laid the true boss of the Yakuza. Izuku closed the door behind him and quickly used overhaul on the old man before the Yakuza reopened it. Hey, don't shut the door. Mimic yelled as Chronostasis reopened it, their eyes widening as they noticed their old boss sitting up. Welcome back to the land of the living, Izuku said before looking back. You're welcome. You're good, Chronostasis said, shaking Izuku's hand before approaching his true boss to repledge his loyalty, Mimic and the bullets following his lead. Master, Chronostasis said. We're so glad you're okay again. What happened to you? Chie betrayed us, the boss said, much to the Yakuza member's horror. When Izuku returned to UA with his 10 pocketed marbles, although he'd only need 4, his was greeted by 3 second generations who had been allowed interviews with villains held at Tartaro's, granting him more of the quirks he needed to complete his ultimate collection. Combining Black Whip, Blood Control, Blood Curdle, Despot, Heal, Lizard Tail Splitter, Regeneration, Zombie Virus, and his custom blood manipulation quirk, he created Necromancy. That was the easy, but I still don't have the one I need the most. He looked at his notifications, seeing his request for a meeting at the United States still pending. That same say, the White King was finishing his meeting with the wild pussycats. Very well. I will agree that the attack on your campsite was an unfortunate, unforeseeable, and likely premeditated attack that should not affect your status as heroes. He rose and held out his hands for the heroes to shake. I hope your team will be cooperative with my own. Yes, Mandalay bowed as she shook his hand, the other 3 doing the same. We're grateful for your lenience. The White King then had a meeting with Trumpet, who was accompanied by members of the Meta Liberation Army, but didn't deem an alliance with the Hearts and Minds Party, or the Army, to be necessary. Izuku combined Anthropomorph, Black, Chameleon, Dark Shadow, Glamour, Invisibility, Smokescreen, Telepath, and Transform into Illusion. Kajiro sent Izuku a message with information on the Galini crime family. Using Illusion, Izuku easily managed to infiltrate the family and steal Deborah's quirk, which he then combined with Onivoice, Brainwashing, Chronostasis, Confession, Insight, Muddied, Outburst, and Somnambulist to make Enchantment. The next day, Izuku was notified that his meeting had been accepted, but one of his requests was unable to be met. Of course she wouldn't join. He sent the acceptance message to the White King. When the day finally came, the White King flew over to the United States, landing in San Francisco, the city chosen for the meeting due to its proximity to Japan. After formal greetings, the White King began. In case you're unaware, I have been placed in charge of assessing the aptitude of heroes in Japan due to recently failings on the old guard's behalf. In only a few weeks, my heroes have managed to greatly decrease the number of casualties from combat as well as the temporal length and financial costs of said battles, and they are yet to lose any battles. I have a surplus of resources and therefore wish to expand my reach abroad. If the United States would permit it, I wish to work alongside her heroes in the fight against villainy. The Secretary of State drummed his fingers as he considered the offer. And what is your asking price? Whatever you wish to offer. The Secretary rose an eyebrow. Then what you're after isn't money? What I get from an alliance with the States is more valuable than money. I see. The Secretary rose. It's likely you wouldn't get anywhere near as much control as you're after. Even if Congress were to accept your offer, we'd start you off with a preliminary PRD. Do well by us, and you may begin proper operations. Of course, Secretary. Then, right this way, the Secretary led the White King into a press room where several American heroes were waiting, granting him the opportunity to mingle with them and grant the press their pictures and inquiries. When the White King returned, Izuku used one of the new quirks, Flight, along with Barrier, Crystallize, Hardening, Life Force, Permeation, Shock Absorption, Sludge, and Steel to create the quirk he needed most, Abjuration. There are 2 divine quirks left to create. Izuku pondered. And to get access to them, I need to speak with All Might. The next week, All Might was invited to a special event in front of the XUA complex where he could speak with Izuku. When he arrived, a stage had been set up, and he noted the media had ample view of the various projects being built on the XUA land. He steeled his nerves as he saw Izuku walk onto the stage. Greetings, All Might, Izuku greeted, inviting All Might onto the stage. It's been a month since we've last properly spoken, hasn't it? Young Midoriya. All Might took his seat. I don't understand what's happening. But I foresee you heading down a dark path. The heroes you're working with may prove more able than most heroes from previous generations. But what good has shutting down Japan's hero schools done? It's kept people safe. Izuku gestured to the skyscrapers. These buildings have proved targets for villain organizations, and the heroes dedicated to protecting them have failed on numerous occasions. This organization has proven far more viable in every way. He looked back to All Might. And that's why we're here. All Might, will you join the second generations? I'm sorry, young Midoriya, but these second generations wish to fundamentally alter the hero system I stand by. The current hero system failed to punish heroes like Endeavor. You're beginning to sound like the hero killer, young Mid. Endeavor murdered one of us during the test. A hologram appeared behind the two, large enough for the media to see, showing the fight between Endeavor and his rook, censoring itself as Endeavor used his most powerful attack to incinerate the other hero. We are currently suing the Todoroki estate for second-degree murder. Young Midoriya, this is not the way of OFA. Isn't it? Izuku asked. Why don't we all discuss it? He gestured to the back of the stage, where the previous users of One for All filed out. All Might's eyes widened. What at this? Nana took her seat. The second generations managed to bring us back. Yoichi added. And we've decided to join them. Meanwhile, in Izuku's mind, the previous users of One for All were speaking their disapproval at what was happening. Perhaps we should invite your allies into the conversation, Izuku offered. Tsukachi and Night Eye, perhaps? All Might considered the proposition. Tsukachi's and Night Eye's quirks would definitely help work out what's going on with this organization. With Izuku, he sighed, all right, I'll bring them over so we can discuss this. Before the meeting, All Might, Night Eye, Tsukachi, and Nizu discussed what was going on. After half an hour, Nizu spoke. Should we consider the possibility that Izuku was the traitor? After all, it wasn't long after the death of All for One that this new organization attacked Yue. How do we know that these second generations aren't villains disguised as heroes? Can we even trust that these former holders are even real? All Might's expression turned dark at the prospect that his successor had betrayed him. We can't act on such speculations, Tsukachi interrupted. Let me interrogate Midoriya, let Night Eye check his future. If either of us confirm that Izuku is the traitor, we will all be forced to accept that conclusion. I saw All for One in him once, All Might spoke up. When I first truly saw his quirk, it was so close to All for One. Then, when he said he was Eraserhead's biological son, I was so quick to accept anything other than the thought that he was connected to that monster. Night Eye sighed. All Might became your sidekick to take on the challenges you couldn't face with brute strength alone. He stood. Let's go choose our future. Night Eye and Tsukachi met with Izuku in his office. All Might won't be joining us? Izuku asked, shaking Tsukachi's hand. He wanted time to think, Night Eye explained as before shaking Izuku's hand. So, who's good cop and who's bad cop? Izuku asked. Night Eye smirked. Good one. I hope we're not making this seem like an interrogation. We just wish to understand more about what's going on, Tsukachi said. Is that all right? Yeah, that's fine. Very well. Tsukachi started. Let's start with some basic questions to break the ice. Your name, Izuku Midoriya? Yes. When did you first meet All Might? Last year. And what about the White King and the second generations? Earlier this year. Can you be more specific? Some months ago. Alright. Is your father Eraserhead? Yes. Night Eye looked to Tsukachi, who was considering his next question. Your allies have used the quirks of others. Have you stolen quirks? I've only copied quirks. Is your organization trying to destroy Hero Society? No. Did you intentionally destroy UA? Yes. Why? It wasn't what I wanted to do. But I had to in order to help everybody. Did you really bring the old user of One for All back from the dead? I'd say so. And they stand by your decisions? It took some explaining. But they came around. They don't stand by every decision, but they agree with our overall goals. Which are? I'm sorry, but that information is confidential. I see. If you wish for All Might to join your organization, why would you keep its goals secret? If word got out about how we plan on helping the world, our enemies would be better able to stop us. True, I'm sure Night Eye is familiar with how knowing the future can change it. Not exactly, Night Eye said. I've always found myself unable to change the future. Then, I hope you saw our success, Izuku responded, to which Night Eye raised an eyebrow. For how long were you planning on taking down UA? Tsukachi asked, trying to pry if Izuku is the traitor. Izuku breathed out. Well, I've seen a lot of harm caused by hero schools, all my life. That wasn't the answer Tsukachi was after, so he pressed further. So, you joined an organization to take down UA? No. Why did your organization attack Japan's hero schools when they did? We felt we had seen enough carnage caused by UA that it was time to shut it down. I see. Tsukachi stood. I think we've discussed enough. We will inform All Might on what we've discussed here, and let him make a decision. When Tsukachi and Night Eye climbed into their car, in which was sat Nizu and All Might, they discussed. Midoriya used a lot of double-speak. Tsukachi said, he's clearly hiding something beyond his organization's classified information. What did you see, Night Eye looked to the skyscrapers. Midoriya spends the next week essentially doing office work. But next week, he's killed by All Might in Stars and Stripes. Everybody went silent, then Nizu spoke. There could only be one reason why the #1 Japanese and American heroes would kill Midoriya. Not only is he the traitor, he is all for one's successor. All Might screamed in indignation as tears burned his eyes. Midoriya! Izuku was looking down at the car as it drove back to the dorms. The 4 heroes informed the former UA staff and students, as well as Stars and Stripes, what they had found out, and Katsuki was said. The next day, as he and Ijiro were making their way down a street, they passed one of the white pawns. At that moment, Katsuki seemed realize, these extras. They're those twice clones, aren't they? So, I just need to break this shithead's bones and everybody will see they've been lied to by Deku. Faster than anybody could stop him, Katsuki turned and blasted the pawn's center, making a hole in his back. The pawn screamed in pain as he collapsed, the hole quickly filling with fluids, including the sludge that was his spine, to hide the steel bar that had replaced his spine. Everybody around Katsuki screamed in fear, Ijiro looking at his friend with shock and horror. What did you do? Ijiro asked. Katsuki stuttered as he realized, he effed up, he really F up. He felt his arms being grabbed from behind before he was pinned to the ground. Don't even think about using your quirk, villain. The Rook yelled. Breaking news. News anchors across several stations reported at the same time. A second-generation hero was killed on patrol. The suspect is former hero student, Katsuki Bakugo, whose reported hero name would have been King Explosion Murder. As a result of this event, if found guilty, Bakugo can be looking at life imprisonment for murder and he will officially be labeled as a B-tier villain. We have also been provided with footage of Bakugo's childhood. Warning, viewer discretion is advised. The following contains graphic language and scenes of graphic violence against minors. Die! A young Katsuki yelled before exploding a young Izuku as Japan began witnessing a compilation of Katsuki's moments with Izuku, from Izuku's point of view, throughout their lives.